a chaotic magical world filled with humans, monsters, dragons and gods. Magic mixes with the struggles of a visitor from another universe. In the flow of history, there was a boy reincarnated into this world with great power, but he always wanted to hide his power and live hidden among ordinary people. With the appearance of the terrible power that the boy brings, will the balance of this world still be maintained? Looking forward to a future of chaos and destruction or a world of warm peace? If you're interested, let's follow along. Since this guy was very young, he loved reading comics and often buried himself in them whenever he had free time. Immersion in the story gave the boy an indescribable feeling of joy and excitement. And most of all, every time he reads the story, he feels like the main character of the story. That's right, the main character is always stupid, sometimes just as stupid as if he had a mental disability. But what's really cool is that things that normally seem careless, but when needed, are super powerful. And that kind of hidden power. Since this boy was young, he always wanted to become a character with super strong hidden power. The stories and books he read sparked a pipe dream in my heart. Then as time gradually passed, he became a person who would silently help others. Like today, he was behind helping the old woman push the cart uphill. But when the old woman turned to look behind him, he quickly ran away. Clearly there was no one behind her car at this time, but the old woman still felt strange. It's strange that today it's easy to pull the car uphill like this. Because normally this slope is not easy to pull up alone, it's as if someone pushed it for you. The old woman stood there, exclaiming in confusion, while the boy was hiding on the far wall, smiling and relieved because he had almost been seen. The boy pushed up his glasses, smiled dangerously and silently said that he was only here today. If he helped anymore, he might be seen. Maybe tomorrow he will help the uncle at the fruit stall, but he can help anyone because this journey of helping others without being seen has passed for 10 years. And today it was amazing that he wasn't seen. The boy was walking and thinking but didn't notice that an 8-ton truck was coming from afar, and just like that, he was hit by that truck. His consciousness sank into eternal darkness as if he would never escape, but suddenly the boy's eyes opened, startled and looking around in panic. He was panicking and lying on a green lawn with a magical sky, silently wondering, where is this, where is this? I remember being stabbed. Suddenly, a sweet voice and a pure smile appeared, saying that this was the world of swords and magic. I am always here waiting for you who has a pure soul. Appearing in front of the boy right now is an extremely beautiful angel with pure white wings that makes others bewildered. I am the goddess of this world, I am waiting to revive you, the goddess smiled and said. Hearing those words, the boy's heart was extremely chaotic and he hesitantly spoke up. She said, wait for me, does that mean she knows who I am? The goddess waved the magical wings on her back and smiled brightly. Of course she knew that you were one of the few people who helped others without wanting to be noticed or leaving your name behind. Do you know that many gods were surprised by your actions? The young man listened attentively and seemed to be much calmer now, so he nodded. Now the boy understood that no matter how hard he tried to go unnoticed, he still couldn't get past the gods. Seeing the expression and reaction of the goddess Hosia seemed a bit surprised. After that, she couldn't even help but laugh. Ha, as expected, you are quite funny. But today the goddess Hosea of this world will bless you and you can become anything you want in this world. It could be the hero demon king and a dragon or even the lord of hell. Magical powers will embrace his body, causing him to be reborn again. Now you choose what you want to become. Hearing this, the boy's eyes sparkled brighter than ever as if they could contain the vast galaxy in them. Before he could think too much about the question, the young man blurted out a squeaky answer. The goddess was puzzled and asked why she sneered again. That's right, I said I'm a hoe, let me be a hoe. The boy's voice was a bit shaky but full of determination. The goddess didn't understand anything and asked him again what he meant by sneeze. At this time the boy's hands clenched and his body trembled slightly as if he was extremely excited and began to speak. Since childhood, he always wanted to become a person with hidden strength. He secretly fanned others when they complained. He also silently swept the street to make it clean and beautiful. But this is not a person with real hidden power because it is too obvious and easily seen by others. Because a person with true hidden strength will often be looked down upon and ignored, but when necessary, they will show their enormous strength. Even heroes, magicians, and fairies will be amazed by the unbelievable power of a aesthete. Listening to the boy explain, the hand of the goddess Hosia gently raised his chin and thought for a while before nodding. I know that even if you have overwhelming power, you still want to hide it and in everyday life will be ignored. It's strange, but I understand that you will be born as a commoner in this new world. Your power will be stronger than that of any other demon king, hero or dragon. Those words made the young man happily smile and thank you. But next the goddess made him bewildered. That was the moment his power was revealed. His heart would explode, and as he wished he would become the person who needed to hide his power. Who doesn't wait? Why is my heart exploding? The boy hurriedly spoke up in panic, but it seemed like the goddess couldn't hear her. She still clasped her hands and began to send her blessings. Sending to you who possesses enormous power but needs to walk a lonely path, I pray that I will have peace with that power. Hey, wait, slowly, please send me there. Hey. Those were the sounds he made before suddenly falling into darkness again, and when he woke up it was already in a new world. Time passed and now it's been 2 years since he came to this world. He still hasn't stopped blaming those gods. Really, it sounds boring, but it's okay, the young man in the small appearance of a boy sitting in the middle of the jungle said while looking at the giant wolf-shaped monsters in front of him. It's okay because I'm the strongest person here. Faced with a monster as big as a small mountain, the boy's small body still calmly exclaimed. In the blink of an eye and without a sound, all the giant wolves were defeated and lying flat on the ground. Looking at his achievements, this boy sighed in admiration at such domineering power. As he spoke, he counted the pile of wolves on the ground and discovered that he seemed to have missed one. In the distance, a wolf was quietly preparing to leave. When he heard the boy calling roll, he ran away in panic. Wow, since when did it happen like that? I didn't pay attention until now. But now that I think that even the monsters know my strength, I don't want my heart to explode. Looking at the wolf running away, the boy suddenly disappeared on the spot as he spoke, followed by a terrible attack falling from the sky, aiming straight at the wolf's back. Under sudden attack, the monster howled in pain and stuck out its tongue. From now on, let's just catch all these monsters. Then in order not to reveal the secret of his power, the boy chased away all the wolves around him. And it's amazing that now there are no more monsters near you and no more people. And should you go back to the village? This boy is the reincarnated body in this world of the boy who met the goddess, and in this life his name is Durian, who just turned 9 years old this year. The place where Durian lives is a small, beautiful medieval-style village surrounded by dense forests. As soon as she arrived at the village, a little girl with bright red hair grumbled, "Durian, where did you go without telling anyone?" Durian was scared and ran to smile. "I'm sorry, my stomach hurts." The girl's voice was filled with worry, telling her to tell her where to go and not to wander alone because Durian is very weak. "Do you know how many wolves are near us?" Durian, listening to the concern from Ms. Durian, revealed an innocent face and sincerely apologized. While they were talking, the other boys and girls in the house also came out to talk to each other, but lately I haven't seen many wolves anymore, so I don't know what's going on. Usually, because of those wolves, it is difficult for us to raise animals. Perhaps it is all thanks to the prayers of the priests. Thanks to them, they drove away the wolves and we can raise animals easily. I wish that every day there would no longer be any wolves around the village. Listening to the conversations of Durian's friends, I felt extremely happy and silently smiled. At that moment, a man with a fierce face and a giant body appeared right behind him and grabbed Durian's hair, making the boy scream in pain. "This piece of trash, an orphan like you, it's best not to wander around alone," he said, using one hand to throw Durian into the distance. The little girl with red hair was extremely worried and quickly ran to her younger brother to ask with concern. The other man gritted his teeth and glanced at Durian in pain on the floor. "I adopted you because I saw you when you were young. You were short and weak. Is there anything that makes you really useful?" Under the man's fury, the girl did not dare to protest but only dared to care for her younger brother Durian. "Are you okay?" The boy held his head in pain and groaned, apologizing to Duk Kwang, but underneath he smiled with satisfaction because today he was very strong without being discovered by anyone. That man with his gloomy face radiated a terrifying aura and his cold voice scared the children. "What are you doing? Grab the broom and break. You guys still remember that song, but if you don't, I'll throw it to the wolves." Life goes on and no one realizes that little Durian has defeated monsters around the village. Haha, now he is truly a person with hidden power. Embracing that happy thought, Durian and his friends start a new day on the street. "I'm so happy because the boss adopted us. Even if we are orphans we are still happy. Because the villagers gave us food and gave us food, we want to repay them and cheer for us." Durian's group of people held brooms and kept cleaning the streets and singing with smiles. Forced smile on his lips. The surrounding villagers gathered around to watch when they saw the children cleaning the road again today. Everyone thought that the children volunteered, so everyone smiled happily. "I heard that they do it themselves. They're really kind." "Yeah, that's because their boss is really kind. He even takes in orphans that have nowhere else to go." "That's right, we really can't help the children, but just cheer them on. Let's go catch the chickens." Hearing the villagers' words, the children are happy and excited. Are they chickens? A hearty meal of delicious roasted chicken was given to the children by the villagers and taken home by them. Their fierce boss is now sitting and enjoying this delicious food that fell from the sky. I thought that the children would also be able to eat together, but no, their food today was just plain potatoes that were boring to the core. Looking at my food today, Gio couldn't help but sigh tiredly. Why potatoes? Another girl in their group couldn't help but ask, after all, the villagers give us chickens, why can we only eat potatoes? Another boy sitting next to him was eating and interjecting, just eat, it's better to eat potatoes inside than starve outside. Even Durian, who was originally hiding his strength, saw the children's situation and gritted his teeth because this boss was really such a bastard. Hey guys, look here, today is a special day. The girl with red hair suddenly called everyone and took out 4 small eggs from her bag. Is this an egg? The children's eyes lit up and tears flowed when they saw these delicious eggs. That's right, I secretly took these from my aunt just now. Eat these quickly or you'll be caught dead. Otherwise, let's soak them in our potatoes. It's great, I'll eat it right away. The children are so happy to no longer have to eat boring potatoes. Even Durian, who had enjoyed many delicious dishes in his previous life, couldn't help but drool over that ordinary egg. Suddenly the red-haired girl gave her egg to Durian and said, Durian, you can eat mine too. Because inside I'm too skinny. If I'm too skinny, the boss will throw me out. Hearing these words, Durian was bewildered and quickly shook his hand to refuse. Ah, it's okay, I'm fine, so just eat what you have. I told you that you have to eat, but it will be a waste, the girl said in an adult voice while Durian still tried to refuse. Suddenly, the girl's stomach growled, announcing her existence, making everyone freeze. Hearing her stomach growl, the red-haired girl's face turned red with embarrassment. Durian was also very amused and advised the girl to eat and not give in to anyone. No, I'm not hungry, just eat. Durian, seeing the care and sacrifice of his sister, Durian couldn't help but remember the first day when he came to this world. At that time, there were loud scolding sounds on the street, and little Durian was thrown straight onto the road by someone. You orphan bastard, I told you to get out of my store, but because of you, I don't have any customers. The fat man fiercely stared at Durian on the street and cursed. If I see you around again, I'll kill you, you bastard. That's it, orphan life is like hell on earth. There will be no one to protect the orphans and violence is almost a daily occurrence. But just as Durian was being looked down upon, someone appeared in his budding life. At that time, a little girl with extremely special red hair appeared. So you were lonely too. My name is Yola, please follow me. The little girl came closer and gave Durian her weak hand and the old potato in her hand. Even though the boss is quite mean, there is still better food and shelter than wandering on the streets. Standing in front of the kindness of a little girl, Durian was a little startled and confused. The little girl gave her food to a strange boy on the street, but in the meantime her stomach was gurgling loudly. Then Yola took Durian to meet his boss and asked him to accept him to live with him. The other man also glanced at the boy next to the girl, who was a small, skinny boy. Yola still happily introduces him as a boy and he will be good at his job, I guarantee that. Thinking back to every moment in the past, Durian couldn't help but smile because this girl was really kind. Then he reached out and picked up the egg that his sister was giving him. Durian then threw the egg into her mouth and said, Sister, let's go to the Magic Academy. You can join the academy and eat as much delicious food as you want. I can eat as much delicious food as I want it too. Innocent children don't understand anything when they hear about delicious food, but they still want to participate. Great, then let's go there together. Let's eat as much delicious food as we can and we'll never be hungry again. Instead of working hard, go to school. Let's try to survive here and leave together. Their promise was made, but just a few days later the obnoxious boss happily smiled and announced that there was good news. Haha, today Yola was adopted. Everyone, let's congratulate her. Durian's eyes widened when he heard these words from his boss. Little girl Yola walked out with tears in her eyes looking at everyone. I'm sorry, I couldn't stay with you guys until the end. The children were very surprised at this information but quickly regained their composure and smiled to congratulate Yola. No, really, congratulations to you. I'm so jealous. That obnoxious boss spoke up again, interrupting everyone, and here's another good piece of information. Durian, you will be sacrificed to the wolf god. Congratulations to you, he said, revealing his terrible face and staring at little Durian. Everyone didn't understand anything, only Yola panicked with a voice full of worry. Wait boss, this is completely different from what you said. You said you would take care of Durian if you are adopted. He didn't pay attention to Iola's words but looked at Durian and smiled and asked him if he knew why wolves didn't appear often lately. Durian calmly nodded and replied that he knew. Haha, but what you know is wrong. That's why they don't appear much these days. It's because we often give them food. The wolf god loves baby meat. You're weak and short. Even if you grow up like this, you won't be a good worker, so you were chosen as a sacrifice. Your sacrifice will save the whole village. Now let's all congratulate the boy. Listening to the truth from the mouth of the man in front of Durian, Durian thought to himself, this is the mission of orphans in this life. Is this the village? At this moment the poor Yola loudly screamed in pain to the boss. I will sacrifice myself as a sacrifice racket, please spare Durian. As soon as the girl finished speaking, a giant fist rushed straight towards her face, startling her. But that fist stopped in time, the goods were not damaged, so Yola, you must never say those words again, okay? Yola was so scared that her face turned pale and she couldn't say another word. Before that we not only sacrificed Durian but also the others, so shut up. The children didn't understand anything but still felt very scared and started to cry. Seeing that, the old man immediately coldly chased everyone outside to sweep the yard, leaving Durian alone here. Today the sacrifice to the orchid god has come and Durian must wear a fragrant wreath on his head. Oh god, what can I do like this? Should I secretly try out the name of the wolf god or something and then secretly run away? The boy sat on a step in a certain hall. Just at that moment, a familiar voice rang out calling Durian's name. Durian followed the sound and looked towards the door but could not hide the surprise in his eyes. Oh Sister Yola, in front of Durian right now is little girl Yola with an extremely strange appearance. What happened? What happened to your hair? It looks so strange. Hearing her younger brother ask, Yola shyly touched her hair and smiled reluctantly. Haha, I see how it looks. I cut it to look like you, but it must be beautiful, right? Hey Durian, there's no time left. Hurry up and change clothes with me. Even though these are girls' clothes, because I'm quite skinny, I'm sure they'll fit just fine, the girl said, taking off her jacket and giving it to Durian. A series of unexpected actions from her made Durian, who didn't understand anything, hastily asked, why clothes? What are you talking about? What do you mean? I'm saying I'm going to sacrifice. The girl looked towards her younger brother and smiled. What sacrifice just says that even though only know what that thing is, why does sacrifice mean? Listening to this, Lu remained calm with a smile on her lips. You know, it's because your biological brother was a sacrifice. Durian's eyes widened extremely in horror at the unexpected truth. Durian, ever since the first time I met you, I thought my brother would come back to Earth again. You two are very similar and I think that's also the reason why I care about you more. Hearing every calm word the child said in front of Durian, he suddenly didn't know how to respond. Durian, I don't want to see my brother die again, so for my sake, please run away. Durian's eyes widened and then quickly explained in panic. Sister, then we can run away together, but why are you so determined to be a sacrifice? Yola smiled and gave the shirt to her younger brother. If we do that, sooner or later, we will be caught again. You know how fast and strong adults are. The only good idea is that the moment the boss sees your hair, he will start beating you. Do you know how long it was from the time he started beating me until he forgot? During that time, if I had seized the opportunity, I could have at least escaped the village. So Durian, please run, Yola said as she gently took off the wreath on her brother's head. Please run away and live for me too. It seems like the place where I adopted you is not a good place, so instead of living in a place like that, I will help you so you can have a chance to live again. Durian was bewildered, listening to every word she said, making his hand clench. This is what a 10-year-old girl should say, even though Durian has enormous strength, but now because you still. At that moment, the door in the distance opened wide and the boss's figure appeared, making Iola's face turn pale with panic. He stared at Yola and then coldly said, Yola, what happened to your hair? His face was cold and in his hand he held a sharp knife. Little girl Yola turned around in panic and quickly faltered to explain. But before she could finish her sentence, the man quickly appeared in front of her, grabbed Yola's neck with one hand, and lifted her up. Do you remember how I said you were an important package? But what kind of situation is this now? If you work for hire, your value will drop. Seeing his older sister fall into danger, Durian panicked so much that his strength began to erupt, but it seemed he was still very hesitant. Because when the power begins to explode uncontrollably and in front of others, Durian's heart ached again as if it was about to explode, making the strength in his body not dare to flow out. My heart beat every time, bringing with it extremely indescribable pain. Feeling the sudden pain, Durian remembered what the goddess Hoesaya had said before, that the moment his power was revealed, his heart would explode. While Durian was bewildered with his heart, in the distance Yola was strangled by him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The man now saw the headband on Iola's head and suddenly realized something. "Oh, I know that headband looks like your little brother. You want to be a sacrifice, right?" Saying this, he suddenly flashed an extremely scary smile with white teeth, his teeth clenched continuously, emitting a terrifying sound like a real monster. "Iola, let me tell you a very funny truth, the wolf god is me. I am the one who killed your brother. After throwing the skin and meat to the monsters, I sold its organs for a very good price. Who knows, when you die, you'll still be worth money, but that's a favor to useless orphans like you." The man's face twisted crazily and his voice sounded like the voice of a devil from hell. "Your brother was still very kind in the end. He said it would be okay if he was a sacrifice. Even if it didn't work, he was at least still a sacrifice. Hee haha, he's really very kind, really very kind." "Oh, you're dead?" the man asked while laughing when he discovered that the Iola in his hand was no longer moving. At this moment, Durian slowly walked forward. He appeared next to the man and he also looked towards him and spoke. "Durian, your sister is dead. Iola is always worried about you." Those words were like 1,000-pound dumbbells hitting Durian's mind, making him bewildered. "But don't worry, I will let you meet him soon, Durian." The man's voice rang out and every scene from the past appeared in Durian's mind. Whether it was the first time we met or later, Yola always gave delicious food to her younger brother Durian. The girl even volunteered to die so that her estranged younger brother could survive. Remembering every moment, Durian stood frozen on the ground, silently wondering why I hesitated. Hearing those words, the man suddenly spoke up and asked what you were talking about. Durian still stood silently without replying a word, and the voice of the goddess Hosea appeared in his memory again. At that time, the goddess asked him why he wanted to become someone with hidden powers. Wouldn't it be clearer and better to be a hero or a demon king? Do you really not want anyone to know your identity? Faced with the question, the young man nodded, because a hero or demon king would only use his power for humanity or for demons. But the guy himself doesn't want that. He doesn't want to be limited by those titles. "I don't want to use my power for any species. I simply want to use my power for the people I want to save," Durian said, gently waving his hand, causing the power to explode, causing the man's head to break off. Leave his body. In the blink of an eye, standing in front of Durian was now a headless corpse. In the boy's small body is a terrible source of power that can easily destroy everything and cannot appear in front of others, but today, to save his sister, he has no regrets. Lost his life in the blink of an eye, the man's hand holding Yola loosened, causing her to fall to the ground. But Durian, with a gloomy, expressionless face, promptly caught his sister. "Sister, I'm sorry for being late. I'm sorry for delaying for so long." Durian was in despair because he thought his sister had passed away, but suddenly she coughed, making him startled. "Your sister is okay, but she's still alive, right?" When Durian saw that the girl could still moan a few sounds, he was happily agitated. He immediately saw hope and used his energy to pour into that small body and used that power to heal her wounds. The magical light of magical energy covered Iola's small body, and with the naked eye it could be seen that the wounds on her body had completely disappeared. Seeing that, Durian breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, and luckily it wasn't too late. At this moment, he looked towards the sunset sky in the distance, filled with a chaotic but calm feeling. His eyes, as deep as the night sky, slowly closed. "But I don't have any regrets anymore." The darkness covered his mind and the sound of his pounding heart rang out, and a long time later Durian was startled and opened his eyes in surprise. How could he still be alive? Not if others found out. "The power will make my heart explode." Durian, bewildered, accidentally looked at the man's headless body and suddenly realized that if he killed them before they noticed his strength, he would be fine. So the birth of the main character's secret superpower has begun. Thanks to the goddess Hosea, Durian has entered a new world. He saved Yola from that cruel owner, and it has been 4 years since then. In a forest, Durian is currently facing a giant monster with strange horns on its head. The bewildered boy opened his eyes wide and stared at the monster as if frightened. In front of him was the monster's red eyes emitting a strange light. Durian's face was full of horror and he screamed, "I'm dead. I forgot I didn't drink milk this morning. No, I haven't grown any taller in the past 4 years and I can't forget to drink milk. What is the average height of a 13-year-old child?" Durian was still calculating while the monster raised its giant arm to attack. In the blink of an eye, a small punch was thrown by Durian, smashing the monster to pieces. Looking at the monster that had been blown away, Durian was unusually calm. Monsters like this don't know how many he has defeated, so it's not strange, and what he cares about right now is about the development of his body. Then he looked at its head that had fallen to the ground with searching, thoughtful eyes. The boy wondered if eating deer antlers would make him taller and that Durian would always be the strongest. At a church in the area, the voice of an old nun rang out, calling for Yola and Durian. "Hey you two, you're both old enough to take the magic school entrance exam, are you both prepared?" This old woman is Sister Alen. She adopted 2 children after their boss died. Yola immediately nodded and smiled and replied, "Yes, thanks to you, we prepared very well." "Well, there must be a reason why God took the boss away and left you two here. I hope God will bless you in the upcoming entrance exam." Both children smiled and looked at the kind woman in front of them. "Thank you, sister, we will definitely pass." The magic school was the dream of all of them when they were in that horrible orphanage. And that's also the place that Durian is extremely looking forward to. The past 4 years have been really boring because all he did was silently destroy the monsters around him. But now everyone will openly despise the boy. Wouldn't a fantasy world in a magical environment be like that, where a male protagonist is despised? "I'm so excited," Durian happily thought to himself. The Royal Magic School, in everyone's words, was the school founded by the royal family of this kingdom. This is a place that nurtures all magical talents regardless of their status to fight against monsters and protect humans. Today is the day of the magic school entrance exam. This young man with orange hair is a nobleman. Right now he is standing in front of the school gate admiring the nobility of this school. While thinking to himself, he moved his eyes to look at the students around him who would be taking the same school entrance exam as him. And it's true what Chorus said, almost all of them have blue eyes, they are all students from aristocratic backgrounds like you. Suddenly seeing something, Crit's eyes opened wide in surprise. "That's that in the red brooch, she's the princess. In your eyes right now is a beautiful girl with pink hair and a prominent red brooch. I can somewhat guess the identity of the girl in the red shirt." Chris helplessly smiled. This year's entrance exam is really no joke. "Durian, don't worry too much," a voice from the side rang out, attracting the attention of the nobleman Crit. "Oh, what is that black brooch?" Looking in the direction of the sound, Karis was once again surprised. At this moment, the person who spoke up was the girl Yola and her younger brother Durian, and they wore black brooches symbolizing their civilian status. Durian was following his sister when he was attracted by the laughing voice next to him. "Haha, oh my god, look at it. It's true that this school doesn't differentiate between statuses, but lowly people dare to dream of entering a magical environment. Oh my esteemed majesty," the one who laughed and said that was the noble Che, hiss. The aristocrats with blue brooches around them also smiled and joked, "Is it black, you peasants, do you know how to read? That's flat enough for 2 people. Either way, if these 2 are not eliminated, they should at least try it once, as a way to thank His Majesty for giving them a chance, in the face of the disdain of the EO nobles." Yelling was a bit annoying, but Durian was surprisingly happy. "Oh yes, very good." This is a typical episode in a story about a hidden character, a secretly agitated boy. At this time, Yola strongly nodded and said yes, then turned and left. "Let's go, Durian, don't stay here anymore. Durian, don't listen to them." Her voice was full of determination. "Because they are people who value status more than the value of a person, and we don't need to pay attention to it." Reluctantly, Durian secretly regretted that this contemptuous performance did not last long, so he had to run after his sister. As time passed, the principal of the magic school announced that the 29th entrance exam had officially begun. This test is very simple. As a student of the magic school, your goal is to protect everyone with your sword and magic. This majestic man with shining eyes is the principal of the Royal Magic School, is named Machet. So this entrance exam will evaluate your basic sword skills and magic power. The principal was talking and Durian was silently smiling at the teasing sound of the nobles. "Look at him, he's wearing that black brooch. There are also farmers here, is he there? Can you hold the sword properly?" Under the noise of the students, a young man with jet black hair and a mysterious blindfold appeared. "I was the instructor in the exam to evaluate their sword skills. His name was Ga Dun. During the exam all you have to do is use the practice sword in front of you and slash all the targets behind you immediately," the tour guide said as he gently held the paper in his hand and swung it back, easily cutting the dummy in half in the blink of an eye. The students looked at this scene and gasped in bewilderment. "Oh my god, he just cut it with paper. It's so far away. Okay, if I call your name, you guys will come out. The first person's name is Tien." Hearing the teacher call my name, a girl with short white hair and a navy blue pearl on her chest panicked and said, "I'm here." Seeing the girl holding the sword step into the tour guide's position, he immediately said, "When you're ready, let's start." Facing the first test, Tien was a little nervous and couldn't help but ask the teacher if she couldn't cut it right away, would she be disqualified? Tour guide Ga Dunbai thoughtfully replied, "No, we don't have too high expectations of you. Because after all, you're only at a child's level, so don't try to act like you're doing anything, just do what you can." "Yes, I understand," Tien said as he immediately used his sword to slash hard at the doll in front of him. The little girl used all her strength, but the cut was still very shallow, so the tour guide immediately announced, "You haven't been able to cut half of the doll yet, so who's next?" Chris also cut the doll in half. Ritha also cut it in half. Each student was called by name to take the test, and it was the turn of one name that made the teacher hesitate, followed by the person named Yola. "Hi, my name is Yola." Durian saw that it was his sister's turn and immediately reminded me to think that the criteria for judging is whether you can cut it in half or not. You can easily do it. I was quite worried, but Yola smiled and nodded to her brother. "Thank you, I'll try." "Okay, let's start when you're ready," tour guide Ga Dunbai said the familiar words from now on. Seeing the commoner girl, the nobles around them couldn't help but despise them again. "I know that everyone here can apply, but I didn't expect that we would have to test with these peasants. Look. That probably won't cut the doll in half, right?" Ignoring everyone's teasing, Yola concentrated hard, stared at the doll in front of her, and let out a breath. For years ago, she couldn't protect her younger brother Durian, but now things are different. Iola's eyes were filled with concentration and energy began to focus on her hands holding the sword. With a snap sound, a sharp slash was swung by the girl, easily cutting the doll in half. Tour guide Ga Dunbai also seemed a bit surprised by this ability of the girl. Durian seemed calmer because he clearly understood his sister's abilities. The people who were most surprised at this moment were the nobles who had just teased and despised Yola because of her commoner status just now. "Oh my god, he's the first person who can cut a doll apart. After someone wearing a black brooch can do that, what sword does he use?" Looking at her achievements, Yola smiled comfortably. Now she will be Durian's protector because Durian is super weak. The tour guide Ga Dunbai was silent for a long time because he was the one who understood the secret of this doll. In the middle of the doll there was a wand that had been placed before. Even if you attack with all your might, you cannot completely cut it off. To cut it off, the slasher needs to enhance his weapon with magic. But even adults can hardly do that, but a little girl can do it, the teacher silently evaluated while looking at the civilian girl in front of him. "She's really talented," Ga Dunbai thought to herself and called the next name Durian. The wooden sword used by everyone was once again held up by someone facing the doll. This time it was Durian's turn, Iola's younger brother. "I wonder if the younger brother of the girl just now is like my older sister," the teacher thought to himself and repeated the familiar sentence from before, "Let's start when you're ready." In the blink of an eye, Durian's slash looked very fierce. But seeing his results, everyone was silent for a long time and then laughter echoed throughout the stadium. "Haha, it didn't even cut the other half as expected anyway, it's only black. These farmers are weak because they don't get enough food, haha. Why is she not that talented to her sister?" Gadenbai made his own assessment and called out the next person, but from an angle that everyone couldn't see, Durian was excited. Smile. After everyone finished the test, the next sword test would be the magic power test. "Hello, my name is Chi-Di. In this test, I will ask you to use this magic tool and use magic from within your body to attack one target after another." Hearing this, a boy nervously raised his hand to speak, "But what if I can't use magic?" "It's okay, this magic tool can create water even though you can't use magic." "Okay, then one by one let's step out and use it to shoot at the target." The first person was Crit. The orange-haired boy stepped up to receive the magic wand with a confident smile. Just seeing him gently wave, a solid stream of water appeared in front of him and shot straight towards the target. Under the control of Chris, the water flow easily hit the bull's eye and teacher Chi-Di's assessment was excellent. Chris shrugged his shoulders triumphantly while the surrounding nobles nodded as expected. "Okay, let's go back to your position. The next one is Durian." Hearing the teacher call his name, the boy immediately stepped forward while Yola kept encouraging her younger brother to try harder. "Please take this wand and move forward." Along with the teacher's voice is the wand extended towards Durian. In the middle of the journey, Chorus's hand deliberately let go, causing the wand to fall. This is clearly an intentional action by Crit while he smiled and looked at Durian in front of him. "Don't you dare stand while accepting things from a noble, you lowly peasant," he said, smiling maliciously. Facing him was Durian's young, innocent and harmless face. Yola was worried about going forward, but the teacher quickly warned the candidates not to fight during the test. Listening to Durian's worried voice, he slowly raised his wand and shook his head. "It's okay, sister." He picked up his wand and showed a familiar excited smile that no one noticed. "Haha, thanks to you, now all eyes are on me," Durian thought to himself. "And under everyone's attentive eyes he will fail as planned, and will become a perfect hidden character." The wand combined with the magical power in Durian's body began to release energy. Suddenly, a giant whirlpool was created by him in the blink of an eye. It seemed like the boy had used too much strength, so his face couldn't help but show horror. Even teacher Chidi recognized something that looked like this wand. Under everyone's eyes of open-mouthed surprise, a strange thing happened. Durian was extremely confused and felt like everything was going wrong. Looking at the broken wand, the boy thought to himself that he was in big trouble. Today at the Royal Magic School the entrance exam was held under the guidance of the principal and teachers. The entrance tests are simple for children and the main character will follow the plot. The boy decided that his expression was such a waste that he would receive everyone's disdain. It seems reality is not what Durian had predicted. The broken wand startled everyone. There was surprise on everyone's faces. Durian was sweating nervously and silently lamenting that everything was going wrong. "I didn't expect my strength to be so terrible and this wand to be so weak." The most startled were the nobles who had laughed at Durian just now. His sister Yola and the teacher were stunned and called out his name. "What happened?" "The wand exploded. How could that lowlife's mana be so strong?" Durian also stood there bewilderedly, not daring to move. While he was confused and didn't know how to explain, a sour voice rang out. There was definitely a problem with the wand. It was impossible for a magic wand to be destroyed in the hands of a lowly person, so the person who screamed in panic was Korit. Everyone around regained their composure and nodded in agreement with Krit's explanation because how could a commoner have such power? "That's right, we used wands continuously throughout the lesson. Check it out, but it will probably fail at some point." Right at the time of checking, the wand must have broken. This really makes the common people happy. Amidst everyone's laughter, Durian sighed and silently thanked Korit for explaining it to him. "Oh my god, this wand is so weak that as soon as I used a little bit of magic power, it broke. No, I've just become a character with hidden power and can't be captured yet. I'm not allowed to be subjective and have to control my power more carefully." The magic test quickly passed and no one mentioned the broken wand again. The headmaster came forward and announced that the final test was that a team of 3 people would go into the forest to hunt ghostly black bears and bring them back. "It's forbidden tooth returned here. No matter how superior your swordsmanship and mana are, if you can't fight monsters, it's of no use, so show that you're brave students." While Judge Durian was guessing about the final test, Yola came to the side and called out to her younger brother. "Durian, just one more step and we can reach our dream, try our best to the end and pass the test." Facing his sister, Durian smiled and nodded in response. "Sister, I will try my best." "Okay, now is the list of teams, those with light emitting the same color will hunt together." As the announcement rang out, the gem symbolizing their status on each person's chest radiated a blinding light. Yola looked bewildered at the light she emitted, which was a strange red color. At this moment, another cold voice rang out, seeing that I was also red. "Come here, we'll go to the forest." The person who spoke to Yola was a young man with silver hair and next to him was the mysterious princess. The other nobles who saw this scene were surprised that a commoner was on the same team as the princess. It was just luck over there. Durian looked at his sister and breathed a sigh of relief because luckily she was on a team with some strong people. As Yola walked, she still didn't forget to look towards her younger brother and raise his hand. "Please try your best." Durian smiled and waved to his sister while thinking to himself, "Why don't I have any light shining out?" The gem in front of him remained calm without any light, while the nobles around him were relieved that they were not on the same team as him. Luckily, no one is paying attention to Durian right now, but don't tell me he doesn't have a team. "Oh, I found it, colorless light." A boy with glasses and a noble girl Tien walked forward. "Oh Durian, you are Durian, right? I've been paying attention to you since I took the test. My name is Rita. Let's cooperate happily." The noble girl with silver hair next to her also blushed and smiled, introducing herself as Ttn. "Let's cooperate happily." Durian smiled at his 2 new companions and luckily he also had a team. At the same time, the laughing voice rang out again, "Hey you guys, come here and look, huh? Black and blue being on the same team is truly the pinnacle of incompetence." The nobles looked at the Durian group and smiled. "Well, this is the 4th time that guy has taken the exam, right? The 4th time is useless. It's really a commoner. The person they just talked about is Ritha. As for that girl, she's an outcast noble girl, right? What a perfect combination. Listening to everyone's contemptuous words, Ritha and Tien both looked thoughtful, only Durian was puzzled. What's going on? I'm retaking the exam for the 4th time and the noblewoman is being abandoned. Are the people around talking about these two people? This is really strange. Durian was extremely sensitive and could easily sense the extreme malice coming from the nobles around him. Seeing this, he immediately stepped forward and smiled at his two teammates. He'll pass this test, right? Seeing Durian's extremely optimistic smile, the other two looked bewildered. Ritha's originally tight lips suddenly curled up, then the boy smiled happily at Durian. It's true that Durian, but I didn't see you wrong. His confident and unflinching appearance in front of the nobles, even a commoner like me would like to have that personality, Ritha said as he showed his sparkling eyes of admiration. You will definitely be accepted, Durian, you must pass this test. The outcast noble girl Tien also chimed in, wondering if we could make it through. She had already failed both the sword and magic tests, so her chances of being accepted into the academy were slim. Hearing that, Durian bewilderedly asked if it was a test of swordsmanship and magic. What test is that? His face was startled. Durian remembered the time he was called up to test that sword, or when he performed magic with his wand. Now he realized that what happened just now were two important tests, and if so, would he have failed those two tests? Yola's advice from earlier echoed in Durian's head to try his best, giving him a headache. If I die, what if I can't get into the academy with my sister? While the frightened boy Ritha next to him patted his chest and tried to be confident, it's okay, I can fall for it. It's not something to be proud of, but I know it very well because this is the 4th time I've taken and failed those two tests, and it's okay, because the highest component score is the monster gas test. If we join forces and try hard, we will fail. The other two saw Ritha's confident expression and both happily sighed. Okay, then it's probably not that bad, so I can enroll in the same school as my sister. All the students seemed confident before the test, but the harsh truth appeared when the whole forest continuously echoed with panicked screams. Durian's group of people ran away from the giant bear monster while shouting worriedly. If it doesn't work like this, we can't blame anything. Lady, please do something, you're a noble woman. After a while of running hard, the three of them were finally able to temporarily cut off the bear. If we die, we will lose. It's really cruel. To be admitted, Durian must meet a ghostly bear. If these two were here, you wouldn't be able to hunt anything. What should I do now? Durian thought to himself that if it was just him, he could hunt hundreds of them. The solemn atmosphere covered all three of them and suddenly Ritha spoke up again. If we get to this point, we will all fail the exam. We all have our own circumstances, but this year I really can't miss it anymore. This is my last chance. Then let's just take their teeth. The topic is to hunt a ghostly bear and bring back its forbidden teeth, but because we are too weak, we cannot hunt them. Then we just need to bring back their forbidden teeth. Seeing a new idea, Durian excitedly followed Ritha and looked towards the bear. Can we do that? Ritha smiled and watched the bear nod. I knew there was a way that if I observed closely, this monster would always point its forbidden teeth out. If we do it my way, even if we can't kill it, we will get its forbidden tooth, said the excitement of the two teammates. Ritha reached into his chest to search for something. This time I was lucky and the monster bear was the easiest to hunt among those monsters. Miss, now please apply this on your body, Ritha said, handing out a mysterious bag to the noble Tien. Tien looked at the bag in bewilderment and asked if this was it. Ritha gave a mysterious smile and nodded. That's blood. The monster bear is very sensitive to the scent of blood, so when it goes crazy from the smell of fresh blood, I will take its forbidden tooth. Hearing this, the noble lady's whole face turned pale and she didn't understand anything. No way, I'm not very strong at running, so I can't lure it. Seeing that, Ritha immediately shook her head. It's okay, the lady can do anything, but while eating her prey, even if I attack her, she won't pay attention. These words of Ritha made Lady Tien startled and widened her eyes. At that time, I will destroy it. Ritha's voice suddenly became frantic. When his hand was about to open the blood bag, another hand stopped him. Durian appeared next to him with a gloomy face and asked, What do you mean by Ritha? What do you mean you're bluntly telling her to go die? Ritha was also a bit surprised by Durian's question. What's wrong, Durian? Don't you want to go to school with your sister? To be able to do that, sacrifice is inevitable. If you don't do this, do you have any other way to catch that monster? I will never be able to do it, so I will always be a low-class person in everyone's eyes. Unlike the nobles, we are not blessed with abundant mana, so we lowly people should be in the same boat, right? It's a good thing to sacrifice a noble so that both of them fail this test, Ritha said, staring at Tian's terrified face. When this dangerous test forces us to be on the same team, she is already a foreigner. We can take advantage of her however we want. The brood Tian listened to every word of her teammates' plans and was right. So you're a noble outcast. The woman's words once again appeared in Tian's mind when the woman discovered that Tian had once again failed the test. Meanwhile, your brother Rich Qi is so talented, I doubt if you two have the same blood. I honestly don't know if you are the shame of the Count's family or not. The disdain from outsiders and even the hatred of family members made T10 feel like she was about to suffocate. Just as she closed her eyes and was about to surrender to her fate, a voice rang out, startling her. Me. Even if she is cold or abandoned, people will shine at times. Don't arbitrarily determine the value of others like that. Tien stared at the small figure in front of her trying to protect herself. Hearing that, Ritha angrily gritted his teeth. If you say so, then go die with her. As he spoke, he opened the deer blood bag and threw it at Durian and Tien, causing fresh blood to cover their bodies. The bear monster nearby immediately revealed sharp eyes filled with murderous intent and was attracted by the scent of fresh blood. Under the terrified gaze of the two children, it was like a giant tank carrying destructive flames and rushing forward without hesitation. The noble girl Tien gasped in horror. Contrasting with her expression was Durian's strangely calm face. Suddenly he showed a mysterious smile. The student's test taking place in the magical beast forest had unexpected events. Then you should go to hell with him. Splattered fresh blood emitted a foul, nauseating smell into the surrounding air. Immediately that scent stimulated the madness of giant bear monsters. With sharp teeth and a body covered in flames, it immediately rushed forward to attack. Durian calmly watched without flinching. But contrary to that, Tien could not hide the look of horror on his face with wide eyes filled with panic. At that moment of panic, she suddenly looked towards Durian. Looking at Durian Tien's bewildered face, he secretly thought that he was too weak. If this continued, they would all die. No, I have to kill this monster myself. Tien tried to control his fear and began to mobilize the energy in his body into the wand. Facing the small bodies of the two of them was a giant bear with two blood-red forbidden teeth. The courage that had just been rekindled in Tien's heart was once again extinguished by the appearance of the giant bear. Fear covered her whole body, making her unable to move, but at the same time, the words of her past relatives reappeared. What a disgrace to the Count's family. Each sound seemed to echo in her head, making Tien angrily grit her teeth tightly. A powerful scratch from the giant bear's hand was temporarily blocked by an energy shield created by Tien. This was wind-shielding magic. Tien's stubborn eyes looked towards the bear and her voice rang out, "Don't underestimate me, I'm also a noble." Seizing the opportunity, Tien immediately used another magic. This time it was a magic to attack the wind blade. She summoned a series of surrounding blades towards the bear. Seeing the bear standing still, not moving and not dodging the wind blades, Tien thought to himself to be sure of victory, so he smiled. But the next scene left her dumbfounded because those blades attacked the bear's giant body and then disappeared without the bear having any scratches. Durian stood next to him, admiring how strong this bear was, while Tien whispered with determination that she could at least get him out of here. Just when Durian didn't understand anything, a mysterious wind appeared from nowhere and swirled around his small body. Why is the air suddenly getting colder? In the distance, Tien still stared at the bear without turning around, but her wand pointed towards Durian and gave instructions as she landed. It will probably hurt. Under Durian's puzzled look, Tien continued, I only know how to make you fly. I still haven't learned how to help an object land, but that's still better than dying, right? Then in the blink of an eye, the power from the wind under Tien's control blew Durian into the sky before he could react. Tien remembered Durian's small figure blocking her face just now and his words that even if you are abandoned, you still have time to shine. Durian, thank you for giving me courage. And I hope you will run far away. Use magic to blow away Durian, who has drained all the little energy in her body, so now she faces a fierce attack from that bear. Tien gave up and waited to die. Its huge sharp claws, trailing red sparks, descended on her. Lightning flashed past Tien, helpless and tired, falling to the ground. But luckily someone appeared in time to catch her small body. Looking at Tien in a coma in front of Durian, a special smile appeared. See, he already shines. But the guy wearing glasses just ran away because he didn't want to get into this new trouble. Thanks to that, Durian was able to save this girl. While the boy was thinking, the bear in the distance discovered the silhouettes of the two of them and turned to attack again. The monster's mouth opened wide to reveal a row of jagged teeth and rushed towards Durian. Durian didn't even turn around and just gently punched the bear, causing the bear to lose its color. The first thing he needed to do was pull out this bear's teeth. The bear was hit by a fierce attack that caused the bear to scream in pain, and its fresh blood began to flow out like a stream. Looking at the bear in front of him, Durian smiled happily before the guy wearing glasses turned around, so he was probably ready to tease him a bit, but where did he run off to? At the same time, the guy wearing glasses was in another place in this forest. He was gathering with a few civilians to form a group. Their group of people now with malicious faces and weapons in their hands were approaching the target. The silver-haired boy next to the princess saw the group and asked, "What do you think you are doing? Swords should only be used when fighting monsters." Ignoring the silver-haired boy's words, a guy in the crowd of civilians smiled and looked towards Yola. "Hey, come on, civilian, I will help you pass this test." The silver-haired boy coldly countered at the only person who can decide whether to pass or fail is the principal, and what are you guys going to do? How will we make you nobles fall and take your place? The silver hair immediately smiled. So you lowlifes are working together, the commoner angrily shouted back. You nobles are the reason we have to do this, you want us all to fail, right? Huh. After saying that, he repeated it again and told Yola to come over here quickly. Do you really think that with him on your side, you can win against me? The civilian suddenly gave a strange smile. Haha, the one who defeated you was not us. A friend next to me immediately warned him, don't tell him. That's what the monsters will do, we lowlifes will use the monster to kill you nobles. This stupid, crazy guy lays out all his plans, leaving his comrades helpless to eliminate him. Who invited him to the group? Ignoring their noise, the silver-haired boy only focused on the main issue and immediately nodded in understanding. This year, I discovered that there are more low-class people participating, probably because of this, right? The silver hair said while glancing at the group of commoners, making the commoners startled and wary. The princess who had been by their side until now had been silent until now spoke up again. They probably knew that the bear monster was excited by the smell of fresh blood. As a member of the royal family, I find this situation extremely unfortunate. Guardians of future citizens, future students of the Magic Academy, use monsters to do things like this. These are unacceptable things, so Rich Key should bring them back alive. Those who use the final part of the test and the monster's characteristics to endanger candidates other than the royal family will investigate them. Under the princess's command, a silver-haired boy named Rich Key immediately rushed forward with a sharp sword in his hand. The blade he gently swung out combined with the magical power in his body. Each gust of wind was like sword slashes cutting straight into the bodies of the civilians, causing them to fall backwards. A powerful blow so painful that they could not resist and were speechless. Having to fight 5 or 6 civilians alone, Rich Key's eyes remained unwavering and strangely calm. The difference in strength between the two factions was so great that Ritha was powerless. He immediately quickly ordered everyone around him to shed blood, and they also quickly followed suit and quickly poured fresh blood towards Rich Key. Piles of fresh blood poured straight at Rich Key. Just as those drops of blood were about to touch Rich Key's body, he suddenly stopped in mid-air and made a sizzling sound. Seeing the strange situation, Ritha was so scared that he wanted to pee his pants and was so surprised. Oh, blood is drying up and burning, what's going on? It turned out that those drops of blood were imprisoned by the princess behind her with magic, and her voice also rang out promptly. All of you should quickly surrender. Your plan has failed. The red-haired girl Yola stood behind, bewildered, looking at her 2 teammates who were able to suppress the civilians in the blink of an eye. It was so great that she didn't have to do anything. At this moment, seeing that his cardinal attack, his fresh blood, was no longer effective, Ritha was extremely panicked, but quickly gritted his teeth to calm himself down and shouted, "No, this year is our only chance. This opportunity will not appear again. If we get caught, our lives will be over, don't hesitate. Everyone must not give up," Ritha said as he used the sword in his hand to cut his other arm so hard that the smell of fresh blood filled the surrounding air. Those civilians, who were already frightened, were also maddened by his words and actions and quickly nodded along. Feeling the smell of blood growing stronger in the air, the tired princess sighed and asked why she had to go this far. Very quickly, the monster bears, in a frenzy, attracted by the smell of fresh blood, rushed forward together. The wild, ferocious aura of the bears radiated from Iola's face. Oh my god, those ferocious bear monsters are up to 4 stars. How can children like us fight back against something like that? Despairing gulps Yola when she is truly helpless in front of the monsters. We won't be caught that easily, damn nobles. Amidst the crazy screams of the commoners and the roars of the bear monsters, Rich Key still calmly and silently uttered a single word. I only saw the boy's magical power light up. Each empty wind blade appeared white across the path of those bears, easily cutting off each of their heads. The civilians looked up at the monsters behind them in dismay. The little girl Yola couldn't help but stare at the noble Rich Key, thinking, that noble is truly on a different level. After Rich Key defeated the bears, he spoke up again. Don't hurt yourself just because the plan didn't go according to your wishes. You are also citizens of this kingdom. All evil plans will vanish in the face of absolute power, and the noble Rich Key has shown these useless commoners what true power is. All of them were tied up. Rich Key approached Ritha and asked, now I remember that my sister is in your group. Ritha gave a somewhat crazy smile. What's wrong with your younger brother too? He said while looking at Yola, making her not understand anything. Their brothers are all dead and they are nothing compared to you. They must have been eaten by the bears by now. When they heard the news that their brother had died, even Rich Key and Yola had startled expressions on their faces. Ritha's voice was full of crazy laughter. If you're lucky, one will probably still be alive, haha. The princess immediately ordered Rich Key to go find them. There must still be traces there. Rich Key immediately ran away like a gust of wind towards the forest. Iola's heart was on fire and she quickly grabbed her sword and ran after her, intending to find her younger brother, but was stopped by the princess. Iola's body that had just run away was stopped by the princess's call and she slowly asked why. Why do I have to stay? My sister is also there and I have to go find her. The princess thoughtfully stared at the ground with sad eyes. I know that feeling when I heard something terrible happen to my family. But if you follow him, you'll only get in Ricky's way. If it was as he said and they were harmed by bears, the scene would definitely be bloody. The monsters will smell blood and gather together, maybe 10, maybe 20, there's no telling how many monsters there are. Rich Key is good enough to kill them all, but fighting and protecting him at the same time will be very difficult, and if he encounters monsters that Rich Key can't fight, then being there is just looking for death. Stop. Instead, trust Rich Key and stay here with me. The princess's words made Yola cruelly realize how useless she was at this moment. Her hand tightly grasped her sword and silently called her younger brother Durian's name. At this moment, in the distant forest, a figure was rushing through the trees. That person was Rich Key, and at this moment the boy discovered something ahead. Rich Key quickly called out to Tien when he saw his sister lying unconscious, holding a bear's fang on the grass. The boy hurriedly ran towards his sister but suddenly was startled and a mysterious figure appeared in front of him. Rich Key quickly stopped because in front of him appeared a mysterious person wearing a helmet that covered his entire face. The person wearing the helmet also glanced at Rich Key and asked, "Isn't he the guy wearing glasses?" Rich Key also cautiously looked at the chest of the guy in front of him and realized that it was a black brooch symbolizing the status of a civilian, but he did not expect that there was still someone alive. Then the boy took a closer look at his sister's condition and discovered that she was unconscious with blood stains on her head, not knowing whether to live or not. There was a fire of anger in Rich Key's eyes. The boy's voice was somewhat cold and asked, "How dare you?" Immediately Ricky's blade lit up with magical power and he attacked towards the mysterious person in the blink of an eye. As I thought, there are still some remnants here. Rich Key's younger sister lay unconscious on the grass with an extremely eye-catching bright red blood stain. Seeing the poor condition of Rich Key's sister, he became angry. Why did they dare? And immediately an attack was performed. The mysterious masked man's regular iron blade gently swung out and blocked Rich Key's fierce attack. Rich Key was very surprised when his attack was easily blocked by someone, and this person's reaction speed was really fast. The mysterious person wearing an iron helmet said that a sudden attack like that is very dangerous. "Do you think you can still leave here unharmed after attacking my sister?" Rich Key threatened to question. In his mind he whispered that his blade also has magic power. Hearing what Rich Key said, the man in the helmet asked again, "Are you saying I attacked your sister? Calm down and listen to me. I know why you misunderstood the situation, but I'm not a remnant like you think." Faced with the mysterious person's explanation, Rich Key still coldly summoned the wind to attack again. Rich Key's attack appeared, causing the eyes of the mysterious person behind the iron mask to glow with excitement. I just saw from afar a wind dragon that seemed illusory but terrifyingly powerful rushed towards the mysterious person wearing a helmet, but he easily dodged it. That formidable blow, the helmet wearer praised and silently exclaimed that the helmet was almost there. Suddenly Rich Key stopped his attack and returned to sit next to his sister, using a wind shield to cover the two brothers. "Wearing a suspicious helmet, my sister lost consciousness and you're a civilian. But like you said, I don't think you're a remnant." Hearing that, the person wearing the hat nodded and said, "Thank you. To express my recognition for your ingenious move that broke my attack twice, I will declare my name. His name is Rich Key, he serves the wind spirit and is the eldest son of the Viscount family. Talking to a kid like this made Durian feel a bit cold but still politely nodded. Nice to meet you, my name is Uri Zungun. Rich Key nodded and his demeanor began to change. Uri Zungum, since you have confirmed that you are not a remnant, I will ask you this. Do you know who attacked my sister? His eyes widened and energy continuously radiated from his small body. The strong aura carrying the wind from Rich Key's body continuously radiated towards Durian, who was wearing a helmet, but he still stood still, unharmed. Remembering the situation earlier when he fought the bear and knocked her unconscious, Durian answered. Who made my adopted sister unconscious? It was me. I mean, it was I who knocked her out, but, hearing this, Durian didn't let Durian finish his sentence and Rich Key coldly interrupted. This time I will break that ugly helmet of yours first and then say whatever you want. Looking at the opponent already in an attack position, Durian shrugged and shook his head. I guess resolving the misunderstanding is not simple at all, right? Then we also need to carry out the plan to get the forbidden tooth, so next time we will discuss in more detail. In the blink of an eye Durian quickly left at an unbelievable speed. Rich Key couldn't help but admire the speed of this mysterious person wearing a helmet. It was so fast that it was impossible to catch up. Looking at the way he moves, he must be a mid-level or higher knight and extremely powerful, but I can already read you. In the blink of an eye, Rich Key appeared to block the mysterious person's escape route and attacked with his sword. Your speed is very fast, but my sword is even faster. A sharp blade carrying magical power rushed straight towards the mysterious masked person. Rich Key coldly slashed down without showing any mercy at all. Did I hit him yet? Why do I feel strange? Rich Key thought to himself and looked forward, but the boy was terrified. What is that? He's gone. While Rich Key was confused, a strong blow to the back of his neck caused him to fall sideways. Although the blow was not strong, it easily made him faint. Since when did he appear right behind me? Durian, wearing an iron mask, pondered and wondered if that was an afterimage. Then, after thousands of difficulties, the 29th entrance exam officially ended. There were a few unfortunate accidents that occurred because a few contestants took advantage of the monsters' properties while fighting each other, but it was the princess who caught the culprit red-handed and the Royal Investigation Council was working to clarify the incident. The principal heard that and immediately nodded and looked towards the teachers to comfort everyone who had worked hard. Teacher Chidi spoke up and praised the quality of this year's students as being very good. Seeing that, a teacher with red hair sitting across from her immediately interrupted. Miss Chidi, what are you saying? This year's competition is like a market where commoners and nobles are mixed together, isn't it? Looking at the obnoxious smile of the guy in front of Chidi, she immediately retorted angrily, Cheri, please be careful with your language. The Royal Magic Academy does not distinguish between high and low class. Wrong, that's just the facade of the academy. The Royal Magic Academy is where students carry out the responsibilities of a noble. Didn't you hear what the sage said? Hearing that, Chidi became even angrier and couldn't help but shout that if she was talking about the academy, don't bring my father's name into it. Enough explaining to them, the principal loudly stopped the argument, making the assistant next to him feel like he was about to go deaf. Well, there are 29 candidates who passed the exam, among them the top 10 are. The top 10 were quickly announced on the Academy's notice board, causing students to compete on the big page to see the results. The first place, as expected, was Princess Saruti. The second appointment is the young master of the Wind Spirit tribe Rich Key, and Rich Key at this time does not care much about rank but only looks around to look for the mysterious name from the day before. Third place is a handsome and romantic boy, and he is the Magic Sword Master Chai. Dates 4 and 5 are sisters Sa and Mu. After all, the competition is based on individual evaluation. If it were to evaluate the overall results, the two sisters would definitely have won first place. It's great that sixth place is Yola with the status of a commoner. Seeing her name in the top 10, Yola was extremely happy and secretly thought that her younger brother would be very happy. Seventh place is the son of the Academy of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Crit. He feels a bit depressed right now because a commoner has a higher rank than him. She must be in Zhang. That it. Eighth place is a thug named Raidu. His whole body radiates a terrible murderous aura and his face is grumpy. He doesn't understand why he has to take this test. He will probably have to kill someone before returning home. Lost. Ranked 9th is a beautiful girl and a fan of Princess Saruti named Haina. Haina constantly observed the princess from afar and wondered if she could become friends with the princess. 10th place is a skinny boy named Goliath. 24th place, I was almost there. Seeing my ranking, Tien not only wasn't sad but also breathed a sigh of relief. But my brother is so good that he's second-rate, and Durian is nothing like me. Now standing next to Ms. Durian, staring at the board in front of her, smiling. His laughter became more and more strange and the boy's head was covered in sweat because it was about to explode. Dead then I failed then Durian failed the exam causing you. Anyway, I got the forbidden tooth. Is it because I despised the magic swordsmanship and magic tests too much? While Durian was thinking, Yola ran over to ask for concern. Durian, I heard you fell into a trap. Seeing that you're okay, I feel reassured. At that time, I also wanted to chase you, but Durian shyly scratched his head and smiled in response. It's okay, sorry for making you worry. You're very good, ranked 6th, and I heard that if you reach the top 10, you'll receive a congratulatory reward. Yola happily smiled at her brother and nodded, haha thank you. I think it's just because I'm lucky and hope next year will be lucky too. Hearing these words, Durian was confused and asked again next year. It's okay, I won't enroll next year. Let's enroll together. That's our goal. Seeing Ms. Durian's decision, he was startled and tried to speak, but the laughter echoing next to him made him silent. Ha ha ha, it was so good then you guys failed ha. Nobleman Crit seems to have been driven crazy by Iola's rank, so now he's nothing more than a crazy guy who just stands there and laughs non-stop. He laughed so much that it made the Durian sisters look at him strangely. For a moment, Croy's laugh suddenly became smaller and it seemed like he felt that nothing made any sense. But before stopping for a few seconds, he continued to smile crazy and laugh non-stop like he was mentally retarded. Durian looked at that stupid face and felt frustrated inside. Oh God, should I punch it to make it shut its beak? At the same time, in the principal's conference room, Teacher Chidi angrily banged the table and shook her head, not accepting this result. The principal smiled and looked at my aunt. This result was not surprising at all. I'm not talking about the top 10. I can't accept that candidate Durian was failed, principal. The assistant next to the principal immediately explained Durian to everyone that he was the younger brother of 6th grade Yola. It was true that Durian had brought back the bear's forbidden teeth, but it seemed not to be the case. It must be because the boy got it himself. Instructor Ga Dunbai sat silently and nodded. It's true that compared to his sister, his swordsmanship still has many shortcomings. But that's not possible, contestant Durian is very talented. The stupid laughter of the nobleman Crit kept echoing in front of the Durian sisters. He laughed excitedly like a clown when he learned that Durian had failed the exam. Looking at that guy's foolish appearance, Durian couldn't help but get angry. He thought to himself that he should attack it, but in the end he still managed to restrain himself. At this moment, an assistant hurriedly ran in from outside and loudly announced that this was an urgent announcement. One more candidate will be admitted along with 29 other students, a special announcement that makes current academy students very surprised. But they were probably even more surprised when the assistant read out that the name for special admission was Durian. The nobles were all startled, not expecting that a commoner would receive special consideration. If that's true, then this is the first case at the Royal Magic Academy. While Durian was still bewildered because he was suddenly accepted to study, his sister Yola didn't think much but happily congratulated her younger brother, no matter what the reason, in the end. The two sisters were able to go to school together. If you want to examine the reason why Durian was admitted, you have to mention the situation just now in the meeting room when the beautiful teacher Chidi banged on the table and stood up in disagreement because everyone failed Durian. Rian. I don't understand why everyone drops her. She has great potential. Not only does she have enough magical power to make magic machines explode, but she can even instantly control her power to avoid a bigger accident from happening. She has absolute control over her power. Therefore, if the academy were to lose someone like her, it would be a huge loss for the kingdom. The red-haired teacher Cheri immediately smiled and shook his head, saying that when the bear monster appeared, if candidate Tien hadn't blown it away, Durian would have died and he lacked a lot of experience. Real combat. Teacher Chidi sharply looked straight at him and argued that the place to get real combat experience was this academy. In the future she could surpass both the first and second candidates if carefully taught. A commoner like him, do you really think a commoner can study at this academy? Teacher Cheri's eyes were full of fierceness and did not hide his malice towards civilians. I think the person who doesn't deserve to be here is you, Professor Cheri. If a teacher like you discriminates against student classes like that, I don't know how you were accepted into this school. Just when the tension was at its peak, the principal's quiet voice rang out, cutting it all off. Enough is enough. The Magic Academy is where we nurture talented warriors. Class doesn't matter here. Also, I trust Professor Chi-Chi, she is one of the few heroic magicians of our kingdom. If she praised a student like that, then it would be a shame to let her talent go to waste. Che-ri heard the principal's words and gritted his teeth in a whisper but didn't dare to speak up to refute, so he turned away. Okay, as the principal, I especially consider candidate Durian for the magic department of this school. But if he doesn't meet the expected standards, he will be immediately expelled. The result of that tense meeting of the teachers and principal was the joy of the two sisters Yola Durian when they were able to enroll together in their dream magical environment. At this moment, young Rich Ki approached Durian and silently called Durizungun's name. I think he's this tall, right? He said silently, gently raising his hand above Durian's head to measure his height. Seeing that, Durian also glanced to the side and was a bit startled when he discovered that familiar face. This name is the name in the test. Durian now realizes that this is the person he defeated in the previous test. Now facing Rich Ki, Durian secretly said it was unfortunate because he thought he might have been discovered. As for Rich Ki, he kept staring at Durian's face without saying anything. Rich Ki remembered the expressions of the civilian in front of him during the test. Not even having the skill to hold a sword and not being able to cut a doll in half could be said to be the worst in the class. His skills were not up to par and there was no way that guy could be this high. Rich Ki denied that Durian was the mysterious guy who defeated him and then turned and left. Yola puzzledly looked at Rich Ki's back and asked her brother what was going on, while Durian let out a sigh of relief. It's okay, he didn't seem to notice, it was like he had escaped a lifetime. On the next day, the top 10 students and specially considered students will all be able to study in the advanced class of this Royal Academy. The two Yola sisters came to the front of the advanced classroom and were so nervous that Yola even stiffened her whole body. The door opened as if a new world opened in the hearts of the two sisters. Inside the unusually beautiful and luxurious classroom, there were a few students who had arrived and sat waiting for the teacher. Among them, the first place is Princess Saruti and two cold-haired silver-haired guys named Ricky. The fourth and fifth ranked sisters Sia and Mie did not pay attention to the people around them but sat and played with each other. On the opposite side is the third-ranked magic swordsman Che, the ninth-ranked girl who idolizes Princess Haina, and the 10th-ranked Goliath. For a new class, Yola is quite confused and doesn't know where to sit, and Durian feels like she's returned to elementary school in her previous life. I don't know what education is like in this world, because this is the time of magic and swordsmanship, so other subjects will probably be less developed than in the previous life. Just as the two cousins were still standing hesitantly at the door, a scary voice rang out from behind. 8th grade student Raidu stepped forward, the other two quickly moved away. Yola panicked and stepped aside to let Raidu enter the classroom. As soon as Raijo entered, the aristocrat Karist with striking orange hair banged the table and stood up, staring at Raidu. Hey, you just arrived, why are you only here now? Suddenly, as soon as he entered the classroom, Raidu's face darkened and he coldly asked what happened. The crazy nobleman Crit asked, why are you supposed to be an example for the lower-class commoners, so why do you come later than them? Raidu looked at Chris like he was looking at an idiot and scolded him. So what? This bastard, I'm late so ignore me. Carrot jumped up from his chair and kept saying, you're Rado, aren't you the one ranked 8th? If you don't know, I'm ranked 7th, so from now on, don't be late anymore. The thug Raidu was a bit surprised by the words and reactions of the guy in front of him. I only saw Raidu's scary eyes widening. Because your rank is higher than mine, do you mean you're stronger than me? A test like that can't completely determine my abilities, you idiot, do you want to die? Seeing this scene, Yola was very surprised because as soon as she entered the advanced class, two people who shouldn't have been fighting were already fighting. Everyone else was quiet and didn't care much about the battle, only the magic swordsman Che had his eyes glued to Iola's figure from the beginning until now. The boy's face suddenly smiled with red cheeks. It was the first time experiencing such a luxurious classroom, so even the chair was strangely soft for Yola. At this moment, the handsome and bright magic sword master Che walked up to the side, smiled sweetly and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Che. Oh yes, hello, my name is Yola. I see Yola is a bit shy. Che smiles cheerfully. Don't be so polite. We're classmates, right? You're a commoner and yet you get to enter an advanced class. This is probably the first time this has happened since the school was founded. It's an honor to be in the same class as you. Let's ignore class and be friends. Durian sat next to him and looked at the demon swordsman Che, who was constantly radiating a holy aura, and couldn't help but think, this guy is acting a bit too much. You are Durian, Iola's younger brother, right? Special considerations, I look forward to meeting you. Before Che could finish his sentence, Durian sweetly replied thank you, but I'm not. Where is her younger sister? Durian's words made Che, who was originally talking and laughing, fall silent and somewhat stunned. His hands clasped together and he spoke, so he wasn't his younger brother, but Yola had excellent swordsmanship, was a perfect model student and completely deserved to be in this class. I'm looking forward to seeing your abilities. How good do you have to be a special consideration student? I hope you can prove yourself. Durian also smiled and looked straight at the provocative and full-blown appearance of the magic sword master Che in front of him. Then the class hadn't even started yet, but some of the students had already started colliding with each other. Contrary to the students' expectations of new things, the first lesson in the advanced special magic class happened very quickly and nothing was out of the ordinary. The two sisters walked on the school grounds under the warm sunset. Durian smiled and exclaimed that there was nothing to do on the first day, because it seems like the official class will be tomorrow and I don't know what the official class will be like. Listening to what her younger brother said, Yola stood next to her and smiled thoughtfully. Durian, we are finally at the Magic Academy. This is our dream, so let's enjoy it until everyone else comes along. While the two sisters were chatting, suddenly two tall people with unfriendly voices appeared from behind. Oh my god, who would have expected this? I don't know what happened. Are they really students here? During my school days, this was impossible. Maybe this year the standards have dropped to the point where even ordinary people can enter advanced classes. If I were a year younger, I would probably be able to get into the advanced class, huh? Durian was secretly excited when he was looked down upon by those two tall guys because they looked like they were second-year students at this school. Of course there has to be a scene where the old ghost bullies the new ghost. Those two obnoxious guys came up to the two sisters and coldly questioned, "Hey, say hello properly, we're second-year students." Yola felt bad and quickly turned away in front of her younger brother, awkwardly smiling and saying hello. The other two men suddenly smiled maliciously and ordered the two sisters to take off their clothes immediately. Take off your clothes immediately, how dare a commoner dress like a noble, that's unacceptable. What's wrong, why didn't you two do as I said and take it off right away? While saying, "Marry me," you used one hand to lift Durian's body up, but as soon as he grabbed his shirt, he suddenly became confused and panicked. Durian was pulled up by the other guy's shirt with one hand, but it seemed like he couldn't get him off the ground. He gritted his teeth and stared at the small boy in front of him, wondering why he was so heavy. This kid is strangely too heavy to lift. At this moment, a haughty figure with a trembling voice ran from afar and called out to his senior. Senior Academy is not a place where you can distinguish between classes. The person who ran to stop you unexpectedly was the magic sword master Chai. Seeing her younger brother being grabbed by her shirt, Yola worriedly ran to her younger brother's side, Yujio, while Durian felt so happy. Magic sword master Che stepped forward with an admonishing voice, "Senior, please let go. Your actions are lowering the honor of the Magic Academy." That guy was so angry when he heard that. How dare he talk like that to his senior? In anger, the big thug slapped Yola hard in the face, causing her to fall to one side. How dare you guys do that? You should respect adults, right? The magic swordsman Che was so startled that his eyes widened in panic and he called out Yola's name. Meanwhile, the girl was beaten to the point of bleeding. Even Durian, who was usually quite happy, was stunned when he saw his sister being beaten. Now he was no longer happy and gritted his teeth and coldly looked at the thug who had just beaten her. How dare this guy? At the same time, in the principal's office, a girl with dark blue hair and a cold face was sitting and chatting. She was Haikwan, the heroic resident of this kingdom. The principal sat at his desk, smiling and thanking her for accepting to teach the advanced first-year class. Haikwan calmly drank his cup of tea and shook his head. "I only did it because I was free," the principal laughed. "You're still as straightforward as always. Let's cheer up a bit. Her class this year has a special case that has never happened before in the school's history." Hearing that, Haikwan immediately revealed his deep red eyes and asked again, "What special case does the principal mean? Is that pair of commoner sisters?" Despite the noble's objections, they were still admitted as special students and placed in advanced classes, right? I can understand your acceptance of that older sister, because although she is just a commoner, she can instinctively infuse mana into her sword. If she had been born into a noble family, she would have been lucky to have a position here. Hearing the comments from Principal Haikwan, she nodded in approval. Yola is really good, but his younger brother is not like that, Haikwan continued thoughtfully. Chidi keeps insisting that she's hiding a huge talent, but unlike her sister, she doesn't show anything on the outside. But the principal still awarded her the title of special student. Surely that must be related to the meaning you mentioned, right? The principal still kept a smile on his face and nodded. Haikwan, do you think our school's current system is operating properly? This place was established to nurture talented people regardless of status, but in reality it is only a stepping stone for noble children to rise up. If this continues, it will surely happen. Will certainly lead to the downfall of the kingdom. Haikwan, while drinking tea, mumbled that since she was a child the only thing she learned was how to fight, so she will believe the principal's words and everything will gradually get better, right? Haikwan Ian believes in the principal's judgment and direction. But principal, the biggest reason you mentioned just now is being bullied outside the window. Hearing Haikwan remind the new principal to pay attention to what was happening outside the window, he quickly spoke up. What are they doing? Why are they bullying the new students? I have to stop them. Seeing that the principal was about to leave, Haikwan immediately shook his head and waited. Now just leave it there and observe the situation. I'm quite curious about the reason those two were accepted here. Along with Haikwan's voice resounding from outside, the thug quickly married him and boldly gave Yola the blow of a lifetime. The magic swordsman Che was so startled that he rushed over. I only saw the weak girl being beaten sideways by that blow and falling into a coma. From the beginning, Durian quite enjoyed being bullied and belittled, but did not expect that it would cause her sister to be seriously injured. In that blink of an eye, the thread of reason in his head snapped and immediately disappeared from the other thug's hands. In a moment, Durian appeared next to his sister to examine the wound while Che stood in front of the two sisters. Durian, please quickly take Yola to the medical room. I'll drag these bastards to the student room. The other two guys listened to the magic sword master Che and became even more angry, their faces darkening. What are you calling us bastards? We're 15 years old. Among these two bullies, the bigger thug was stunned and stared at his hand in disbelief. When the hell did it get out of his arms? I never loosened my grip, but why did it suddenly disappear? No matter what he thought, he couldn't think of the other side. Durian's face was slowly calling his sister's name, and when that bastard suddenly hit her, his hand glowed for a moment. This proves that he infused mana into it, making the attack more damaging. This cold bastard is crazy. Why does he dare to face Durian? He thought to himself. Give him a beating because he can't stand this anger, but the irony is that he can't reveal it yet. Strength is. If Durian revealed his power now and was seen by people in the school, he would probably have to kill everyone in the school to ensure his secret, and on the other side, the two Che and the seniors rushed in to compete with each other. The more this big guy fought, the more he panicked because the guy opposite was much smaller than him, but his strength was strangely terrifying. The magic swordsman Chow has been accepted into the advanced class, proving that his abilities cannot be underestimated, so these seniors in the regular class may not be able to defeat him. Simply in terms of strength, the big thug senior had absolutely no advantage in front of Chai, and that made him even angrier. Immediately he angrily shouted out the name of his accomplice. Please use magic and restore the honor of a senior. When my friend next to me heard that, he panicked and pulled out his wand, but he hesitated because he was now using magic on school grounds, right? At this moment, Durian's clear and immature voice rang out, surprising everyone. Sword Master Chan, please step aside. Durian, you haven't gone to the infirmary yet. Why are you still sitting there, when everyone is not paying attention to the situation over here? Durian has silently used recovery magic on her body. Caused the girl to gradually regain consciousness. I've already treated her, so don't worry, just leave the rest to me. Hearing what Durian just said, the group of people fighting on the other side were shocked and looked at the two sisters in bewilderment. Your brother. Their eyes could not hide the shock as if they saw something unbelievable. Not only these second-year students, but also the principal and teacher Haikwan, when they heard Durian's words outside the window, were stunned and their faces changed. Outside, Yola woke up from her coma, making Durian also breathe a sigh of relief and smile. Are you okay? I've cured you, but don't overdo it. After saying that, the boy glanced at the thug from before and silently said to himself, now let me show you that even if I hide my strength, I can still let you out. But at this moment, Durian was secretly startled when he saw the strange reactions of the two thugs in the distance. What was their reaction? They only saw the big guy trembling and looking at Durian like he was looking at a monster, while the small blonde guy sat down on the ground in panic. After a moment of surprise, Haikwan regained his composure and pondered for a moment, then asked the principal again. Did the principal let her become a special student because he knew about it? The principal looked intently out the window, thinking about something, but did not answer Haikwan's question. After seeing Durian healing his sister, it seemed like everyone was scared by him while he himself didn't understand anything. The magic swordsman, Che, immediately asked Durian what he had just done, and how could Yola be healthy so quickly. When Durian was asked, he shook his head in confusion. What do you mean? Stop joking, I treated her and are you stupid? Yola heard that her younger brother had taken pity on her and was also panicked. Just like everyone else. Let's stop for a moment to talk about this world. Normally, students who have just entered a magic school will be taught basic subjects, including the subject of healing and healing magic. This magic is the ability to use magic to heal wounds. However, depending on the ability of the user, this ability will take from 5 to 15 minutes to perform. In other words, even the best monks take at least 5 minutes to perform healing magic on another person. So, good students, don't do unreasonable things like instant healing. That's really terrible and no one can do it. After understanding the gist of the story, Durian was struck by lightning because he really didn't know that people in this world couldn't heal instantly. If that was the case, then it would really be me. So this is a special student. The two seniors are both scared and jealous while the magic sword master Che is angry because he can't act cool in front of Yola. At this moment, a clear but icy voice rang out, making everyone startled. Okay, stop it, students are forbidden from fighting on school grounds. Oh my god, when did she appear? Durian looked at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him, thinking that she was the one who had been secretly observing him all this time. Everyone looked at the strange woman and she also looked intently at the two sisters Yola and Durian. Yola's eyes stopped on Durian's body for a moment and then suddenly smiled. There are many interesting students this year. Let's go because this is the first day of school, so I'll pretend like I didn't see anything and won't argue with each other anymore. Yes, ma'am, we're sorry, thank you. Standing in front of the cheap teacher, that senior was as obedient as a quail and quickly nodded, but behind his back he was secretly gritting his teeth and complaining, just wait there, you little brats. Not done yet. After a tiring day of studying, the two sisters returned to their own room and Durian was happy and excited. This dormitory is so cool, haha, it even has a bed. While the boy was excitedly exploring the surroundings, Yola stood silently in thought. Durian, who was laughing and joking, also sensed something was wrong and looked towards his sister. Durian, I didn't know you were so talented. Instant healing. I've never heard of that before. Huh, I didn't know it was so great. Before, I just quit my job and that's normal. Yola continued a little gloomily, I'm sure you will be accepted into a great place after graduation and I have a feeling that we will have to separate from each other in the future. Hearing that, Durian also felt sad and thoughtful. For him now, the future is probably really vague, but no matter where he gets accepted, it doesn't matter because Durian can protect himself very well. While the atmosphere was quiet, Yola suddenly smiled, but it's okay, I definitely won't lose to you. Because Durian will be next to her and she is also in the advanced class. Let's encourage progress together, brother. Let's encourage each other. A night has passed very quickly and a new day has begun in the official classroom. Hello, did you sleep well yesterday? I am the homeroom teacher of the advanced class. My name is Kwan, let's get along well. The mysterious beautiful girl walked forward and introduced herself to her students. Kwan, she's a heroic citizen. Very quickly, several noble students realized the teacher's true identity and couldn't help but exclaim that this was an advanced class. Facing the curious eyes of the students, Kwan smiled, no matter how soft the bed is, you probably like your private room very much, but the high-class private room that you will use is only exclusively for advanced classes. Or in other words, normal students will not be there, they will not have privileges. From now on, the delicious food you eat and the new uniforms or the wonderful facilities you enjoy are reserved for advanced classes only. If you can still stay in the advanced class until graduation, you will be looked at with envious eyes throughout your time in school. Listening to what the teacher says, the children will be extremely proud about being able to get into advanced classes. But here there is a different, harsh demotion system. Kwan continued. All students are admitted to advanced classes thanks to an entrance exam, but if student scores are low while in school, they will also be demoted from advanced classes to regular classes. Remember that the number of students in last year's advanced class was 0. I'm also very curious to see how many of you can graduate from this advanced class. Durian was not only not afraid but also seemed a bit excited because this sounded quite hopeful. Okay, then let's start today's lesson, Teacher Kwan said while using white chalk to write on the board. Seeing what the teacher had just written, Durian was once again stunned. Then the boy smiled happily and exclaimed to himself that it seemed like it was off to a pretty good start. In the advanced class, after being taught by the teacher, students have a better understanding of their own well-being as well as the learning process. Advanced classes are not evaluated relatively but based on absolute criteria, so the number of students in advanced classes will be very different. Unlike regular classes, students in advanced classes receive great support from the school, and all of them had prestigious status after graduation. However, if they perform poorly, they will be demoted to the regular class and lose their title as advanced class students. The proof is that last year the number of advanced class students who graduated was 0, and can our main character graduate from the advanced class? This is our first lesson today, Hyaquan said while using white chalk to write on the board. When Durian clearly saw what the teacher wrote, he was quite shocked and did not expect that the first lesson would be about this. It seemed that not only the boy was surprised, but also the other students gasped when they looked up at the board. They panicked and wondered to each other if the first lesson was math. The nobleman Crit immediately awkwardly raised his hand to speak. "Miss, I have something to ask." "Miss, why do I have to learn math to learn magic?" "I just want to learn magic." Teacher Hyaquan smiled and shook his head and asked why he wanted to learn magic. Crit immediately replied because he wanted to become a talented magician like the teacher to help the kingdom. Hyaquan nodded. "This is a very good answer, but what helps you become strong is not magic or magical power in your body, which is knowledge about this world. If you have knowledge, you will surpass your existing abilities and will be much stronger. Knowledge is an endless source of power that humanity must exploit." Looking at the confused eyes of the students, Hyaquan gently snapped his fingers to summon a small fire. "This is an example of what you would do if you wanted this fire to burn stronger." Crit immediately smiled and answered the question, adding more magic to it. Hyaquan nodded accurately and the small flame on her finger was immediately charged with more magic power, causing it to burn more strongly and enormously. "That's right, according to common sense, if you use more magic power, the fire will be stronger." Hearing the agreement from the teacher, Crit looked proudly at Raidu sitting next to him, making Raidu confused. The teacher's words still continued, "More magic power will make the fire stronger, but what if there is no magic power to supplement it?" The teacher invited the bun-haired girl to answer. "Yes, at that time, if I can't use more magic power, I will receive support from another magician." Little Haina hesitantly replied, "It's wrong but it's not completely because that's also a way, but there is also a way to blow a little more wind into the fire to make the fire burn more strongly." This reaction between the wind and the fire made the children in the class suddenly gasp. Only Durian was quite calm and realized that this was a normal fire reaction. "Don't you see, this is called knowledge, and for that reason we don't just focus on learning magic. You clearly don't know that adding wind to fire will make it even stronger. Learning basic knowledge is also very important to support your strength. Now let's do a simple lesson." Sparkling rays of sunlight shine through the windows in the warm classroom and the students start doing the math homework the teacher just assigned. Everyone kept quiet and in the classroom there was only the rustling sound that the brush made when it rubbed against the white paper. Very quickly, the exam time has ended and the teacher will announce the results to everyone after grading. Now I will announce the results. There are 3 students who got perfect scores. The nobleman Charles sat below, biting his nails, looking a bit nervous and restless because he was not very confident in his work. Okay, the first person to get a perfect score, not surprisingly, is Princess Saruti. The princess was calm when she heard the results, but the girl Haina was excited and happy for the princess. The second person with the perfect score was Raidu. When Raidu heard the results, he immediately asked, "Right? There were only 3 people with perfect scores, right?" Kara sitting next to him was now covered in sweat and wondered aloud why this thug had such absolute characteristics. Raidu suddenly glared as he approached Crit. "Why were you sweating so much? Could it be that you didn't get a perfect score? You are the noble who goes to school the earliest and always studies hard, right? Ranking 7th on the entrance exam is an excellent student. The ranking order will change once a month, right? Although I don't care about that ranking, but starting tomorrow, let's try our best." Raijo has been very upset with this Crit guy since the beginning, so when he gets the chance, he smiles, teases and threatens. Crit was completely bewildered and didn't know what to say again because the truth was that his results were not good. Some people were happy, some were sad, but teacher Hyaquan didn't care and continued to announce the final perfect score winner. The last person was Durian, who congratulated me. The unexpected result made everyone look away from Durian's small figure. The princess, who usually closed her eyes to rest, also opened her eyes to look at him. The sisters Sa and Mie seemed calm and not very concerned. Silver-haired Rich Key still has a cold look, only his eyes are a little more focused on Durian. The person who reacted the most violently was Crit when he couldn't think of why this commoner was so special. Even Yola was surprised with her younger brother's abilities. Durian couldn't help but try to hold back his laughter, facing everyone's gazes silently. Because in his previous life, he was a diligent Korean high school student. Therefore, what is the purpose of these sentences? Just think about them and you will be able to figure them out. If so, then now you have to seriously compete with these elementary school kids because in this school you will be the best. Slanted eyes Goliath smiled softly and praised, haha, you are so good. Che was also surprised and smiled, praising Durian that he had done it. Okay, the test is over, now it's time for the prizes. Teacher Haekwon said and a badge appeared in her hand. Suddenly that badge emitted a magical light and immediately divided into many identical badges flying towards the students in the class. This is the advanced class badge, please pin it on your shirt. As long as you have that badge, you have the right to use everything in this school. For example, what about premium meals for advanced class members? Everyone was led by the teacher to the dining room and there were many delicious, strange and extremely valuable dishes prepared here. The other nobles were still relatively calm, but the two commoner sisters Yola and Durian's mouth is watering. Durian's meat is melting in her mouth. Long live the advanced class. Durian, I want to study forever in this advanced class. Yes, I can do it as long as I have excellent results. To be able to eat delicious food like this forever, let's work together. Please. After the meal at the cafeteria, the students gathered in the schoolyard next to the dense garden. How did they eat well? Now it's time to hunt for monsters. This class is different from the class in the morning because it is used to evaluate your achievements. The worst result is that you will be demoted to the regular class, so you must try your best. Hearing that, Yola immediately revealed her determination like a hot fire and silently said that she must definitely achieve first place. Sister, this is the class that determines that achievement, so try your best. Try. Seeing the enthusiastic students, Haekwon smiled, but they were only first-year students and were too young to be able to find monsters. So there will be seniors participating in this class, also known as hunting for ghosts with the seniors. According to what the teacher just said, two figures came from afar. Now, let's hunt down monsters with our excellent seniors. The two seniors who aggressively bullied the junior students appeared here again, smiling and looking at the Duri group. I miss you so much, dear juniors. This class also counts group work points, so please cooperate. Durian didn't understand why the teacher put these two in class today, but he just smiled helplessly. Already, as soon as the other two guys stepped forward, a high-pitched, obnoxious voice spoke first. Wow, it's nice to see our juniors again because teamwork is counted, so it's quite important. Furthermore, if you report back that someone is not cooperating, your score will also be affected, right? Don't stress, we'll forget the past soon, but depending on your attitude, we can become angels or devils. The magic swordsman Chai awkwardly gritted his teeth for a moment, then looked at Durian and reminded him, Durian, I'm sorry, but we'd better listen to them. No matter what happens, I have to stay and continue taking advanced classes. Hearing that, Iola's hand clenched into a fist. We have to continue studying in advanced classes, but will they keep their word and give us good reviews? She said while looking at the malicious faces of the two seniors in front of her. They just stood there smiling obnoxiously, making Durian angrily grit his teeth. Just laugh or believe me I won't have to get low scores like this. Suddenly Durian's eyes opened wide as if thinking of something, he sweetly said yes to his respected seniors. When the other two heard that, they panicked and suddenly called themselves respected seniors. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Dear seniors, do you want to bet with me? How dare you, a coward like you, dare to bet? You're only a first-year student, so what the hell do you have to bet on? Durian smiled, so now I'll show you guys what I can do. Seniors, will you bet with us? Betting? What kind of ability do these bastards even dare to bet on first years like you? Durian smiled confidently that he could do anything, now he will show his seniors that it is. Suddenly, the blonde-haired senior immediately shouted for me to stop. Having said that, he didn't know where he got a box full of iron swords. Then he immediately threw the barrel towards the Durians. There are no bets, pick up your sword and stick. This is a field battle. If you win, you will be recognized, he said as he pulled out his wand and his accomplice also held a long sword in his hand. Let me tell you that this is a real sword so you can't get hurt. The teachers wouldn't know if the injury was caused by a demon or by someone else. When the Durian group saw this situation, they were all surprised because it was a field battle, so the seniors told us to use real swords to fight with the seniors now. That's right, I said if we win, we'll let it go, so don't be too scared, we're not bad people. Contrary to what the seniors imagined, the group of Durian people were not only not afraid but were all excited and smiling. We were thankful. My God, Mom, I can now study in the elite class again. Durian, which sword should I use? Any of them will work, haha. Looking at the happy faces of the first years in front of the two bewildered second years, they didn't understand anything. Why are they so happy? But let's just play for real. A reluctant battle between the second-year students and the new first-year students began in the forest. The giant sword reflecting the dazzling sunlight from the sun immediately rushed forward to attack. Yola's small body expertly blocked the powerful attack from her senior. The big guy was bewildered because he thought he was going to break his sword, but that girl blocked his attack. So that means this bastard infused magic power into the sword. He was bewildered by Yola's ability and she was completely focused on this battle because she didn't want what happened last time to happen again. Not to mention Durian, not even Yola himself can protect him. The reason is because it's impossible to calm down, so from now on Yola absolutely won't be careless again. Feeling that things were going to be difficult, he immediately shouted for his accomplices, Nigerian, to use magic to assist. The accomplices in the distance immediately pulled out their wands and used magic armor to protect the body of the big guy holding the sword. At this moment, the suddenly appearing figure of the magic swordsman Chow was approaching at an unbelievable speed. He was as gentle and elegant as a shadow, making it impossible for the judge holding a wand to continuously cast magic on his accomplices. Just now he used a protection spell, a speed spell, now a power spell, and behind him, the guy Chai has mysteriously appeared. Chai's hand gently waved with the summoned dark energy. In the blink of an eye, the blond man's wand was cut into two and sent flying into the sky. He stared at his stick in bewilderment and panic, then moved his eyes to look at Chai. Seeing the sword covered with dark energy in his hand, he realized it was a magic sword and that this gray-haired boy was a magic swordsman. Haha, it's an unwritten rule to deal with the magician first, but you guys are too careless. The big guy immediately angrily shouted and rushed towards Durian. If that's the case, then I'll deal with the magician first. Facing the attack, Durian stood still and naturally smiled. The big guy was rushing to attack but suddenly he stood back because in his feeling at this moment Durian was emitting an extremely dangerous and terrifying aura. As if realizing something, the big guy's entire face turned pale and panicked. Yola's older sister screamed loudly, "It's dangerous, be careful, it's a monster." When the boy Durian heard that, he was bewildered and did not understand anything, while from behind him a giant monster with sharp teeth appeared. In the echoing scream of his sister calling Durian's name, the monster's huge claws aimed down at his small body. In the blink of an eye, the demon's soft body blocked that attack. She used her body to protect her younger brother, causing fresh blood to splatter. Once again protected by his sister and seeing his sister injured right in front of him, Durian could not regain his composure for a while. From afar, the demon swordsman Che also worriedly called out Yola's name. As soon as he rushed forward, his hand moved to summon his magic sword. This is the second spiral form of the demon sword. In the blink of an eye, before the monster could even react, the spiral magic sword smoothly penetrated straight into its giant body. Fresh blood splattered and the monster seemed to be torn into hundreds of pieces and fell to the ground. The big man now panicked and sat back in the distance. What was it that defeated the monster in just one slash? But that little girl who offered it was already injured by the monster. He thought so, but in reality, Durian immediately used magic to hurt his sister. She made me lose my mind. Is it okay? Does it hurt? Seeing that, the big man was once again shocked to the core. Is that something that completely cures him instantly? So leaving is the outstanding ability of the elite class. Even though they are only in first year, they are already so strong. The more he thought about this big guy, the more jealous he became that while he had to struggle with his regular class, these kids who still smelled of milk were blessed with strange talents. He gritted his teeth for a moment and then suddenly spoke up, "You brats have already reached the point where I won't report anything negative. But you don't get recognition for that good-natured kid over there. Your healing ability is really good but even so it's still support magic, you idiot. If it's just you, you can't do anything, don't act like an idiot, you think with that healing power you can catch monsters alone, aren't you that good?" Listening to the rude insult, Durian smiled and nodded. Haha, the seniors were right, while Yola was furious. At the same time, a mysterious, simple wooden house was closing its door tightly. Teacher Haikwan's voice rang out with a familiar cold look. This was not a collaborative class. Opposite Haikwan were two other teachers in the school, smiling shyly in response. Haha, that's right, it was suddenly changed, Ms. Haikwan was taking the class for the first time, so maybe she didn't know. Sometimes it will be like that. Hearing that, Haikwan immediately used his sharp eyes to stare at the two of them. But is it okay to do that during class? Haha, Ms. Haikwan, please save the trust of those 52 excellent professors who need to rest sometimes. On the outside they smile flatteringly, but in their hearts they secretly think that they are seniors. But Haikwan spoke empty words to me again. Haikwan coldly put a cup of warm coffee on the table and wondered in his mind, but suddenly changed the theory class to a monster hunting class. She was still hesitant to monitor herself. What was their purpose? She wondered while looking at the two people in front of her. According to what you two said, the second-year students are very good, so my students won't get hurt, right? Faced with Haikwan's unflappable but confident aura, the other two teachers seemed a bit scared and sweaty but still managed to smile. Ha ha ha, what's wrong with being injured? Haikwan's eyes became even more fierce because even though they didn't speak, she knew what was going to happen. But what should she do now that she dares to touch her first students? Should we applaud this boldness or not? Speaking of this, Haikwan's hand holding the cup of coffee tightened and her whole body radiated an extremely strong aura filled with murderous intent. The two teachers were startled by this terrifying murderous aura, so scared that they couldn't keep their smiling faces anymore and were filled with fear. At that moment, they thought death had come to them, but in reality, Haikwan still calmly asked for another sip of coffee. Just wait, those students are also an elite class. But, the following LED wire in another area of the monster forest, a stranger's voice rang out, the clan that uses the magic sword. Your name is Che, huh? Are you sure there are no unlucky brothers or sisters in this place? Hearing the stranger's question, the big guy got angry. Choi walked over and immediately stood up straight and answered, yes, I'm sure it was me alone. Chan came. Here it is. The confusing situation also made Che worried, not understanding why suddenly calling him here alone had caused something wrong. Opposite Che at this time was a young man with pale skin and characteristic blonde hair. Hey, I have a good proposal for you. Looking at the friendly smile in front of you, you realize that this person is the most excellent student ranked number 1 in the second-year elite class named Loryu. Currently, the second-year magic school market is called the Devil's Lair. The reason is because the first-ranked student is a second-year student. This guy's name is Loryu and he achieved first place on the entrance exam. He is extremely powerful and asks the other students to serve him. Spare him. On the entrance ceremony last year, in front of everyone, he demanded obedience, causing everyone to angrily retort, don't be ridiculous and say whatever you want on a one-on-one date. These guys are also nobles. There were originally 10 students in last year's elite class, but that day before class, he beat the remaining 9 elite class students almost to death. During the fight, 3 people surrendered and remained in the elite class, and in the end, all 6 people who were elected were transferred to the hospital. So currently the total number of students in the second-year elite class is 4 and they strictly follow each other's rankings. How come all the second-year elite class students are here? What's going on, facing this group of aggressive people? My eyes are sweating and worried. Loryu smiled and continued, before you came here, I heard about your family. The Demon Sword family is in decline, so he holds a huge mission in that small hand. If you can't graduate from an elite class, your family will perish, am I right? Loryu's words reminded Che of his father's angry scream when he was still at home. In the mansion of the Magic Sword family, the owner was extremely angry and asked what a magic tool was. How can people who can't use magic swords casually use magic swords? Seeing his father's angry and helpless appearance, Che was very worried, but he couldn't do anything else because the family's decline had taken place without being able to respond. With the rapid development of magic tools in the kingdom, magic wands that can summon water magic and magic swords that spit fire have been mass-produced, so the Magic Sword family has begun to weaken. The man in charge of the Demon Sword family is now weak and unable to stop sitting on his table, breathing heavily, calling his son's name. One of his hands would be placed on his son's shoulder, his voice filled with madness. You must graduate from an elite class, you must prove that our Demon Sword family is still strong. You must do it, you must do it. If you can't graduate from the top class, you, your mother and your younger siblings will all die. His father's words of advice from the past came back again and facing him was Loryu's smiling face. How will I help you graduate in an elite class? Such an attractive promise to Che that even a normally calm person like him couldn't help but feel lost. That's right, graduating from an elite class, now people with high positions that you can't imagine are observing this class. They gave us a mission. If you help us do that mission, you'll be guaranteed to graduate from the top class. 4 people with high positions, graduating from an elite class is just a small matter. This is a great opportunity, so Che was briefly happy but did not forget to ask, really? Of course it's true, just go to your brothers and sisters and do as I say. Compared to graduating from an elite class, this is just an extremely easy task for you. I heard that your family is having a hard time, so I helped you. Looking closely at Loiryu's mysterious face, Che suddenly felt a cold feeling down his spine and thought to himself that things aren't that easy. A moment later, the Durian sisters saw that Che had returned and asked with concern, "Is the bridge okay? Have you been beaten? You were gone for a long time and made us worried. Where are the seniors? Are they going to say that our teamwork is bad?" Amidst the wondering voices of the two sisters, Che remained silent without saying a word, and suddenly a source of magical energy was summoned in his hand. In the blink of an eye, Durian felt the dangerous aura, so he immediately shouted for his sister. Yola heard her younger brother's call and turned around to see that in front of her, the magic sword master, Che, had drawn out his magic sword and was about to attack. A sharp slash was slashed down, but the fatal danger did not appear, but streams of illusory sword energy surrounded the two Durian sisters. Durian coldly looked at Che in front of him and said, "This is too much of a joke, Che." Durian's two sisters were surrounded and locked inside by energy magic swords, while Chai turned around and left, echoing, "Better to be careful than Durian." Between the swords, there is a large electric current surrounding it, and just by grazing it, you will faint without having time to use your healing power. Hearing that, Durian immediately smiled. "You're quite good at using a magic sword. Durian Yola is really sorry, but you two should stay like this for now, don't go out. The seniors have told me that this class alone can monopolize individual assessment scores. I must stay in the elite class, so even if you commoners fail, it's okay. When class is over, I'll come find you guys and apologize." Durian stared intently at Che's slowly leaving figure and silently wondered what happened to you, Che. After Che left here to meet Luryu again, it was his angry voice. "What are you doing, Che? I clearly said to cut off the arms and legs of the two black people who came here," he said, using his blood-covered hand to adjust his tie while Chai, who had been beaten and bled, knelt down. "Ground. Are you planning to refuse orders from high-ranking officials from above?" Faced with threats and overwhelming power from Liu Chao, he was beaten until his entire face was bruised but was unable to resist. He remembered Liu's previous instructions and the mission he had said. The mission was that he needed to go to the two villagers and cut off their arms and legs and bring them here. The high-ranking people above could not accept the fact that commoners were allowed to study at magic schools. Upon hearing this mission, Che was extremely frightened and retreated back. Luryu still calmly and coldly continued, "They didn't want civilians studying at the magic school, so they ordered the assassination of civilian students in this class. That was the mission we received. In addition, other teachers will not be able to come to this place because those high-ranking people have gathered the teachers in one place for this plan. This mission must be completed, do you remember?" Luryu's voice was both a warning and a hidden threat. "You must not disappoint the expectations of high officials, you must save your weakening family, this is an opportunity to repay your filial piety." That's what happened, but it seems like Che didn't follow his mission and just locked the two Yola sisters in one place. Luryu coldly looked at Chai like he was looking at a corpse. "Really, why don't you understand that? Don't you need to graduate from an elite class? Why do you have to do this for the proles?" Kneeling down on the ground, weakly clenching your hands to protest, "You're not the proles. Their names are Yola and Durian." After speaking, he glared at the guy Luryu in front of him. Seeing this reaction, Luryu was a bit surprised and confused. She had only been in school for a day or two and had already become this close. Chan immediately shook his head and tried to stand up with his hands. It wasn't because he was close that he did that. Yola fits into the elite class because he has extremely outstanding swordplay talent. As for her younger brother, Durian, he certainly seems very weak and is not a student with magic talent. But he is very smart. Surely in the future he will become a great person to help develop the kingdom. In particular, his healing ability is extremely excellent. In the future, more people will recognize him and will treat many people who are suddenly sick. Both of them have extremely beautiful futures and are very useful for the development of this kingdom. Compared to nobles who only know how to differentiate by status, they have a brighter future than everyone else. The future is brighter, yes, I don't know if it will be like that. But your poor family is only in despair. For the crime of disobeying the orders of nobles, the already crumbling path will lead to destruction even faster than ever before. Your younger brothers still don't know anything and they will also follow your family to destroy them. Hearing him mention his younger brothers, Choi opened his mouth in excitement and couldn't refute anything. He remembered the image of his two younger siblings being happy and excited, and they heard that their older brother had been admitted to the elite class and ranked third, and they talked about the hope that their father's smile would return. Che hugged them tightly. "Me and told me to just trust my brother. You will definitely graduate from the elite class and revive our family." The previous promise was like a strong blow to Che's young mind, and seizing the opportunity, Luryu continued to advise, "It's not too late. Now take my hand. There's nothing bad about resting for the family rather than the future of the kingdom. What did your brothers do wrong? Because no matter how hard you try to struggle, the common people will all die today. There is no teacher who can save them in this place. So now you should wake up and kill their sisters. I won't spurn you. Let's live a successful aristocratic life together," Luryu said as he held out his hand towards Che, and Che also slowly raised his hand. It seemed like he was going to shake his hand and agree to that proposal, but Che forcefully pushed his hand away. Before Luryu's shock, Che's voice rang out with determination, "Get out, I haven't lost yet. Whether it's friends or family, I will definitely protect them all." Looking at the resilient look and hearing the word friend from Chu's mouth, Luryu's eyes flashed with a fierce and crazy look. "You will regret your choice," he said as he slowly walked forward while Che prepared to summon his magic sword. To summarize the current situation, during the coordination class, the elite second-year seniors came to assassinate Durian and Yola because they were trolls. Currently, Che is fighting with his seniors to protect Durian and Yola. The boy hesitated with his magic power and looked cautiously at the blonde hair in front of him. Although Che doesn't want to admit it, this guy is really scary and his strength cannot be underestimated. But even so, we must consider and cannot accept this situation. If I fall now, Yola and Durian will both be in danger, Chai thought. At this moment, Luryu took out a cute little knife and his voice rang out, 10 times, just 10 times I will stab you exactly 10 times, and then I will go kill those other brothers of yours." Chan was surprised to discover that the weapon his opponent used was a small short sword. Suddenly, before he could do anything, a strange power burst out from nowhere, causing Chai's whole body to stop. Being unable to act made Che panic and widen his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he stood still. Luryu approached and stabbed the short sword straight into Chai's stomach. Che's face gently spit out a mouthful of fresh blood and was filled with horror. "I used to be able to use a long sword, but I had to use a broken sword to be able to see up close. Now there are 9 more times," Luryu said as he gently pulled out the short sword and sent Chai flying away. Luryu's accomplices standing next to him saw this scene and smiled and shook their heads. Here comes the ability to seal movement. Every time I see it, I tremble. That's right, we didn't surrender from the beginning, but in the end we could only surrender helplessly." Luryu didn't fight, it was called one-sided violence, punching and torturing the opponent. On the other side, Luryu stared at Che with the bloody broken sword in his hand. How could he get up? After 10 seconds I would stab again. 1980 76 years, his counting echoed while Chai hugged his chest and sat on the ground. He panicked and remembered that moment. For a moment, his body couldn't move. Immediately, before he finished counting, he summoned the 4th form of the magic sword, which was a whip. A jet-black leather whip appeared and swung at Luryu in the distance. He did not dodge, but only used one hand to block the blow from Chai's whip, and at the same time, his mouth also counted to 1. In the blink of an eye, Luryu's eyes opened slightly and from there a light blue light appeared. Just saw in his vision that Che and his whip had stopped, unable to move. His body once again stood still and took the opportunity for Luryu to easily thrust his short sword into Chai's back. Twice in a row, unable to resist, Che panicked. Look at Chao Loi's interesting face and smile and praise this expression. After saying that, ignoring Chai's body trembling in pain on the ground, Luryu continued to count again. He counted while walking closer to Che. Can't just let himself be stabbed like that. Chai immediately summoned the 3rd form of the demon sword, which is the spear. He saw a series of spears with dark power appear in the air and immediately rushed back. Leu sighed. In the blink of an eye, those spears were completely on target and stabbed into his body. The 2 accomplices standing in the distance not only did not panic but also had time to applaud. Hey, he has created so much damage this first year. This year is truly outstanding. The attack just now seemed to be on target, but on Che's face there was not a trace of joy, on the contrary, a bit of panic. Because a moment later his hand was suddenly pierced by Leu's short sword. The pain was so extreme that Che couldn't help but scream. This was the 3rd slash and the monster continued to count. At the same time, on the other side of the forest where the two sisters Durian and Yola were trapped by magic swords. Yola was thoughtful and then told her younger brother that no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like monopolization. Durian immediately nodded yes. Che lied. But if that's the case then Che will be fine, but those seniors would use violence. Seeing his sister worried, Durian smiled and shook his head. If it was just me or the little guy from before, Che would be fine, but I don't understand why I have a bad feeling. The scene changed back to the battle situation here. The opponent was too powerful, so Che was quickly stabbed until it was unclear whether he was alive or dead, completely losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground. Seeing the body covered in wounds filled with fresh blood, the big man standing next to him was a bit scared and didn't dare move. Even though he was in his second year and his body was huge, he was still just a 15-year-old kid, so seeing the scary bloody scene he couldn't help but tremble. Seeing that, Luryu immediately came to the side and said coldly, "If you feel scared then go away, we came here to kill people, not to be afraid." The big guy immediately jumped and quickly stood up, etc. I'm sorry. Luryu ignored him and walked next to Che's unconscious body. "Hey, you're still alive, but now I'm going to kill your brothers. In this outcome, it doesn't make any sense for you to stop me. You acted and fought senselessly and brought down your clan. You don't regret it? Why did you become like this?" Luryu said as he sat down to chat. "Why did your family perish? Now calm down and answer me. If you turn around now, you can still help me with the small things and let's go kill the proles." As for him, he looks unconscious and lies silent, but now he speaks again. The movement blocking time is 5 seconds, and to use that ability again is 10 seconds. Hearing these words, Luryu was momentarily surprised and then angry. "What are you thinking? Since you already know my abilities, is there any difference? Tell me, has anything changed now? Those proles are still going to die. I don't understand why this guy, Luryu, reacts so outrageously in the face of this guy." Chan once again screamed in pain as his short sword stabbed straight into his arm. Looking at Che's painful face, Luryu's eyes were filled with confusion and complexity. "Please tell me what's the reason why you don't obey me. I really don't understand why you have to graduate from an elite class. Even if your family really perishes, it doesn't matter, right? Why do you have to do this for the proles?" Luryu's voice became more and more crazy while Che suddenly smiled. "Haha, you ask why I don't obey you? Why do I have to go to this extent for the proles?" Still with a smile on his lips, he tried to stand up tremblingly and said, "You don't have a true friend, do you, Luryu? I can only tell you one thing, how pitiful it is." These words of Che fell into Luryu's ears like thunder and lightning, leaving him bewildered. In the moment of being said to his heart, Luryu's anger reached its peak and his eyes filled with murderous intent immediately swung his knife to attack. The situation was very dangerous for Che when his opponent really wanted to kill you. Suddenly, a mysterious power suddenly appeared, causing Luryu's eyes to slightly roll back. "I saw in that blink of an eye and didn't know why the short sword in his hand was blown into the sky." Everything happened so fast that Che didn't understand anything and looked at him in bewilderment. At this moment, a somewhat familiar voice rang out, startling Chai. "What is this, monopolizing personal scores? Don't act like that in the future." Just see that Durian appeared in time and the healing energy of healing magic covered Chai's body full of wounds. "Durian, why did you come here, uncle?" The other second years saw that Durian was completely healed in the blink of an eye and were extremely startled and realized that this was an instant recovery ability. They had heard the rumors but still witnessed it with their own eyes. Endlessly surprised, Luryu stared at the boy who had just appeared. "Seniors over there, please don't stop today and leave safely, especially that guy who makes people uncomfortable. You better prepare yourself," Durian said, smiling provocatively at Luryu. Faced with his provocation, Leu also smiled fiercely like a monster. His hand once again summoned the short sword that had been sent flying. "This stupid profane guy actually found himself here and now I'm going to kill you." As he said that, he rushed forward and immediately used body sealing magic to make Durian unable to act. The light blue sealing energy began to cover Durian's body, but he did not resist but instead smiled. "Idiot just found his own death. Then let me send you to heaven." Use the fastest speed of the sealing magic power to approach Durian's body. It seemed that the scary situation from before would happen again, so immediately after being healed, Chai summoned his magic sword. The magic sword took the form of a second drill. He attacked Luryu but he gently dodged. It's just that he's already so excited. Is that kid's quick recovery skill? His lightning attack was easily dodged, causing Che to stop gnashing his teeth. His back was towards Durian and there were still fresh blood stains on his uniform. Durian, why did you come here? You should have known how dangerous this place was. Durian came next to him and patted Che's shoulder to comfort him. Don't talk too much, you're seriously injured. I've healed you, is there anything else that hurts? After a moment of bewilderment, I stared at the small body next to me and immediately shook my head. Your healing ability is amazing. Durian immediately smiled. So luckily my sister is also in a safe place. And she's being protected by the princess's team, so it's okay. Hearing about the magic sword princess, Che also breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case then that's lucky. The two of them talking to each other made that guy Luryu even more angry. What are you two so big and small? It makes me feel like I'm being left out. The scary aura he radiated made Che pause, but Yu-Gi-Oh smiled teasingly. Haha, you say you're lonely, you said it so well, brother. He was laughing and joking, but Chai couldn't calm down when he felt the intense murderous aura mixed in this guy's magic power. Durian, it's very dangerous. Prepare to run away. I'll stop him. That guy is much more dangerous than you think. Durian sadly shook his head. I just arrived. Luryu angrily shouted, who gave you permission to run? In the blink of an eye, he once again used the confinement technique, making the two people unable to move. But who is he keeping? Who is he keeping between the two of us? Che's brain is constantly calculating and finding loopholes in his opponent. Looking at Luryu's body that was gradually approaching, he thought to himself, who is he attacking? But the magic sword was too fast. Chai immediately summoned his magic sword and changed its shape to become the 8th form of shield. An illusory white shield appeared to block the attack from that Luryu guy. I described it for a long time, but Chai quickly made the judgment that of course he would control your movements because to the naked eye, you are much stronger than Durian. His movement was controlled but he could still summon a shield, making Luryu startled and angry. And in addition, because he had to control Chai, there was no one to protect Durian. Everyone was brainstorming with each other, only Durian was leisurely standing next to observe that this was a tree. That sword of yours is convenient for me. Luryu's cold voice rang out, you knew I would do that, so before you were controlled, did you create this shield? You really tried. In the blink of an eye he easily destroyed the shield and once again stabbed his short knife into Chai's stomach when he was motionless. Durian standing next to observe the situation suddenly opened his mouth to speak, causing Luryu to stop dead in his tracks. Hey, that guy with such a bad personality. If you ever make a fool of yourself in front of me again, I'll kill you before you realize what's going on. An overwhelming aura appeared that made Luryu's spine run cold with fear. His face was panicked and tears of panic couldn't help but flow out. What is this? What is this? Why do I feel so dangerous? Seizing the opportunity for him to stand blankly, Durian came next to Che and healed him again. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine, but why doesn't he attack again? I don't know what he's planning, but this is my chance to attack him, Durian, when I give the signal. At this moment, Luryu shouted loudly and interrupted, you bastards are out of playing time. I don't have any free time anymore and I will kill you all within 10 minutes. Hearing his words, the accomplices who had been following Luryu from the beginning until now stepped forward with a satisfied smile. Oh, I've been waiting all this time and now he says we can kill them. These guys are not good guys at all but are perverted monsters that love to kill. Seeing this scene, Che was startled and suddenly realized that he was too careless. He forgot about their appearance and only thought about stopping Luryu and running away. But Luryu has accomplices with him and they are choosing the opportunity to kill Durian along with Che. If you fight someone who can't fight and is still being tortured to death, how can you fight against these people? Che's eyes widened, constantly exhausting his brain and not knowing what to do in this situation. The boy tried to calm down, grit his teeth and suppress the fear back in his heart. Don't falter, just know that fear won't help you. Let's think about how we can escape. Think about it, Che, he said to himself as he summoned the magic sword above. Che's eyes stared at the group of people in front of him in anticipation. Things are getting more and more complicated, giving people headaches. Just when Chai's nerves were tense to the extreme, Yu-Gi-Oh smiled again, making everyone stunned. You did a great job, Che. In that blink of an eye, Che's whole body stiffened with a bewildered face. For some reason, a heavy blow appeared right behind the boy's back, causing the bewildered and unconscious boy to gradually fall to the side. Durian smiled and held Chai's unconscious body. What's wrong? Are you okay? A second year saw this scene and smiled so scared that he fainted, while Luryu remained thoughtful and said nothing. Wait, let me take care of the rest. You should rest. It's been hard for you. Outside the edge of the forest, Ricky's familiar sword was stuck in the ground and his cold voice rang out. They're late, aren't they together? Yola was also worried and she also felt that something was strange. Durian obviously said he'd be right back but I don't know if anything happened. Princess Saruti pondered, so we can't wait forever like this, let's go find him quickly. This group of people did not understand the situation, while the group of people on Durian's side, the situation became chaotic when Luriu's angry voice rang out in the forest. Damn it, they didn't pay attention at all. Well, they ran away. We must definitely capture and kill them, absolutely do not let them get lost, do you hear me? He ran to search while giving orders to his accomplices. One thing that Loriu couldn't understand was why that common man could run away so quickly while carrying another person on his back. No, I must find and kill it. He angrily ran through the forest and suddenly stopped when he discovered something. Loriu stood still and coldly spoke, staring at the mysterious figure in front of him and asking, "Who is that? Go away, we're on a mission from noble people." Facing the group of people was a mysterious person covered in iron armor and a loud voice rang out. "Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I've exercised my body. By the way, let's stretch a little and hope you don't get paralyzed too soon." The tight black outfit makes the mysterious person look like a devil who just stepped out of hell. Hearing what the mysterious person said, Leu angrily shouted and immediately used his sealing ability. "I ask you again, who are you, you trash?" "Me, I'm a Dughi cough cough, I'm a sword-dancing genius, who else?" The mysterious person replied, the sealing energy had already covered his body. This is the time to quickly kill him when he can't move. Immediately the remaining guys announce the attack while the mysterious person shakes his head. "You must be very brave to dare say these things, right?" As soon as Loriu finished using his sealing ability, he did not immediately attack with his companions, but stood still and smiled because he was extremely confident that this iron-armored man could not survive. The reason why Chin Kong stood up against Loriu was first able to punch and break a rock with his bare hands. Alo should submit to Liriu first, a foolish and resentful person under his command as long as he can kill people. Kelly is the weakest of the three but is a hunting dog willing to fulfill his duty even if it means cutting off his limbs. All of them are extremely excellent subordinates of Leu and they will tear that bastard to pieces when he cannot move. Luriu's eyes are full of fierceness and his smile is incredibly confident. "You keep talking so loud and you can only say this much." But before he could finish his sentence, a series of collisions suddenly appeared behind him, as if heavy objects were hitting him. Loriu was stunned and slowly glanced behind him. Then alas, the three subordinates that he was so proud of were in the blink of an eye blown away and pinned into tree stumps, unconscious, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. Loriu was bewildered and then silently cursed these trash guys in his heart. The mysterious masked man now came forward and pulled out the sword on his back. "Oh yeah, you can't disable my movements, so stop playing dirty." Hearing those words, Luriu's eyes widened in anger. "Are you saying I'm playing dirty? You trash dog, how dare you say that?" While scolding him, he immediately used the sealing skill again, making the mysterious person smile teasingly. "Hey, I told you it wouldn't work, why didn't you listen?" The mysterious person easily used 2 fingers to tightly grasp the short sword that Luriu had just stabbed, saying that "Your skills are no match for me, you idiot." "Oh, do you know what else to do besides this sealing technique?" For the first time, someone was able to escape his seal. Luriu panicked and couldn't stop wondering what the hell was going on in his heart. Although he was still very enthusiastic, in a moment his teammates were all defeated. Now it's just the two of them facing each other. Loriu was bewildered and then silently cursed these trash guys in his heart. The mysterious masked man now came forward and pulled out the sword on his back. "Oh yeah, you can't disable my movements, so stop playing dirty." Hearing those words, Luriu's eyes widened in anger and he advanced to attack. The masked man easily used 2 fingers to grip the short sword. The power of this mysterious guy was truly formidable, causing Luriu's face to change. Then Loriu frantically used the short sword in his hand to continuously slash at the mysterious masked man, creating countless afterimages in the air. But the more I attacked him, the more scared he became when his attacks were easily blocked by the masked man. "How could you do that?" Seeing Luriu's fury, the masked man shook his head. "If you can't neutralize my movements, you'll be useless and now it's the end." In the blink of an eye, the masked man's hand grabbed Luriu's short sword and gently bent it, breaking the blade in half. He stared blankly at his broken blade as if he couldn't believe it. "But you ranked first in the 2nd year, right? It's so disappointing with your level, what the hell are you making an appointment with?" The masked man shook his head and his voice was extremely bored. Drops of sweat rolled down Luriu's cheeks and his teeth were clenched. Then suddenly showed an incomprehensible smile. With a strange laugh, a long sword was summoned and held in his hand. "It's been 4 years and now I'm using this sword again." Having finished speaking, he once again rushed forward to attack with his newly summoned long sword while the masked man still stood there calmly smiling. "Well, if this is your secret weapon then don't disappoint me." There. Still following his habit, Luryu immediately used his familiar sealing technique as soon as he rushed forward. Once again, I felt the sealing energy enveloping the masked person and couldn't help but feel like it was still the same old trick. Hearing that, Luryu's whole body, which was moving at high speed, emitted a pale yellow light and his voice rang out. "Do you think I only know that move? You're a bit mistaken." There. Suddenly, that guy's speed increased so much that it was difficult for others to see with the naked eye, and in just a split second, he used his speed to easily attack the masked man's body, causing fresh blood. Meltdown. The emotionless mask hides the true expression of the person behind it, and whether the mask wearer is a bit surprised by being suddenly attacked like that or not. Like what Luryu said, the reason he can be ranked 1 or 2 is that in addition to his movement lock, he also has incredibly fast movement and attack speed that is hard for anyone to match. Last year, in the violence incident at the Academy's first admission, he used his 2 abilities to nearly kill other students but was not convicted, and the reason the Academy did not prosecute him was because he was I am strong. It was at the disciplinary council's trial that they determined he was truly a monster without humanity. But he is indeed talented, so he needs to be respected. The kingdom needs a talented person, and in this academy talent is always given priority. Therefore, Luryu's fierce personality is not only not suppressed but tends to emerge more and more strongly. He is extremely confident in his own abilities and enjoys the pleasure of acting. Take down opponents. What do you think, bastard? What is my speed? That speed is my strength. But you also have that kind of strength and only bleeding when hit by my sword, Luryu said while staring at the masked person and saw that on the masked person's left arm there were streams of blood flowing out. The masked man stood thoughtfully for a moment, looked towards his left arm, shook his head and slowly spoke. "But it seems like you're wrong. This blood is not mine." This sentence from the masked man made Luryu suddenly feel something strange. He stood there bewildered, and it turned out that the blood was his own blood, when he had been slashed in the middle of his chest with an extremely terrifying slash that he still did not realize for a moment. At this moment, with the warning from the person wearing the lame mask, I was startled and looked down at my own chest. The bright red blood filled his eyes and the pain suddenly came in a strange way, making Luryu's head feel like it was about to explode. He screamed in pain and fell to the ground while the masked man gradually approached, still as stupid as before, not making any progress at all. Danger is approaching. Luryu held his bloody chest with one hand, his face raised in shock, and began to threaten, "I am the talent of this kingdom. If you kill me, the Academy Council will not forgive you." "Where?" the masked man asked in confusion. Could he still say that at this hour? Saying no, the masked man was pensive and his expression could not be clearly seen through the thick layer of the mask. Needless to say, we know that this masked person is Durian, and when facing Luryu, it reminds him of Chai's miserable body covered with wounds from earlier. Surely Che had been cruelly and helplessly tortured by the man in front of him. If Durian had not arrived in time, Che would not have been able to leave this forest alive. The more he thought about it, the more anger covered Durian's mind, causing the aura that the ball radiated to be extremely terrifying, making Luryu so scared that his face turned pale. "Hey, if you're a criminal agent like you, even sleeping and being dismembered won't be enough to atone for all your sins." Luryu stared in panic at the figure exuding a terrifying aura in front of him and couldn't help but ask who you are. The masked man reached out and pulled out the sword on his back and teased him to death. "Why do I need to know all that?" At the same time as the aura that the masked man broke out in the distance, all 3 of Princess Richki and Yola felt a strange source of power pressing down on the whole space. "What kind of power is that?" Richki pondered for a moment and calmly spoke up. "This is the power of Durai Zungung. Durai Zungung was the culprit who caused the incident when we entered school." Before the princess could finish her sentence, Richki immediately used speed magic to cover her body and quickly trace back to the source of strength. In the blink of an eye, he shot forward like an arrow, and the princess also turned around to look at Yola, signaling "let's go." Very quickly, Richki's magic power supported him to easily chase him close to where the power source just came from. As soon as he arrived, his eyes became extremely cold when he saw the scene before him. An academy student with characteristic blonde hair was lying in a pool of blood and tree roots. He recognized that guy as the number 1 guy from the second year. Next to the person lying in a pool of blood was a figure covered by a cloak and a mysterious mask. Rich Ki ran forward and called Durai Zunggung's name. The masked man slowly shed tears, looked at Rich Ki and replied, "Just call me Durai Ziu." Rich Ki observed the surrounding situation for a while, then slowly spoke up to question, "That guy's strength is no joke and yet he can't do anything to you? You easily defeated this blonde hair, proving that your strength is also extremely terrible, but why did you kill the students at this academy?" The masked man immediately shook his head. "Who did I kill? Slander." Those words from the masked man made Ricky a little angry and tightened the sword in his hand. "At this hour, you're still talking nonsense. Okay, if you don't accept it, it's okay. Then let me give you a lesson to remember." In the blink of an eye, strange winds surrounded Rich Ki. Those winds blowing towards the masked man only caused his cloak to flutter slightly while he remained standing still, unharmed. "How about you, childish silver-haired boy, you want to try your hand at me again?" "Huh." Rich Ki coldly rebutted that if you think I'm still the same as before, you'll regret it, that mysterious guy. This time you will witness my true strength with the support of the divine spirit. Durian behind the mask heard that and immediately used his senses to feel the strange power source gradually approaching his surroundings and muttered to himself, "Wind spirit is the great soul of wind spirit, isn't it? Speaking of which, I remember that the goddess told me that Durian could become anything he wanted, including a dragon or a dwarf. If it's true what the goddess said, then in this world besides humans, there are many other special races. The wind spirit is probably also a god in a certain race." While Durian was thinking, Rich Ki's attack was gradually approaching as he continuously chanted a spell to call on the power of the wind spirit. "Oh great wind spirit, please grant me your strength." She saw the call just ended and the magic power around Rich Ki increased by more than one level. Feeling that strong power, Durian behind the mask also seriously treated an opponent worthy of respect like before. "Okay, if you are so sincere, then I also have to show a little my real strength, right?" Rich Ki is of course not the person to sit and wait for his opponent to make a move. He immediately stops his eyes and mobilizes his strength to attack. In just a split second, around Rich Ki, a series of sharp wind swords suddenly appeared. This is a hidden wind sword move. The cold guy gently used his sword to slash down, and at the same time the other wind swords flew towards the masked man in front of him. The speed of the wind swords was so terrifying that it seemed like teleportation instantly appeared above the masked man's head and slashed down. The moment was filled with danger, but the masked man holding the sword in his hand remained calm as if nothing had happened and had time to praise the cool breeze. As soon as his words ended, the wind swords came and hit the masked person's body without even bothering to dodge, causing a blinding light to appear, making it impossible for others to see anything clearly. But neither blood nor an explosion appeared. Instead it was the mysterious sword in the masked man's hand. He followed a strange trajectory combined with the sword in his hand to easily and violently blow away those wind blades. "Your moves aren't bad, but this sword move isn't enough to defeat me." The masked man shook his head in disappointment. At this moment, Rich Ki did not hesitate for a second but mobilized all his energy into the sword in his hand. Immediately the move that he had been cherishing from the beginning was used, and he took the opportunity for this masked man to subjectively attack with his strongest attack. This was the time to finish him off with this wind sword technique. Rich Ki's cold eyes stared at the mysterious figure in front of him, and his aura was also raised to its peak. The great power and residual force blew away the sand and dust around, causing the trees in the forest to be blown by the wind to the point of swaying, feeling each strong wind hitting the masked man's face and exclaiming back, "Is it a new trick? You really tried your best, but let's see how it turns out this time." Facing a mysterious and terrifying opponent like the man wearing the Ricky mask, he used up all the capital and strength he could mobilize. As expected, he was very strong when his wind even affects the weather in the sky. Durian wore a mask and calmly stood and watched, giving his opponent time to prepare his move. That indifferent attitude of the masked man made Rich Ki even angrier. Suddenly the masked man spoke up and asked a question. "This is a special question for you. What are the 2 words that you will see?" Suddenly preparing for a fight and asking such an incomprehensible question, it made the normally calm Rich Ki look stupid. But before he could answer or understand the question, the shadow of that masked man appeared right behind Rich Ki and hit him in the back of the head. The correct answer was an afterimage. Being hit by a sudden blow caused his mind to gradually fall into a coma. Rich Ki angrily shouted, "You sneak attack again." The masked man shook his head and wiped his hands, looking at the unconscious Rich Ki and praising that after all, "You are much better than the second years just now." Then the senior class for the first year select class was cancelled because of what happened in the forest earlier. The suspect in the attack on the aristocrats at the audition is back, and they also learn that his name is Durai Zungung, a man wearing a strange mask. In the hallway in front of the principal's office, footsteps filled with anger were constantly approaching. Teacher Haikwan with a gloomy face stepped forward and gently pushed the door, causing it to open wide. Inside the room, the principal still had a face with a familiar smile and greeted Haikwan. The girl, not very happy, walked into the room without saying anything but immediately asked the principal if he had received the report. The principal immediately nodded, "I got it," and while the teachers called her over, "I heard the incident thoroughly. Haikwan's voice was cold and they stopped me from going to the scene." Hearing that, the principal smiled. "You're not the one who can catch him. Even though I couldn't catch him, right now I can only stand still and do nothing. I never thought my student would get hurt. And moreover, I think that giving orders to a few teachers was the work of some high-ranking nobles behind their backs." Teacher Haikwan's shrill voice echoed throughout the room, making others shudder. Hearing the principal's judgment, he nodded in agreement, and he also agreed with that opinion. "Yes, I think Chin Biop is also a high-ranking noble." For some reason, hearing these words, Teacher Haikwan's eyes suddenly became gloomy and fierce. Her strong aura suddenly erupted like a volcano erupting that had not been dormant for many hundreds of years, causing the whole room to shake violently. Each stream of energy contained destructive power, causing the entire room to suddenly become torn and tattered as if someone had thrown a bomb straight at it. Haikwan with a cold murderous voice looked at the principal and said, "Sir, I hope you are not involved in this incident." The headmaster's determined gaze also stared at her, and he could feel the girl's rage in front of him. Ms. Haikwan feels this uncomfortable and helpless feeling. She is not the only one who feels this way. "I am also very angry when I see my students injured. And I swear I have nothing to do with this incident. I think the teachers who stopped you were instigated from the outside, and I'm trying my best to interrogate them so I can find out the truth about earliest incident." Haikwan nodded and continued, "I investigated the second-year class because Durai Zungung attacked my students. Currently, the injured students are being treated, and I will investigate further after the students recover. That mysterious masked man, is he a spy sent by the international community?" Haikwan suddenly asked. The principal pondered for a moment before answering, "I don't know if that thing hasn't been invented yet, but we will quickly clarify this matter. We cannot ignore him because he is extremely dangerous. Maybe right now he is hiding in our academy and sharpening his knife." The mysterious and extremely dangerous mask in the headmaster's words did not sharpen his knife at all, but is now sitting munching on a pile of delicious meat looking extremely stupid. The two sisters happily ate until their stomachs were full but still did not stop. As he ate and drank, Durian thought to himself, wouldn't he be able to get out of the class that combines his seniors about this? A student was injured in class, but who would force him to participate in this dangerous class? Again, Korit looked at Durian's disheveled appearance and was annoyed and criticized him for not being important at all. They were a bunch of low-class people. The thug Raidu sitting next to him rarely nodded in agreement with Korit. "They speak so uneducatedly." Hearing that, "I don't understand why." Karis got a little angry, glanced at Rado and asked him if he was swollen, right? Raidu's cold, terrifying eyes also looked straight and nodded, "Yes, I have contacted the hospital and you can be admitted." Everyone at the dinner table had friends sitting and chatting with each other, and they were all talking about an intruder attacking students in the school. Mia's older sister with white hair saw everyone chatting and suddenly smiled and said she really wanted to follow. Her younger sister Sia was about to put a piece of food in her mouth when she heard her sister's words. When she was stunned and her eyes widened, she suddenly looked up at her sister and asked softly, then didn't say anything else. At this moment, the mischievous figure and warm voice of the familiar Che appeared calling Durian's name. "Hey Durian, I'm so happy you two are safe." Durian nodded while chewing his food. "Hey, are you okay?" "It's okay, I'm a little tired because I wasted too much energy and strength, but my body is okay. It's okay, I'm at an age where I can stumble and get hurt a little, so what's the big deal?" As soon as he walked towards Yola, he quickly stood up and threw it in front of him, making him blush in surprise. "Thank you. You said you would sacrifice yourself to protect us. But in the future, don't say that anymore. We have to overcome difficulties together. We are important friends." Looking at the worried and sincere look of Yola Chai happily along with her shy face, "You say you are an important friend?" "Yes, let's be together later." While Che was about to say something else, Durian, who was chewing his food, interrupted and ranked the most important thing for Yola, the first place being Durian, the second place being Durian. Food menu, and the new third location is Che. Those words were so evocative that Che was doused in a bucket of cold water. Then suddenly the class with the seniors was cancelled and all the first-year students were considered to have passed. That's why Durian was still able to stay in class, which made him happy. Then the peaceful days passed like that until one day the principal warned that student with special abilities, Durian, if he fails this exam, he will be expelled from school. Try your best. Finally, the day came when Durian was in danger of being expelled from school. It's okay if you fail the advanced class, then you'll enroll as a magic student, but even if you get a low score you'll still be kicked out. But I believe that if it were you, this test would pass easily. Faced with principal's instructions, Durian just helplessly nodded yes. After saying that, the principal coughed slightly before continuing, ahem, now I will explain more about the Royal Academy of Magic's midterm exam this time. Our exam this year is a high-level monster hunting contest. Let's walk together into the jungle of the exam and if you get 20 points, you will pass. When the thug Raidu heard that, he frowned and said 20 points, what is that? It's really troublesome. Kwas next to him heard that and was startled to stop him. Why are you talking like that to him? Principal. But the principal didn't get angry, he just smiled and nodded. What a great question, Raidu student. Okay, I will announce the important information later. Monsters will be divided into 5 levels and common monsters such as wolves, bears and tigers will be level 1. Monsters in the form of weapons such as swords, bows and arrows are level 2. Monsters in the form of natural disasters such as storms, heavy rain, earthquakes, lightning will be level 3. And monsters in the form of diseases such as headaches, depression, and viral infections will be level 4. Finally, level 5 is something that there is only one thing in the world, which is time, and you probably have realized something, right? The greater the monster's power, the higher its ability to kill people. Although I don't know why it is related to humans, one thing is certain, monsters are enemies of humanity and we must join hands with them. Eliminate each other. Listening to the principal's explanation made the inherently blind Durian somewhat understand more about monsters and he couldn't help but admire how interesting this world was. The principal explained but still didn't get to the point, causing Raidu to angrily frown again. But what is 20 points? Croy next to him helplessly said it was the principal. Oh my god. Very good question, Raidu student. Level 1 monsters will get 2 points, level 2 is 5 points and since it's like that, I don't think you need to explain in more detail, right? The students below immediately nodded and realized that the rules were very simple, just hunt to get 20 points. And the duration of this contest will be 5 days. Note again that this is an individual contest and prove yourself as a student of the chosen class with your true ability. Durian immediately closed his eyes and thought that if it was an individual competition, if he wanted to catch them without being detected with level 2 strength and get 5 points, he would secretly catch 4 of them. The guy next to him was stupid. Si smiled because he thought Durian was very trash and would fail this exam. The younger sister Sia in the pair of twins immediately wondered, Sir, how many points would a level 3 monster get? The principal naturally smiled. Among the first-year students, I was the third person to ask this question. I will tell you that eliminating level 3 monsters will give you 20 points, but if you encounter a level 3 monster, it's best for you to run away immediately. At this moment, Teacher Ga Dunbai stepped forward and his voice also rang out in the students' hands. The level 3 monster did not meet the students' standards and they could no longer kill them. I will take this exam. Teacher Chidi also walked to the side, waved to the students and called Durian's name. Moments later, the cold teacher Haikwan also stepped forward and her determined voice also rang out. This time, no one could stop me, whether it was the mask from last time or the monsters. Other object. Because I will directly manage this competition, you are the class president who chooses the Haikwan warrior. Hearing the announcement to prepare for the exam and looking at the faces of the teachers, Durian smiled shyly. This exam is a bit important, isn't it, and there are many more people watching it? And with that supervision, will Durian be able to pass the midterm exam safely without anyone discovering his strength? At that moment Durian smiled. The mystery looks very despicable. Royal Magic Academy midterm exam with monster hunting theme. Level 1 is 2 points and level 2 monsters will be 5 points and all students who accumulate 20 points can pass the exam and safely stay in the chosen class. After listening to the rules, Durian whispered and thought that it sounded easy, but there were many eyes watching this exam. All 3 teachers were very powerful, and there were also probably a few high-ranking nobles and some officials of the kingdom who looked towards the academy. In particular, the person that Durian felt he should pay the most attention to was teacher Haikwan. Besides her being incredibly strong and the fact that she was a real warrior, her intuition, this girl cannot be underestimated. At this moment, Korid appeared next to Durian and once again spoke teasingly, "Hello special students, and you know this is an individual exam, right? Individual exam to kill monsters, so someone like you who only knows healing magic can't earn 10 points alone, right?" In the malicious laughter of Mr. Crit, Yola rushed to her brother's side to comfort her. "Durian, don't worry, I will find every way to help you get points." But Durian wasn't too worried and even smiled. On the contrary, it's good that if it's an individual activity, it will minimize the possibility of being discovered by his teammates, so the last thing that Durian what you have to deal with is the dizziness of the teachers. After the students were taken to the forest, teacher Ga Dunbai returned to report to the principal. "Principal, I successfully took the students to the designated location." The principal nodded hard for him while teacher Chi-Di was examining the magic balls placed on the table. Each ball was lit by the girl and inside the ball began to constantly transform and connect to some distant space. In the blink of an eye, the image that appeared was the princess with outstanding pink hair walking in that monster forest. "Principal, you have completed the connection in the magic ball item with the students. You have worked hard, teacher Chi-Di." After the principal finished speaking, he held the magic ball in his hand and looked at it. "Which student will complete this test first?" "Principal, she will definitely be a princess, not a princess with terrible natural talent." Teacher Gadenbai made another comment that it was very possible that the first person to finish was Rich Ki. He was a very excellent student. Teacher Chi-Di nodded in agreement that this year's first-year students were all very talented. A teacher immediately wondered what this year's students were like. Teacher Che-ri with red hair smiled and shook his head. "The students put it the way he was talking about that small guy, how could he be number one? I even think about completing this test. If you can't do it, you'll be kicked out of here, huh?" Teacher Chi-Di immediately objected. "No, Durian has to study at this school. I haven't even seen his instant healing technique yet." Haikwan stepped forward to intervene in the argument with his cold voice. "If you want to know whether he can complete this exam or not, please watch it." As she spoke, an image of Durian in the forest appeared in her magic ball. Now in the distance, in a jungle full of monsters, Durian smiled helplessly as he felt the teacher's undisguised observation. Through the distant sky he could see that there was an eye standing there observing every move of the students. Currently, if he does not get 20 points, Durian will be expelled from school and he must pass this test without revealing the source of his terrible power. But what to do when being closely monitored, Durian constantly wondered in the hope of finding some good solution. Durian remembered his instant healing skill and it was extremely special but not a very strong skill because it had no damage and was more of a support skill. If so, how does the standard of strength equivalent to this healing spell compare? He's trying to find a standard of strength that he can demonstrate while also not having his heart explode. While the boy stood thinking under the tree, a hideous giant rat monster appeared right behind him. Durian raised his eyes to look at the monster and then hated and criticized how disgusting it was. In the blink of an eye, that rat monster used its huge jaw and two ugly rat teeth to attack. Durian's eyes glanced sharply at the sky. That place is where the magic eye is observing his movements and transmitting them to teachers far away. Without thinking too much, the boy immediately took out his magic tool and summoned a giant whirlpool to attack the mouse. In the observation room, when she saw this scene, teacher Chi-Di was delighted and cheered. "Ah, that water fountain is always so beautiful when it appears. I didn't expect that the student could use this object. My magic products are so mature." Teacher Che-ri also remained silent and said nothing. The magic power shows off the skill quite well, but the power is weak and still not enough to defeat the monster. The rat standing in front of Durian was drenched by the water from earlier and officially became a molted rat. Durian happily smiled like a child. Haha, he was already soaking wet. And this use of power is exactly as Durian predicted. The move is still not damaging enough to hurt the monster, but when he first showed his strength in front of everyone, Durian was very panicked. But now, he has used several times more force than before, and that means showing his strength to a certain extent within the allowed limit. He will not die if exposed. The fighting here quickly attracted a few more rat monsters nearby to gather. They looked at Durian like they were looking at a delicious dish with longing. Moments later, he was surrounded by monster rats and facing their giant bodies, Durian was like a tiny cockroach. So what level of strength should I show and how much strength is enough to avoid being punished? Durian thought to himself when suddenly from behind a rat monster, a very strange sword with scary eyes appeared. Feeling the energy from that sword, Durian also widened his eyes in surprise. He was stunned to realize that it was a level 2 sword-shaped monster. The monster's sharp blade gently swayed in the air, emitting a roaring sound as if coming from hell. A devastating slash it delivered easily cut the head of a rat monster in half. What followed was a series of non-stop slashes from the magic sword that covered the monsters and even Durian's small body. Continuously, monsters were defeated with just one slash, and the chaotic situation made people temporarily wonder what happened to Durian. Silence filled the entire teacher's room as the image of the boy was covered by those blades. The smoke and dust was as if there had just been a terrible explosion, proving the extremely powerful destructive and damaging power of that demon sword monster. But suddenly the fog blew away and Yu-Gi-Oh calmly stood there without losing a single hair. Teacher Chidi was more happy than anyone else and immediately realized the reason why Durian was safe and sound, and that the skill of healing in the blink of an eye was truly special. Teacher Cheri touched it and wondered whether being attacked from the front and still not being injured, easily protected herself from the powerful attack of a level 2 monster. Durian smiled and nodded. So the level 2's strength is this level and level 2 will get 5 points, right? I'm sure I'm getting a lot of points right now. The students were transferred into the monster forest, so the whole forest continuously echoed with the sounds of killing and fierce fighting. The girl Yola and the magic swordsman Che were cautious, and perhaps they had officially encountered a crazy monster. Shout to be careful, it's level 2, in front of them is now a haunted axe flying in the air and continuously emitting an unusual aura. Is it a haunted axe? Yes, Yola, quickly solve it and go find Durian, she's alone. At this moment, the haunted axe also launched its attack with the axe blade extending out like an arm. Feeling the sharp aura hitting the faces of Yola and Che, they were both solemnly startled. It looked like they couldn't react to the devastating attack of the axe that had been placed down in the blink of an eye. Magic swordsman Che immediately summoned his magic sword to block that slash. But in just that moment, he was extremely surprised at how powerful this monster was. Yola immediately came to Che's side and joined forces with him to fend off the attack from the axe. The sea-close atmosphere of that kite made both people's skin ache, but they still gritted their teeth and held on. Unexpectedly, just entering the forest, he would encounter such a powerful monster, giving Che a blow that he couldn't resist. However, under the perfect combination of the two of them, the attack was blown away after a while of entanglement. Temporarily escaping that attack, Chai immediately thanked Yola. Thanks to her, the two of them were okay. Yola smiled and shook her head. We are friends, but it's really strong. Iola's hands are still shaking. Indeed, level 2 monsters are much stronger than level 1 monsters. If Durian is attacked by level 2, he will not be able to heal and will be injured. Thinking about that, the anxiety in Iola's heart grew more and more, causing her to clench her hands. Let's quickly resolve this matter and then go find Durian, we can't wait too long. Chai stared blankly at the beautiful girl in front of him and smiled shyly. Yes, let's go defeat it. If Durian is alone, earning points will be very difficult and even dangerous for him. Yola and Chai had just encountered a level 2 monster, and were able to withstand the terrible attack of a level 2 monster, giving them a little more confidence. Even though level 2 is strong, it's not impossible to block. Yola is eager to test to see if it can withstand her attack or not. But why was everything so simple? Now those two people had to face despair. In the blink of an eye, a terrible wind covered the two of them and they looked up at the sky in panic. The level 3 tornado monster has appeared. In the teacher's room, the teachers all attentively observed the magic ball to monitor the students' test-taking process. Every scene in the forest is transmitted very clearly and extremely vividly. They all had their own students that needed attention, so everyone was very attentive and focused. At this moment, suddenly a magic ball shattered, surprising the teachers. Teacher Chidi panicked and said, "What is this? What's going on?" At the same time, a loud report rang out from outside, reporting that level 3 monsters had appeared in areas A 2, 3, and 1. Level 3 monsters. There are level 3 monsters appearing in all 3 of these areas. The principal was a little startled and furrowed his eyebrows because this was really strange. This is a test forest for first-year students and only level 1 and level 2 monsters appear, but today level 3 monsters suddenly appeared. Is this really a rare incident or is it true? There is some hand behind the curtain manipulating. Violence suppressed the thoughts in his head. The principal stood up and gave orders. Gadenbai Cheri and Haikwan, everyone came here. Everyone should go to the area where level 3 monsters appear and rescue the students immediately. Those students are the future of this kingdom and we must protect them carefully. Warriors can lose their lives on the battlefield competing with monsters, but they cannot lose their lives in just one battle. Tested at school. At this moment, in front of Che and Yola, the wind monster was constantly howling, making a terrifying sound. The frightened girl looked up at the sky and her mind sank to the bottom of the cup when she felt that destructive power. What's going on? Why is this a level 3 monster? Why does it appear here? But in the end, where should we attack it from? Level 3 monsters are essentially natural weather disasters, so finding its weak point or finding its body to attack is very difficult and almost impossible. Cannot. While Yola was lost, Chai immediately shouted, startling her. Yola quickly concentrated to keep her spirits up. Don't worry too much. The teachers will come soon. We need to be careful and protect ourselves well before they arrive. Seeing Yola feeling empowered and using her feelings, she nodded and smiled. Yes, we have to protect ourselves well. But Durian will be okay. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind lifted her into the air, causing Yola to startle and scream. Yola quickly grabbed my hand. Chai promptly used his magic sword to stick into the ground to steady his body and raised his hand towards the red-haired girl. Hearing that, she immediately turned around and tried to reach out to Chai so she could hold his hand. Try to hold on tight and don't let go or the wind will blow away. Just as all of Chai's attention was focused on the wind monster in front of him, from behind him, a sharp, bright red light suddenly appeared. Feeling the deadly murderous aura, Chai's eyes widened. In an instant, a scream rang out and quickly dodged away along with the destructive slash of the incoming magic axe. Slashing and slashing across the ground, emitting a horrifying sound, but in time, Che and Yola were able to dodge to the side with difficulty. The destructive light dissipated, leaving behind a huge deep, widening trench, and with just a little more movement, these two people would have been crushed to pieces by that attack. Trying hard to stand up and smiling angrily, it was like avoiding a melon shell from a coconut shell. Now not only have to face one monster, but also fight a level 2 and a level 3 monster at the same time. The situation is not good at all and the lives of two people are seriously threatened. They also understand that, but now when faced with overwhelming power from monsters, they have no choice but to draw their swords out to protect yourself. The two summoned weapons were held in their hands with great dignity. Right now, if they want to escape, they have to break through this level 2 axe's defense line because level 3 is no match for them. In the blink of an eye, the two used extremely fast speed to approach that monster's axe, looking for a chance to attack it. The familiar magic sword in Chai's hand allows him to easily and flexibly change its form in any combat situation. This is the 8th magic sword protection shield. The shield that just appeared successfully blocked the powerful slash from that magic axe. Seeing this scene, Chie secretly smiled and sure enough, as he expected, the shield was just enough to block its attack. At the same time, a blade carrying streams of bright red energy appeared in the sky. Yola on one side immediately rushed forward to attack the savage axe. The small girl's swordsmanship was strong and had an unbelievable destructive power, successfully smashing the axe's somewhat illusory body. However, even though she successfully hit the target, Yola was not very happy and even gritted her teeth in extreme discomfort. Because her attack was not enough, it could only cut straight down on part of the axe's body but could not completely cut it in half. Chai also rushed up to Iola's side and asked with concern if she was okay. Seeing Iola's frightened face, his mother's question from the past suddenly appeared in the young boy's mind. Is that true? Are you planning to sacrifice yourself to protect this family? At that time, facing the question from his mother, Chai nodded maturely. I'm okay, Mom, you can rest assured because of my family, I'm not afraid of anything. Hearing her son's words, the mother was thoughtful and filled with countless emotions and then suddenly shook her head. Hey, you don't really have to do that. You don't have to sacrifice yourself for the family. This family belongs to a group of us, not just you, but you need to shoulder everything yourself. Please use your power to protect your kingdom, your friends, and yourself. Don't worry about your family anymore. That is the fate of those who wield the magic sword. Facing fierce battles, Chi silently called her mother in her heart. Mom, actually, when I faced Luryu, I didn't use all my strength because if I attacked the nobles, my family would be severely affected. But if you keep ignoring Leu, you will lose your friend, so if only you sacrifice yourself, that's fine. Everyone was very worried about me when they saw me injured, and they won't agree if I die protecting them. Even his younger siblings told Che not to let himself get hurt and to protect himself well. Each face of familiar people is a source of great strength that must make the park stronger and stronger. And this is the first demon sword technique. In the blink of an eye when others cannot see clearly, an extremely terrifying slash was summoned, completely cutting the axe monster in half. Seeing this scene, Yola was extremely shocked and her mouth was open, not understanding what it was. Oh my gosh, what kind of weapon is he using? Why can't I see it clearly, but he's so incredibly strong. After quickly destroying the demonic axe, Chai immediately put his secret weapon back inside. The first demonic sword technique was his trump card and could not be easily used in front of others. The wind monster, seeing that his alcohol-loving accomplices had been defeated, became angry and howled even more fiercely towards Yola. Chai quickly shouted for Yola to be careful, but the terrifying wind covered the girl. Moments passed and both Yola and Chai were blown into the sky by the wind. The feeling of losing gravity floating around made the two people panic because they could easily be blown away with just a light breeze. And with just a gust of wind, people can fly, but at this height, if they fall, it won't be good at all. Just thinking about that, both of their bodies suddenly fell freely down, making Yola panic. If she fell down now, she would absolutely be broken to pieces. In the blink of an eye, they almost hit the ground, then another gust of wind caught their bodies, allowing them to safely touch the ground. Who knows when Durian appeared there? Chan hit his head on the ground in pain while Yola calmly sat on the grass, looking at her younger brother wonderingly. Durian said nothing at this time, feeling the magical wind of this level 3 wind monster with his curious eyes. Durian, it's lucky you weren't injured. We're worried about you. The teachers are coming. Let's wait until then. Durian didn't hear what Chai just said, he just stared longingly at the wind monster in front of him. So this one is worth 20 points, huh? Let's catch all 3, okay? Durian's extremely calm words startled Chai. Oh my god, did he really do it? How could he look at that thing and say something like that? Looking at the proud and confident appearance of her younger brother Yola, she also nodded and silently exclaimed that a person who only knows how to be afraid like her finds it embarrassing. Durian indeed has something much greater than her. Regardless of what the two of them were thinking, Durian's eyes were now just craving like seeing a delicious dish. 20 points and 20 points. Just now when everything was still normal and Durian still had to face the rat monsters around him and the magic sword on his head. In front of him is a giant magic sword waiting to be slashed down. Behind him is the remains of the huge rat that was sprayed with water and soaked with water earlier. You can use your power to a certain extent, but what is that level? Ultimately, the problem was in the surveillance sphere, but when Durian looked up, he discovered that the surveillance sphere had suddenly broken. This situation surprised him a bit and he didn't understand anything. Why did it suddenly break? If so, then no one in the school can see what I'm doing, Durian wondered. Seeing him absent-mindedly looking at the ball of mouse behind him, he immediately took the opportunity to rush in to attack. But Durian just turned around and punched it once, sending it flying far back. With just one blow, he easily defeated the giant monster without it being able to resist. I've said it before, but I really don't have any excitement for you guys. It's true that no one can see the situation here right now, so now Durian doesn't have to hide it. What? Without being monitored, Durian's whole body relaxed and there was no need to worry about calculating, just quickly deal with the remaining magic sword. It's so comfortable that no one is watching, so why bother testing the limit of your power? You know what I mean, right, that magic sword? Durian's question was answered with contemplation and the sharp gaze of the magic sword. Suddenly the guy breathed a sigh of self-blame. Oh my god, look, I'm talking to myself again. As soon as the voice ended in the distance, the demon sword also followed the wind and broke into pieces, flying in the air in an extremely miserable way. Durian smiled and turned to leave. It was a relief because he didn't have to stiffen his body to disguise himself. Suddenly, in the distance, there was a very strange whirring sound and the noise became louder and louder, making Durian unable to help but look in that direction. He remained silent in anticipation of asking someone but no one answered. In the teacher's room, at the same time the level 3 monster appeared, the observation spheres were all broken. The principal came next to her and told teacher Chidi to quickly restore the observation ball as soon as possible. The teacher nodded and tried to use her magic to heal the ball, but it was strange that all the magic tools were broken at the same time. Even if it was a level 3 monster, everything was still real. Strange. Even the repair of magic tools is not normal and extremely difficult, as if there is an invisible hand blocking everything. What is going on at the scene? When Durian arrived at his sister's place with Chai, he suggested that the three of them try to catch that level 3 monster. When the other two heard his words, they were both shocked and hesitant because they clearly understood that the monster was not something they could capture. It looks so huge that even if it blows lightly to create strong winds, it will be extremely difficult to deal with. Just like at this moment, a wind blew straight towards Durian's group. The person it was targeting right now was Che while he was still bewildered. She blinked and the tree was blown backwards by a strong wind. The wind was so strong that Che was helplessly slammed against the tree, looking extremely painful. When little Yola saw that, her face turned white with worry and she quickly shouted out Che's name. The leg was hit against the tree stump, he staggered and then gradually collapsed to the ground as if unconscious and in a coma. But no, he smiled again when the warm light once again covered his whole body, dispelling all the pain from the previous impact. It was really strong. Durian, your healing magic is perfect. Thanks to your timely healing magic, Che is still healthy and unharmed. When Durian was praised, he also smiled in response. At this moment, looking at Durian's face, Che realized his intention and what he said earlier. Catching the monster that Durian said did not mean having to kill it or destroy it. Chief, thinking of this, Kai immediately rushed towards the monster with Yola, let's go attack it. The real meaning of capturing it is not to destroy it but to persevere with the determination to defeat it. Having healing magic so you cannot fear injury and freely cast it. If the body feels it, it is impossible to escape this level 3 monster because its power capabilities are truly terrifying. If you are reckless and try to run away, you may be hurt more. Therefore, everyone must unite and be determined to defeat such a monster in order to have a little hope of living. That's what capturing it means, right, Durian? Durian stood still in place with a secret smile on his face when he heard the other guy's judgments. Looking closer, I discovered that his face was filled with reluctance and shaking his head. Oh my gosh, my judgment was wrong. He crossed his arms and smiled bitterly, and he should have run away to keep it with him, and if he had run away to a place where no one would see him and then defeated it, he would have received 20 points. But in a situation where these two people are here entangled with the monster, how can Durian handle it easily? It's really complicated. At this moment, another familiar figure appeared on the top of a nearby tree and a cold voice rang out, God, please give me level 100 sword storm power. In just a moment, a giant blade was summoned by the young man Rich Key, covering the lightning bolts aimed straight at the monster. In his mouth, he softly chanted a spell and a shot was uttered from his cold face. The blade immediately pierced straight through the body of the ferocious winged monster struggling in the distance. Its body was actually punctured with a circular hole, causing it to gradually disappear. Yola and Chai, who were originally fighting hard, looked up at the sky in bewilderment and suddenly wondered, oh my god, didn't he run away as soon as he faced a level 3 monster? Rich Key walked closer and everyone nodded. That was the determined fighting spirit of the night and was not allowed to back down. So you defeated the level 3 monster, your sister happily exclaimed while Durian cried because your 20 points were gone. Suddenly, Chai approached Rich Key with an angry face and said, hey, did you defeat him alone? We can defeat it together without trying to act like we're talented. Yola next to us spoke up and advised us to wait. Don't be impatient. Durian sat down on the ground and looked at Rich Key with melancholy eyes. What's wrong with you? I just wanted to get the same score, but suddenly he died. Rich Key pondered attentively for a moment then suddenly nodded, I'm very willing to give you that score if you want. Suddenly something good fell from the sky. Durian excitedly asked again, is that really so? Of course, I don't regret giving points to talented people who are useful to the kingdom. Rich Key said while thinking to himself that if it was him last year, he would have ignored it, but after meeting that mysterious masked person, everything was different. Rich Key turned around and signaled Durian that he should prove it. If you really have that kind of ability, I'll give those 20 points to you, okay? Everyone was extremely surprised and Rich Key also realized that this year was a quite special school year, as people with the status of commoners included a girl with supernatural sword skills and a boy with magic talent. And most importantly, an extremely powerful sword genius that no one knows about. If there really is a special student with such talent, Rich Key wants to correct him before he goes in the wrong direction and falls into an evil path. While everyone was chatting, suddenly, behind Rich Key, something appeared with an extremely strange appearance. Its monstrous head mixed with 2 or 3 green faces said, are you human? Did you defeat my friend in level 3? The squeaky voice passed into everyone's hands, making everyone startled. Not stopping there, suddenly a source of energy quickly crept into their bodies. Extreme fear engulfed the children's minds, causing the children to feel like they were falling into a cold ice cellar. They turned their heads to look back and clearly saw the monster's horrifying appearance and heard the sound coming from its horrifying head, I don't want to die because I will act. In that sound, the 3 people, Rich Key, Yola and Chai, all held their swords close to their necks with eyes filled with terror. Durian's eyes widened as he looked at this scene, and as soon as he asked who it was, the three people holding the sword used the sword to cut off his own neck, causing fresh blood to flow out. Immediately, the boy used his healing ability to heal the other three people, causing their wounds to quickly disappear and return to normal. Durian stepped forward, his voice filled with murderous intent, asking, "Who the hell are you?" The horror sound again came from the monster's head answering the question. The power that makes people commit suicide is level 4 monster melancholy. A strange power that makes people fall into such a desperate deadlock that they have to end their lives. Having just been saved by Yujio, the Che group were all breathing heavily because they could not escape the panic. At that moment, they couldn't control their bodies, but their bodies acted on their own and used the sword to end their lives. The feeling of dying and coming back to life again made everyone feel like they were about to collapse. Even the person who was originally cold and calm like Rich Key now had his body shaking, unable to believe what had just happened. He was panicking and couldn't believe that he had just used a sword to cut off his own head. This was an extremely strange and very imaginative thing. Facing the children was still the monster with 4 arms and 3 faces and blue skin. Durian looked at it with his clear, curious eyes and saw that it was level 4 melancholy. The monster also noticed his indifferent appearance, so he immediately smiled. "Ho ho, don't you want to commit suicide? Why are you so strange? What is that? Don't you see why you asked that question, you monster?" The monster immediately shook his head and said, "Suicide isn't a normal thing for humans, what's so strange about it?" Hearing this answer, Durian also gave up and didn't know what to say. At this moment, Rich Key calmed down and approached him, patting him on the shoulder. "Hey, special student, without Durian, I recognize your abilities." Durian had just used his life-saving ability, so Rich Key clearly felt how terrible his speedy healing skills were, from wounds on the skin or mental injuries. Were all miraculously healed. Durian's healing skills are extremely necessary for this kingdom, and so Rich Key decides to use every means to keep Durian safe. The boy stood forward, pulled his sword out of his mouth and chanted a spell to summon a blessed Great Spirit. In the blink of an eye, the wind power from the Great Spirit in the distance appeared again and was transmitted into Rich Key's body. The monster was pushed away by anger, but it was unharmed and opened its mouth to smile. "Ho ho, you're under the guardianship of a Great Spirit, you brat." Rich Key's eyes were filled with disgust as he refuted a lowly monster that dared to mention the Great Spirit's name. Both familiar with the source of power and blessed by the Great Spirit, Rich Key while observing the monster and making an assessment that this monster can talk. Monsters with clear intelligence and awareness that can interact with humans are precisely level 4 monsters, because they have a certain intelligence and do not act on instinct, so they are dangerous. Extremely. How can a level 4 monster appear here? It's already unexpected for a test for first-year students to have a level 3 monster appear, but if more level 4 monsters appear, then this is too bad. It's strange. Facing that monster Rich Key, he once again displayed his extremely strange ability to make others commit suicide. "Don't want to die, don't want to die, don't want to die." Its ghostly voice rang out and Rich Key once again held his sword and pointed it straight at his neck. Not only Rich Key was affected, but in the distance, Che and Yola both lost control of their bodies and used their swords to harm themselves. In the monster's delight, fresh blood spurted out again, dyeing the whole land red. His comrades continuously committed suicide, making Durian's mood uncomfortable at all, so the boy radiated a terrifying aura that pressed down on the monster, making it bewildered, so he used his hand to move away. In the monster's surprised eyes, Durian once again created a miracle that made it extremely uncomfortable. That miracle was the healing energy that once again saved the lives of 3 friends, and he didn't want to die. This was not a coincidence or a miracle at all, the monster secretly said. "I will add you to my target and I will kill you because you have hindered my plan." Its eyes looked towards Durian full of murderous intent and he was determined to kill him. So when Durian was treating his sister, he immediately came closer and stood behind Durian. In the distance, Rich Key held the sword tightly in his hand and shouted loudly for help. "No matter what, we must save him." Durian is holding off the attack from the level 4 monster and he is not affected by the monster's magic that causes others to commit suicide. What is his ability to resist that huge magic power? Rich Key looked towards Durian and wondered, while Durian also cared about Rich Key, was he okay? The ability to quickly heal against damage from level 4 monsters and also to resist monsters' magic, each of Durian's abilities surpasses the abilities of students and is almost on par with a magician. Heroic warrior. While Rich Key was flying, the monster's giant arm approached Durian's small body when it seemed like he still hadn't noticed anything. Richie's eyes immediately widened and he called out loudly, "Durian, be careful. In that blink of an eye, a strange magic sword with an invisible silhouette repeatedly slashed dozens of times into the monster's body, and this was the secret weapon of the first demon sword form. The monster was blown far away from Durian by the force of the blade, but its whole body was still quite healthy without any serious injuries. Chan was also angry because he was completely unable to penetrate its sturdy body. The monster that was sent flying attacks again, and its target is still Durian with a giant hand. Everyone was screaming in panic, but Durian was strangely calm and had time to turn around and look at the monster. Rich Key had already rushed forward in time. There was no need to dodge anymore, there was enough time. In the blink of an eye, the boy chanted 2 spells to summon a giant wind that blew Yola tree and Durian into the sky. Durian was helpless, crossing his arms and shaking his head again. Blown away. Oh, that's right, he's a TN, right? Durian suddenly remembered the last time he was blown away by the wind by a girl named Tien, and it was such a strange feeling. The monster thought Rich Key would attack it, but it didn't expect that he would only blow away his teammates, so it was a bit bewildered. What is that? Just like this, why don't you run away with your accomplices? Only one person remained to face the level 4 monster. The monster asked, and Rich Key smiled and answered with a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. I said, why do I have to run? I will extend my stay here to include other warriors. Hearing that, the monster turned his head to one side in confusion. You said you were a warrior. You were going to buy time to cooperate with the warrior. Are you planning on messing with me with that creepy look? In the monster's eyes is Rich Key's face with watery eyes. Although he is normally very resilient and strong, he is still just a child who has not yet grown up, so when facing such a terrifying monster, how can he not be afraid? But it only takes 5 seconds. Okay, not just 3 seconds. Rich Key's hands holding the sword trembled, but he immediately shouted 2 divine words. Immediately, a jade-green wind dragon was summoned and flew straight towards the monster, carrying bolts of lightning that covered its entire body. Although the monster is strong, it moves quite slowly, so it is difficult for it to avoid the attack from that divine dragon. At this moment, the monster's silhouette could no longer be seen, but only waves of hurricanes blowing away. The thick smoke and dust where the monster and the divine dragon collided made it difficult for others to see clearly, but the cold voice of the monster rang out. Did you know that I still haven't launched any direct attack on you? The dust cleared and the monster remained intact and unharmed, raising its 2 giant hands to rush towards Rich Key. Rich Key's face turned pale and he silently told himself that his life was over. Suddenly Rich Key's whole body was lifted up and a familiar voice rang in his ears. I came here to deal with a level 3 monster but turned out to find a stronger one. Are you level for melancholy? Rich Key suddenly lay in the arms of the person who had just appeared and softly called out English. The monster angrily stared at Ga Dunbai and asked, who the hell are you to make me answer you? Ga Dunbai with a mysterious eye bag slowly answered, the super magical beast Quindi. In a distant grass field, after being blown away by a hurricane, Durian's group landed safely on the ground but were all unconscious. Only Durian was still floating in the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. His face was pensive and his eyes looked far away. Teacher Ga Dunbai stared at the strange appearance of the monster. That hideous appearance of yours, are you level for melancholy? The appearance of a level 4 demonic domain in the kingdom is an extremely urgent situation, so even Teacher Gadunbai himself was extremely surprised. Immediately, without hesitation, Ga Dunbai chanted the spell to summon the super magical beast Quindi. In the blink of an eye, a pair of beautiful butterfly wings sprouted from his back, making him look like a spirit coming out of a fairy tale. The giant butterfly's wings fluttered, creating gusts of wind that blew in all directions, and the violent sound made people deaf. This sound of flapping wings was deafening to the person nearby, who was the victim, Ricky. He also did not expect that just one flap of wings could create such a terrible sound. Faced with a level 4 monster, Teacher Ga Dunbai did not dare to take it lightly and immediately used all his power. The flapping of the wings combined with the wind created a deafening sound that echoed throughout the monster forest. The principal of the magic school, with his own strength, quickly sensed the intense energy source from the monster forest, so his eyes suddenly became extremely serious. With his eyes looking into the distance, the principal silently called Ga Dunbai's name. What's wrong? Right at that moment, Teacher Chidi also spoke up, interrupting the principal's train of thought. There's something very strange, principal. Said it was caused by a level 3 monster, but the magic ball was broken beyond repair once again. The girl with a confused face spoke in an extremely worried voice. I don't understand, but I felt a force so strong that communication was completely cut off. Hearing Teacher Chidi's judgment, the principal's uneasiness rose more than ever, and it was clear that there was an invisible, dangerous net lurking around the school students. Magic School. The principal immediately used voice transmission magic to contact Miss Haikwan. Haikwan, can you hear me? The principal's eyes flashed with a majestic pale yellow light, and he seemed really angry. Because of the sudden appearance of level 3 monsters and the destruction of the tracking magic orbs, and there was no way these things could be such a coincidence. Could a monster with this perception be a level 4 monster? But then why did he appear in the first-year exam? Could it be that his target was the princess? The more he thought about the possibilities, the angrier the principal became, causing the energy in body exposed to the outside. In the end, what's going on? We've been so negligent. Chidi, we have to go there to protect the students before the kingdom's night army comes to the rescue. The teacher heard that and immediately nodded. I understand, principal. The principal thoughtfully said to himself, Ga Dunbai, please try to endure and not die. In the far forest, Ga Dunbai is fighting fiercely with that level 4 monster. The monster is not afraid at all, but uses its appearance and joking laughter to constantly harass. Could it be that the direct confrontation you talk about is like this, insect? Immediately its 2 arms stretched out and rushed towards Master Gadenbai to attack. Rich Ki was worried and quickly called his name, but he couldn't help. Dangerous moment in Teacher Ga Dunbai's mouth silently mumbled some spell and his wings flapped lightly, making it easy for him to dodge his arms. Seizing the opportunity, Ga Dunbai immediately rushed towards the monster without giving it time to react. While moving at high speed, his hand summoned his own wind sword. A sharp slash carrying the wind's energy, both gentle and strong, immediately slashed down. Just as the blade was about to touch the monster's body, its other hand suddenly turned giant and grabbed Ga Dunbai as if catching an insect. Its giant hand squeezed tightly, making a cracking sound. But it was so lucky that I thought Mr. Ga Dunbai had been squeezed by it, but it turned out that he used unbelievable speed to appear right behind the monster as if he had just teleported. But as expected of a level 4 monster, it immediately made a reasonable reaction. Another hand grew from its back, transformed into a giant, and once again smashed straight towards Master Gadenbai. Facing the sudden attack, the teacher with butterfly wings on his back demonstrated his incredible speed as he once again dodged. Your speed is too slow, level 4 guy. Rich Ki was in the back observing the match in bewilderment because his speed was so terrible that he was worthy of this kingdom's talent. If it were him, he would definitely be able to defeat this level 4 monster. Rich Ki just thought of that. The monster played a bad trick and used its terrifying technique with a voice that said, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. In the blink of an eye, he heard a strange sound, and Teacher Ga Dunbai's spirit felt like it was being hit by a giant sledgehammer, making him lose consciousness. Rich Ki clearly understood what kind of move this was, but he couldn't react in time and just instinctively shouted in worry. Ga Dunbai is worthy of the kingdom's talent. When his body lost control and harmed himself, he forced himself to use his strong will to stab himself in the leg. The excruciating pain radiated from his leg, causing sweat to pour down on the teacher's head. Stabbing himself in the leg, harming himself, is this the power of this monster to make people commit suicide? Looking at the teacher's pained face, the monster enjoyed teasing that arrogant look from earlier. Where did he go? While under the influence of magic from the melancholy monster, Teacher Gadenbai's thoughts were filled with negativity. His whole soul and mind were being taken over by despair, making him unable to do anything. Ga Dunbai's strong will was using all his energy to fight that magic to the point that his teeth bit into his lip until it bled. Ga Dunbai angrily picked up his sword and stood up to question, and he was determined not to let himself be taken over by this melancholy. What is your goal, level 4? You never showed up. Why did you show up right now? When the monster heard the question, he immediately flew into the air. Of course, we appeared to destroy humanity, so how could we appear arbitrarily? Rich Ki sensed the danger of the situation and immediately reminded him to run away, wasting time enough. Hearing these words from the boy Ga Dunbai, I was suddenly startled to realize that it was true. You have to think carefully to realize that you didn't come here to destroy this level 4 monster. Currently, no student has died at the hands of the level 4 monster, so he must quickly return to the kingdom to report its appearance. As soon as the idea of retreating appeared in the minds of the two Rich Ki, the monster performed another great move. In just a moment, the strange magic covered him, causing Rich Ki and Teacher Gadenbai to kneel on the ground, holding their necks, making it extremely difficult to breathe. The two of them screamed in pain with contorted faces. The monster enjoyed each of these screams, and was even more delighted by the pitiful appearance of humanity. As he spoke, he did not forget to increase the intensity of the magic power, causing the other two to roll around in pain on the grass and unable to do anything anymore. "Huh, enough of playing like that, now go sleep comfortably." Having said that, its giant hand descended from the sky and aimed straight at the two of Rich Key who passed out on the ground. At the same time danger was approaching Rich Key, far away in the magic school, girl Tien suddenly felt something. Her heart ached and a feeling of insecurity welled up in her heart, causing Tien to silently call out her brother's name. Returning to the fighting situation as the monster's hand came down intending to finish off the two before a sudden source of power appeared. It looked bewildered at the person who had just blocked its attack and lost its voice. This was the six-winged fairy. This is the great wind spirit, in its frightened voice an extremely beautiful spirit with magical wings on her back and a sad and holy face. As soon as the spirit appeared, it stared at the monster with puzzled eyes, happily saying, "This is the great wind spirit, am I your friend? Why did you forget the word, sir?" As soon as the great spirit finished speaking, a giant ball of energy immediately hit the monster in the face. There was no clear expression on its monstrous face, but it must now be very scared and panicked because it realized that the person who had just arrived was the Great Spirit. This is the person with the most complex and superior personality among the four great spirits in this world. No monster or person dares to disrespect her because of her hot temper. The monster immediately bowed his head and asked the Great Spirit to forgive me for my disrespect. But the Great Spirit that does not interfere in worldly matters is what he is doing here. The beautiful wind spirit was thoughtful but did not answer the monster. In this world, there are four great spirits that manage nature and the elements in the world. They all have a beautiful appearance and carry with them extremely terrible power. Among the four of them, the one with the most complex and arrogant personality is the great wind turtle spirit. Therefore, this melancholy monster was very startled and did not want to get involved with this great wind spirit at all. The great spirit must not interfere in worldly affairs. What are you doing here? Staring at the monster for a while, the great wind spirit replied in disgust that I only came here to talk to you. The surprised monster couldn't stop talking. What was there to talk about? Be quiet and listen to me. Don't kill the two people behind you. Leave them to me instead. I won't interfere with who to kill next, you will kill those two anyway. The great spirit looked towards the stupid monster and said. When the monster heard those words, he shook his head because a great spirit in charge of nature actually came here to directly discuss with me just because of those two mortals. On the ground Rich Key along with teacher Gaddenbai fell into a coma. The great spirit then smiled shyly, that's right because they are so handsome, I like beauty but you don't, you're so ugly I want to die. Suddenly, while talking, the monster was deeply hurt by Bo Dxam Min, but he didn't know how to refute it because it was so ugly. But the monster was still very resilient in his opinion. He believed that the great elf would not interfere in human affairs. The great elf calmly asked, where did you hear that? Are you a great elf? Spirits should clearly understand what great spirits are like. Hurry up and decide whether you will not achieve your goal and will be destroyed by me or agree to my terms. Facing the arrogant power of the great spirit, the monster had a headache. Is this an exchange or a threat? But it's clear that fighting with the great spirit to kill those two is not the monster's purpose in coming here. But that was the person that the great elf protected to the point of having to appear in person. Surely this person could borrow all of the great elf's power in the future. Even if we were to fight with the great spirit now, it would be better to kill those two before disaster strikes. The monster silently made its own decision and raised one of its arms slightly. The great wind spirit flying in the distance saw this scene and turned its head to one side in boredom. Her beautiful fingers curled slightly and flicked in the air. In the blink of an eye, with just a flick of the finger as light as a feather, that terrible monster had its body cut in half. The silent power defeated a level 4 monster in just a split second. I gave you the opportunity to exchange, but why are you so stupid, and this is the punishment for your stupidity and ugliness. But that's not enough, you should die 4 more times. The great spirit used a moderate level of power that wouldn't kill the monster, but would only explode its body 4 times in a row like that. Listen carefully, in the name of the great spirit, I have spoken to you in an extremely polite manner. If you yourself do not agree, then I will destroy you, is that clear? With that cold and arrogant voice, the monster was beaten into hundreds of pieces like a puddle of mud lying on the broken ground. A strange power covered the mud, causing it to squirm as if it wanted to come to life. Blinking from the muddy puddle, the monster once again consolidated its body, but its face was full of fatigue. This time, he was beaten to frighten him and quickly nodded, etc. I will cooperate because I came here to complete the assigned purpose, so I hope you understand that I give in only because that purpose has been fulfilled. Just become. The great elf was disgusted and interrupted and made concessions. He continued to talk nonsense and did not quickly go away. The frightened monster immediately ran away from this scary place. The Great Spirit thoughtfully looked at its silhouette and sighed, wondering if it was time for the monsters to start making moves again. Her eyes were as calm as a deep lake containing the light of wisdom and intelligence. But the moment I stopped waiting, the spirit suddenly turned into a small fairy and hugged Rich Key's beautiful face lovingly. Rich Key, I haven't seen her for a long time. Rich Key, why don't you wake up quickly, wake up and talk. The Great Spirit continuously used her pretty little hand to hit Rich Key's unconscious face. Seeing him react, she breathed a sigh of relief and luckily Rich Key was not hurt at all. Next, the Great Spirit moved his eyes to look at the person lying next to Rich Key. G.A. Dunby stuck his butt in the air and his head fell to the ground in a very humorous way. G.A. Dunby, you still can't borrow my strength like before, how sad. The storm has gradually subsided, but this is probably a signal that a storm is about to come to this kingdom or, more accurately, to the world of humanity. When the sad monster left, he felt extremely angry and humiliated. Being continuously tormented by the Great Spirit was a disgusting humiliation that he had to endure. That humiliation made his mind feel like it was about to explode with rage. No, we can't waste any more time. First, we have to achieve our goal of coming to this place. Until this unpleasant mood becomes comfortable, I will trample all of you. You will be the ones for me to vent my anger on, it said, looking towards Che and Yola who were unconscious on the grass that it had just found. No one will be able to leave here alive today. Clear blue sky with fragrant grass and fresh grass. The monster raised its hand and was about to attack the two people lying on the ground, when suddenly behind it a skyscraping light column suddenly appeared, causing rocks and soil to fly everywhere. The energy was so strong that it startled the monster and turned its head to look back. And when he saw someone coming, he couldn't hide the surprise in his voice. The dust cleared and the light column also disappeared and the person who appeared was Durian with a gloomy face with no visible expression. He slowly walked closer to the monster and spoke, hesitating again. Then even when she was injured I thought I could solve the problem without my strength being discovered. When the monster saw Durian approaching him, he smiled and exclaimed, "It seems you know you can't run far, so you're looking for death? But don't worry, no matter how far you run or don't run, you will still die, don't worry. And now show me your failure and helplessness. All the hope here today, the most beautiful things will turn into despair and ultimate fear." Its high-pitched voice rang out and two hands immediately squeezed Durian's neck without him resisting. "Do you know that your hands will automatically do what I want and you will really be more desperate than anyone else? Go kill yourself." The monster's hand grabbed Durian's neck and commanded straight suicidal magic power into his body. The whole small body is constantly being influenced by the monster's magic, penetrating into the cells in the mind. But Durian remained silent as if he wanted to summon a battle, then suddenly raised his small hand and squeezed the monster's arm. In just a blink of an eye, he broke its arm and threw it far away. "Hey, do you often make people kill themselves? Stop talking nonsense, you idiot. I can't kill anyone today, do you understand? With me here, you are nothing." Durian's eyes were now covered with green rot and there was not a single trace in them. Any emotional turmoil. Facing Durian's sudden burst of power, the monster was in so much pain that fresh blood flowed from its black eyes. It immediately summoned several more giant arms to attack Durian. He calmly stood there, remembering the scene where this monster used magic on everyone, causing everyone to commit suicide. Now to put everything together, Durian already knows roughly what the strength standards are and now he won't hesitate anymore. Durian's hand clenched into a fist and unimaginable magical power began to appear in the world. With just one punch, an entire space in the forest was flattened as if a meteorite had just fallen. Of course, with this extreme attack, the level 4 melancholy monster was completely destroyed. The appearance of a level 4 monster after many years of hiding its whereabouts caused the kingdom to immediately convene an emergency meeting. Now in the capital of the Ritentii kingdom, many high-ranking officials have gathered. For many years, the 4th grade level has always been inactive, but they appeared at the competition venue of the Royal Magic Academy and threatened the students and teachers at the school. In the royal palace the headmaster's voice rang out and sitting opposite him on the throne was the noble king behind it of this otter kingdom. At that time, teacher Gadunbi and student Richki were present at the scene and protected the students from that level 4 monster. The principal of the Royal Magic Academy Mache reported everything. Story for the Emperor to hear. Although these two people later lost consciousness, luckily they were fine and could see that the great wind spirit had appeared and protected them. The man with long grey hair, Marquis Dre, stood next to him and nodded, adding that perhaps the spirit had already had an extremely fierce battle with the level 4 monster. Everyone saw the scene of the battle, right? Everyone around nodded, and they were also quite frightened when they saw that scene. What a fierce battle it must have been to leave the natural forest with such a terrifying image. It's truly unimaginable. Is that level 4 much stronger than before? It must have been cultivating its strength during the years of silence, and surely its goal is to destroy humanity. The man just spoke up with a magnifying glass in his eyes. Is Marquis Ryse? When everyone heard that, they immediately started talking among themselves that only a level 4 monster could fight a fierce battle with a great spirit. If that was true, then would humanity have given up hope? The noise around caused a handsome man to frown and interrupt everyone to calm down. This is His Majesty's palace, not a place for us to make noise. He is Marquis did it. Don't worry so much, because when monsters get stronger, humanity also gets stronger. The young man with long purple hair standing next to the Emperor suddenly spoke up. The defense system is also becoming more and more solid, and the strength of the knights is also increasingly improving, so if we do not let our guard down and maintain a strict defensive mentality like now, then humanity will never be defeated by monsters or anything like that. He is the leader of the Royal Knights of Djeleftin. The Emperor sat on the throne and listened to everyone, then nodded in agreement. The leader of the knights was right. The strength of humanity is having the ability to calculate backups before danger occurs. Principal, please determine the level 4 intrusion route and take the next countermeasures. The principal immediately nodded his head and followed His Majesty's orders. As for the leaders of the corps of priests and lords, please always maintain vigilance and be ready to protect the people at any time. Please obey Your Majesty's orders. Your Majesty, I still have something to report. When the king heard that, he gently waved his hand towards the principal. Go ahead and say it. Your Majesty, this year's annual friendly match with the Empire, I request to postpone this match. King Baidenin immediately pondered this suggestion, because if it was a friendly match, it would be an annual event to compete with the students of the Empire, right? The principal nodded yes, Your Majesty, this year the monsters are acting unusually, so I think I should panic this friendly match. Before the Emperor could give his opinion, Marquis Ryse immediately protested in panic. Mache, what do you mean by that? What is a friendly match? Have you forgotten the Empire's announcement a few days ago? A few days ago, the Empire highly appreciated the kingdom's quick response in protecting its people from level 4 monsters and affirmed that monsters absolutely cannot threaten humanity, so the Empire hopes for a match. The annual friendly match will still be conducted as planned. The Empire can be said to be our kingdom's eternal rival. They have shown such a strong attitude, so how can we be cowards? The surrounding Marquis also nodded and smiled. Perhaps the Empire had lost 3 times in a row in the previous friendly match, so this year they probably wanted to regain their dignity. The principal's voice was full of determination, shaking his head. Monsters from level 4 onwards all have quite high intelligence, and they won't come here without a reason. Machete, what kind of eyes do other countries including the Empire look at our kingdom? We might lose our 8 powers of decision-making in the attacks on those dungeons. Began to argue with each other while the Emperor silently listened. But we can't let our students fall into danger like that. In the end, what's the danger? Wouldn't it be okay to arrange for the 2 countries' armies to come in too? Marquis did it, raised his hand to touch his chin thoughtfully and nodded. Yes, if a monster suddenly appeared, seeing that there was a group of knights there, they would not dare to attack arbitrarily. But if we keep letting our guard down like that, our students' future of the kingdom will be threatened. I'm not even sure if there will be another level 4 monster appearing in the friendly match. This. Marquis Ryse was immediately stunned and responded sharply, saying that means if a monster appears, will we lose, Mache? Seeing that the atmosphere was gradually becoming tense, Emperor Baidenin used his quiet voice to interrupt, saying enough, both sides' opinions were reasonable. Currently, we still don't know the purpose of the monster appearing this time, so organizing the event is indeed a bit dangerous and risky. But if because of that we refuse to be friendly, the Empire will use that as an excuse to work with other countries to exert political pressure on us. At that time, the kingdom will fall into a dilemma. If so, there is another way to ask the students directly. Hearing the Emperor's statement, Principal Mache was puzzled and asked again, what do you mean by asking the students' opinions? The person who bravely fought the level 4 monster, Teacher Gadenbai and student Rich Key brought them here to meet the Emperor. Seeing the emperor order the soldiers, they immediately bowed down and carried out the execution. Suddenly the emperor spoke up again and also brought Durian students here. Then the meeting of officials and courtiers was temporarily interrupted to make way for the three men guided by Rich Key and Durian. The last person in Durian's main hall silently looked around and wondered what this was all about. The principal leads behind are the three people who have just been led in. They are the last to perform the ceremony in front of your majesty. Your majesty, this is teacher Gadenbai and student Rich Key along with the students. Durian. Okay everyone, please calm down. In an emergency situation when a level 4 monster appears, if you use your senses and use all your strength to deal with the monster, I commend you. Thanks to brave people like you, the kingdom can maintain peace and stability. Durian silently assessed the king and received praise. While he was evaluating the people around him, the Marquis also looked at him with puzzled eyes because this special status as a commoner student was quite new. The emperor looked at everyone with a calm face. Your reward will be prepared later today. There is another reason for calling you here. In a few months, our kingdom will have a friendly match with the empire and this is a quite important match. The friendly not only promotes the friendship of the two countries but is also an important event that attracts the attention of many other countries. The truth is that this is just a place to evaluate the strategies of countries with each other. To put it bluntly, it is a political chessboard to assess the strength of opponents. Whoever wins the friendly match will receive more sponsorship and receive higher ratings. His Majesty the Emperor bluntly told the secret of the friendly match, making Durian unable to help but admire him. True. We're thinking about whether we should give up this friendly match or not because a level 4 monster has appeared. And unknowingly, during the battle, that monster would appear again and cause trouble. When Richkey's group heard about the level 4 monster, they were all shocked and heartbroken. I want to hear the opinions of those who have met him directly. The Emperor's voice still rang out and Rich Key was almost lost when he heard those two level 4 words. The terrible monster with unimaginable power has truly become an unforgettable obsession for Rich Key. His face turned pale like a soulless person. The Emperor noticed that expression and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? Your face doesn't look very good. Just speak freely. I want to hear your true opinions." The surrounding Marquis also noticed Rich Key's strange expression and they secretly discussed with each other that the kid was too scared to say anything, so he had to stop personally being at the scene to confront level 4. I'm still a child myself. Even if he is an excellent student at the school, his spirit is probably almost broken. If it keeps going like this, maybe it would be better to postpone the exchange match. Hearing everyone's chatter, Durian also moved his eyes to look at Rich Key's figure opposite. Suddenly he spoke up in an extremely calm tone without any hesitation, surprising everyone. Your Majesty, Durian is a magic student and would like to answer your question. First of all, it is truly an honor for me to be invited here by your Majesty and to personally reward you like this. And about the friendly match, as your Majesty knows, the three of us once met a level 4 monster and faced it head-on. After going through the divine battle, I have to admit that it is really very strong and unimaginable. Rich Key sat next to him and when he heard the monster mentioned again, his heart jumped in panic. However, the next words Durian said made Rich Key's eyes widen in disbelief. But even though it's very strong, I'm not afraid of it at all. Rather, I'm focused on finding a way to defeat it. If in the next friendly match a level 4 appears, this time we will try to defeat level 4. The clear words coming from the small body of a commoner boy and the confident tone coming from that inner voice made everyone's jaws drop. Principal Mache turned his head to look at his students with puzzled eyes while the surrounding Marquis also spoke up. This profane guy is like that but he doesn't even know how to control himself. Most people thought that Durian was boasting without shame, only the leader of the Djeleftyn cavalry group was thoughtful and didn't say anything, focusing on Durian. His Majesty the noble Emperor Baidenan also listened silently and did not give an opinion for the time being. There was silence for a long time, then Emperor Baidenan burst out laughing loudly, very cheerfully, "Haha, very good, very good, very good. I was right to call you here, you are so brave." The Emperor's reaction made Durian a bit surprised, but he also shyly replied that it was an honor for me. "Okay magic student Durian, I order you to represent the kingdom to participate in the upcoming friendly match." The sound of His Majesty the Emperor's announcement rang out, causing several Marquis around startled. "Your Majesty, why did you let a commoner compete?" The servants were surprised, even Durian himself could not believe this decision. Decided to let Durian become the competition representative. The first protesters were people from the aristocracy. Even Durian himself was very surprised by this decision of the king. His Majesty asked him to think again. Marquis Rise immediately stepped forward to intervene. The friendly match is a match that bets on the kingdom's pride. Is it possible that your Majesty intends to let a scoundrel become the representative of the kingdom? If so, how will other countries look at us? Hearing these words, Principal Mache suddenly emitted a terrifying aura as he stared at the Marquis Rise. The boy is not a villain but a magic student, you should remember that clearly. Faced with that atmosphere, the Marquis was startled with fear, but he gritted his teeth firmly. Stop joking, how could that be possible? At this moment, Rich Key, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, Your Majesty, even though I was hit by a level 4 monster's attack, Durian can heal me quickly. The ability to heal quickly is not possible. Seriously speaking, healing is reincarnation. The one speaking was Marquis Rizizo with outstanding long hair. Does not cure wounds or diseases, but helps regenerate to get stronger quickly, causing the body's self-healing process to be accelerated and faster than ever. That is, the ability to heal wounds in an instant is theoretically impossible because the body's cells will not be able to keep up. Listening to Marquis Durian's explanation, he realized. This is why everyone is surprised that you have the ability to regenerate. Surely it's just the illusion magic that makes them no longer feel pain. Hearing that comment, Rich Key immediately hastily explained that it wasn't like that, Durian's healing power must be it's definitely the truth. Just as the boy was about to say something else, a hand blocked Rich Key's face, signaling him to be quiet first. This person suddenly turned out to be the principal as he looked towards everyone in the hall. The magic that everyone can know is not all in this world. Seeing the principal suddenly stand up, the surrounding princes were startled. Why don't you try doing it right here to demonstrate this student's ability to heal quickly? How could he prove it? The principal's appearance was so confident that the Marquis didn't know whether it was true or not, but instinctively they didn't believe it was true. The principal ignored what the people around him said and just looked at Durian and asked if he could do it. Durian is extremely helpless and doesn't understand why things turned out like this because he only intended to help a little. What should he do if he fell into this situation? Finally, he smiled and nodded towards the Emperor. Your Majesty, the ability to heal quickly is possible. Hearing his own admission, the surrounding Marquis all showed expressions of horror. Could it be that this is true? Then the temporary test of Durian's healing powers was performed before the Emperor and his officials. This is the scar on the battlefield 4 years ago. Its size was twice as big. The person who stood up so that Durian could exercise his abilities was the powerful Marquis did it. Lately, although I've been treating it as best I can over the past few years, it still doesn't get better. Can your speedy healing ability cure it? The principal, seeing the situation, quickly asked Mr. Did It to wait a moment. Durian's healing skill is the ability to heal wounds and healed scars, that's a different matter. Why don't we test it on the wound instead of testing it on the scar? Marquis Reyes gritted his teeth and objected to Mache. So do you mean to let someone here get hurt or what? The situation is not yet known whether that healing power is real or fake. The old man Rizizo next to him also nodded in agreement because the scar is also a wound that if it is completely treated, it will definitely be curable. You guys can do something coercive like this. Just when the principal was extremely dissatisfied, Yu-Gi-Oh smiled and stepped forward and said he would try. He wasn't too worried and was a little excited, but Durian himself didn't know if he could treat the scar or not. He was really curious. The principal's group and Rich Key were all worried about him but couldn't do anything to help. Then I would like to begin. The green magic power with healing effects was mobilized from within Durian's body, his hand aimed straight at the scar on the Marquis's hand. The magic power covered the scar, causing that area of the Marquis's skin to sting slightly but also have a strange warmth. In just a blink of an eye, the Marquis was startled and stared at his smooth young arm in horror. Oh my God, I can't believe my scars have disappeared. I can't believe my skin is like the skin of a 3-year-old child. It's so magical. Seeing with their own eyes the miracle and amazing effectiveness of the healing power, the Marquis around them could no longer say anything, they could only gasp in horror. Marquis Did It really doesn't have any scars anymore. How could that bastard's magic be possible? Among everyone's gossip, the one who was most surprised was Marquis Did It, because not only the scar on his hand, but also his sore, swollen throat as usual has improved, and this is not an illusion. This is not an illusion that the power of rapid healing is real. The leader of the Dialadin Knights with striking purple hair whispered next to the Emperor, Your Majesty, this is not just a simple surprise, this is an important revolution. If put to use on the battlefield or in everyday life, it will bring great efficiency and will push our kingdom to develop to a new level. Furthermore, if this healing power can be commercialized, humanity's medical technology will develop unprecedentedly in history. Everyone was surprised and Durian was happy because he didn't expect that the scar would also be healed. Hey, are you okay? How many times a day can this healing power be used by special magicians? Marquis Rise suddenly asked a few questions. His tone of address also changed and he no longer called Durian another untouchable. Naturally, when asked, Durian was a bit surprised because this ability of his is limitless, but if he answered that he could heal indefinitely, wouldn't that be a bit horrifying? Thinking so, he immediately replied that he could heal 3 times a day, but just 3 times made the Marquis panic. 3 times? If so, can you help me treat the scar on my skin? Lately, everyone I know has been treating me coldly because of my scar. The other servants were surprised and stopped you from saying something vague. Mr. Rise, oh my god, this is not magic that can be used on your skin. Seeing that the attitude of everyone in the palace towards Durian changed in the blink of an eye, Rich Key couldn't help but smile. It was indeed Durian. At this time, His Majesty the Emperor spoke up and signaled everyone to calm down. Through this test, the ability of magic to achieve biochemistry has been honestly proven. So the special engineer is qualified to become the representative of our kingdom, and since he is still a child, it is the moment where his ability to serve the kingdom is at least after graduating from magic school. Before he could grow up, the principal tried his best to support the boy wholeheartedly. And magic student Durian, hearing the emperor call Durian's name, he immediately knelt down on one knee and bowed his head. Yes, your majesty. Please participate in this friendly match as a member representing and contributing to this kingdom. Durian, a special magician, obeyed the order. In his heart, Durian secretly thought, it seems like this is a big deal. However, the emperor did not finish speaking and continued to say something that made Durian a bit confused. And one more thing, please get along with my daughter. Durian was bewildered for a moment, then smiled and nodded. It is my honor, your majesty. The next day this shocking news was quickly transmitted to the Royal Magic School, making everyone unable to believe it. What, did you directly receive His Majesty's opinion and because of your recognized ability, you were chosen as a first-year representative member? Hearing this information, the noble carrot was stunned. That's it, I don't know how it turned out like this. Yola smiled and gave a thumbs up to your younger brother. Durian, we're proud of you. It's also true that your healing power deserves to be recognized by His Majesty. Che was not surprised because he had experienced that power, but Korit was angry and gritted his teeth. With the pride of a noble that I cannot recognize, let's have a duel, that bastard. He immediately aggressively approached Durian and asked for a duel. As for this unpleasant frown and rebuttal, His Majesty has already acknowledged it, but before he could finish his sentence, Durian smiled and nodded. Okay, if you're not convinced, let's have a round to see what's going on. The unexpected agreement from Durian made both Che and Yola stunned, thinking they had heard wrong. I can't acknowledge you vaguely like that, so let's have a duel, you profane. Crit pulled out his wand and smiled, looking at Durian. If you lose to me, you have to give that representative position to me. Then both of them walked to the competition field under the witness of everyone in the class. Because I have quite a bit of free time right now, most of the students in the top 10 advanced classes are here to observe this worth-watching match. Although they don't understand why they suddenly start fighting, they are also very curious about Durian's true abilities because up until now all he has shown is that he is just a trash. Yola was a bit worried while Che was excited and kept encouraging Durian to try harder. The girl Haina stood next to the princess with a worried face, staring intently at the ring, wondering if anyone could stop them. But in her heart, Haina was extremely excited to suddenly be standing next to the princess. The princess heard Haina's question and pondered, it must be okay because the teacher is also here. Following everyone's gaze, teacher Haikwan stepped into the middle and became the referee of this match. Are you ready to invite 2 players to step in? Durian was also helpless to understand why the teacher was here and didn't understand that it was okay for the teacher to do that. At an angle where Durian could not see the beautiful princess with pink hair, she was looking curiously at Durian because she heard that he had been recognized by his father. It has always been extremely difficult to receive recognition from the king's father. Very few people are praised by the princess's father, so we must pay close attention to see how Durian is doing. Okay, you 2 will compete according to the rules of the magic school and it will be a safe competition that won't hurt your opponent. How come you 2 agree to this rule? Korit smiled and immediately nodded to Haikwan's question. I agree. But if it weren't for this school, you would be seriously injured, you profane, he said, smiling maliciously at Durian. Durian, I don't understand where this guy gets his confidence and he's always so arrogant, but he's really stubborn. Seeing that the two players were nodding in agreement, Teacher Haikwan gently waved her hand, causing a line to suddenly appear and continuously emit light on the field. Next, she saw her hand suddenly summon a dazzling, sparkling gold coin. Today's competition will be coin shifting. Durian moved his eyes to look at the two light squares that the teacher had just set up in the middle of the room and prayed to remember the rules of the coin teleportation game. Move the coin. The winning condition is to win when you can move the coin to the opponent's area and keep it for 5 seconds. If you can move the coin to the other side, you win, and if you hold it for 5 seconds, the game ends. If the opponent's coin reaches your area, you will lose. It sounds simple, but the problem is that you can only use magic power to move the coin. Strictly speaking, this is a game that uses coins to compete with magic power to see who is stronger and who can control the magic force in a more absolute way. If the coin goes over the line, it will be considered a failure. The rules of this game are quite simple, but don't underestimate it. Although it looks easy, you have to use stronger magic power than the opponent to be able to move the coin. If the magic power is not strong enough and cannot control the magic power well, it will easily cause the coin to fly out of bounds. Gender. Even in the middle of the game, it is possible to suddenly reduce the power so that the opponent is too carried away and knocks the coin out halfway. Because it is a simple game, it has also caused people to find many interesting ways to play. So in short, from controlling power to strategy, you have to consider many things even though on the outside it looks incredibly simple. Hearing people talking about this game, Yola, who was originally ignorant, also had a more specific view of today's competition, and that made her even more nervous and worried about her younger brother. On the field, Chris curled his long tongue and pulled out his wand. "I've always wanted to put you under my feet, you bastard." "That's it, but yes, thank you." Durian did not get angry at the malicious words from Crit but even smiled and said thank you. "Thank you so much, because thanks to you I was able to experience the midterm exam that I couldn't take." When Carrot heard those words, he also smiled and gritted his teeth, acting like he was a commoner. While laughing, he immediately thought in his head and found a suitable fighting method, and he decided to quickly win. "As soon as the competition starts, I will hold the coin with my magic power so that commoner can't touch it. If so, it will be quite panicked and take the opportunity to attack. As soon as it panics, I will increase my magic power and once again cover the coin. Coins with powerful magic power will attack its area and it cannot be blocked." I'm really looking forward to this commoner's expression of not knowing what to do when he can't move the coin. Haha, maybe that will be the worst 5 seconds of his life. A plan that wasn't too smart but wasn't too stupid formed in Crit's head at the same time Haikwan's declaring voice rang out. "The two players have finished preparing, so let's begin." Immediately, magical power radiated from Chris's wand, illuminating the entire classroom. "Accept your fate, you scoundrel." Everyone above observed the situation and immediately commented that Churs was using force to control him. Royal sat next to him and nodded to the popcorn kernel. The opponent was a commoner, so everyone would do the same. Surely everyone would choose to use absolute strength to control the coin because the opponents, who are commoners, basically have extremely weak mana, but at this point, Royal suddenly stopped talking because the situation on the field had already changed. Transformation. Seeing that at this time, Korit's face was full of surprise and somewhat panic. He wondered aloud why the coin went to him when he blinked and discovered that the coin from Durian's side had somehow been resting in Korit's area. Opposite Durian with a wand in his hand, smiling gently and of course controlling the coin to fall into Crit's area is him and no one else. Teacher Haikwan immediately announced the location and started the countdown. The countdown began to sound and the other students smiled and admired Durian's agility. Her sister Mie nodded in appreciation because Durian was very quick and clever. Because Cas younger sister also nodded, although not as strongly as her older sister, but still quite well. The countdown has now reached 4 and everyone's eyes are completely focused on the field waiting to see the results. The most annoying person right now is Crit when he used all his biological powers to use the magic power in his body but still couldn't move the coin because the coin was as heavy as a mountain. Suddenly, in a split second, he realized that this was the power he had felt during the entrance exam, that is when Durian broke the wand and Crit felt a source of magical power. Not normal at all. Because the moment he felt that source of power, Carrot became even more angry, jealous and annoyed at how a commoner could be so strong. Under the anger, Korit's power was revealed even more strongly than ever and he was able to control the initiates to start moving towards Durian's area. "Oh look, the coin is moving and I thought it was standing still." Her older sister Yola immediately began to worry, causing Che to stand next to her and smile to comfort her. Yola and a few others didn't realize what the problem was, but Rich Key saw through it and smiled happily. Haha, Durian, did you move that coin yourself? On the field of play, even his face turned pale and his voice was lost due to experience. What are you doing now? You said while staring at the coin that was moving on its own and forming a symbol on the floor. What exactly is this character and what does it mean? Hearing that, Durian covered his mouth with his hand and gave an incomprehensible smile. It didn't have any special meaning, it was just a letter. Although the coin moved, it was still in the area of crit, so the countdown was started again, making Sirth angry and gritting his teeth. This damn profane can't be like that, he said in his crazy voice and howled like a monster. Just as the countdown was counting down to 3, the thread of his reason broke and in the blink of an eye, a source of energy as powerful as a small explosion suddenly appeared in the classroom. Korid's crazy screams along with the flash of energy made the royal stunned and cursed at that idiot. I only saw at this moment that a powerful column of magical light had covered Crit's body, making it impossible for others to see him clearly anymore. In that light source, Crit's eyes were blankly white and his power was pushed to its peak, exploding like a mountain that had just woken up. In the distance, the students were also extremely surprised and the princess immediately used magic to protect herself with Haina next to her. Everyone realized that Korid had now exploded with magic power. Yola, quickly stand behind me, it's very dangerous. The sudden situation was unexpected and even teacher Haikwan seemed quite surprised and immediately shouted for the students to be careful because there would immediately be a huge explosion. Everyone panicked and used magic to protect themselves and backed away while Durian was still standing in place smiling. As expected, Korid is the best. I predicted you would do something like this. The intense energy erupted and if left alone it would explode while dealing terrible damage. Durian's hand gently reached out and gently grabbed a few mysterious threads in the air. The boy was still standing in place with an expressionless face and a few lines of energy hidden in the clenched hand. From a more comprehensive perspective, when Durian's hand clenched tightly, the light column exploding with the power of Crit was also irresistibly erased by an invisible hand. Korid was alert and panicked, unable to believe that when his explosive power was suppressed, teacher Haikwan looked at the field in bewilderment. It seemed like everyone couldn't believe it and was startled and the magical explosion suddenly stopped. His most powerful move was easily erased, leaving his entire body exhausted. At the same time, in another strange space far away from this world, a sweet, clear laughter rang out. That laughter was that of the mysterious goddess that Durian had originally met before he reappeared. Born into this world. The goddess smiled and looked into the distance as if she could see Durian through layers and layers of distant space. Durian, have you realized it now? The strength standard I once told him. In the classroom of the advanced class, the originally simple competition suddenly had an incident and in the blink of an eye the incident was easily resolved. Things happened one after another, making everyone temporarily unable to regain their composure. They realized that the technique and ability that Crit used was a very dangerous explosion of magic power. But one thing that surprised them even more was that the magical explosion was easily completely suppressed. All eyes are now focused on Durian's small figure and everyone knows that the person who just attacked is him. Oh my god, what just happened? This seems like a plan that Kirk had prepared in advance, but he didn't expect that someone could stop him. This special student's magical power blocked the explosive magical power. But there was no way that could have happened. Haina's eyes were filled with disbelief because according to her understanding, the magical power explosion was very strong and unstable. So how can we suppress it ourselves? A Durian who inherently has nothing special other than the ability to heal, being able to easily recreate the explosive magical power of Crit, is truly unimaginable. Everyone was surprised and he stood there slowly smiling because he had finally found the limit of how he could show off his strength. During the first test, Durian failed to control his power. Even though everyone around him witnessed and saw that power at that time, his heart still did not explode. Today too, Durian is still safe and sound and so isn't it said that the heart explosion was fake? Even though you might think like that, it's clear that if you use power to a certain level, your heart will ache and feel like it's about to explode. The goddess said that the moment Durian's power was discovered, his heart would explode and he would die. If we look more closely at that statement, the discovery of strength certainly has some standard. Is the goddess Hosya the standard for strength as a warrior? Durian looked up into the distance as if asking himself. In some strange space far beyond this world, at the same time the goddess that Durian met also smiled with delight. She used her hand to gently cover her mouth with a charming and pure smile and said, "You finally know." That's right, Durian, what I mean is that the moment you are discovered to have strength stronger than that of a warrior, your heart will explode and you will die. Because this world is an extremely chaotic world. Countless races gathered together, including the abyss demon humans, strange ghosts with terrible power, and even legendary dragons. It's amazing how such a small world can be home to so many horrible things. Therefore, if on the side of humanity there appears a source of power greater than all, the balance of this world will be destroyed, so Durian cannot reveal his power. Exceeds the allowable limit. Durian, your strength will keep peace in this world, the overwhelming existence must walk the lonely path and goddess, but that strength will bring peace. The distant voices of the goddess Durian's wishes were hard to hear, and he was currently using his healing powers to treat Crit's tired body after the match. After being treated, he suddenly regained consciousness and realized that he had completely lost and was so shocked that he hesitated. From afar, Teacher Haikwan stepped forward and said, "Have you admitted defeat?" Royal also smiled maliciously and told the defeated trash to die quickly. The aristocrat Carrot sat back on the floor in surprise, watching everyone admit defeat. Contrasting with his embarrassment was everyone's warm salute to Durian when he won. That happy scene made Crit increasingly jealous and extremely uncomfortable. His teeth were clenched in anger and his hands were clenched into fists, but in the end, Crit breathed a sigh of relief. The friendly match is an important and proud event for the kingdom, so the result is more important than status. "I lost, special student," Crit's voice echoed, and maybe besides his arrogance, maybe he's not that stupid after all. Seeing that Crit had given up and her attitude had also changed, Teacher Haikwan nodded with satisfaction. People really have to know how to admit their own failures like that in order to be able to grow up. That's a good game, Karis. Even though he received praise from the teacher, there was no way Crit could be happy right now. He only saw him tiredly resting his hands on the floor. Durian silently glanced at Crit and said thank you in his heart. "Thank you very much, thanks to you, I now know the strength standards of this world." And just like that, the voices of opposition to Durian were silenced after he showed off his true abilities. Everything was carefully arranged and the friendly match with the Empire was determined. This friendly match will have 10 students from each school, and this is a traditional event to determine victory or defeat. Therefore, at this location where the friendly match will take place, Teacher Haikwan will announce the 5 players representing the first year. Durian, who has been recognized by His Majesty with healing powers and can cure level 4 attacks, that power will definitely be very active in team battles. Next is Princess Saruti, who is the top student of the first year, and she is excellent in every aspect, so it is obvious that she cannot be the representative without her. The next person is Rich Ki with outstanding ability and support from the Great Wind Spirit. No one in the first year can defeat Rich Ki in close combat. The last one is the sisters Sa and Mu, a rather mysterious couple, and the rest of the class don't understand their powers very well. Although both have excellent abilities, when combined, they have the greatest strength. Therefore, after countless evaluations and surveys, the school and the kingdom finally chose these 5 people. The 5 of them are the players representing the first years participating in this friendly match. Right when the teacher had just finished introducing Royal, who was sitting quietly, suddenly spoke up, "What is that? Although I didn't pay much attention to that representative chair. But what are the criteria for choosing the 5 of them? I'm obviously stronger than them," but his eyes are sharp and his eyebrows are furrowed, showing extreme dissatisfaction. To steal, he immediately smiled and looked at his students. Yes, he and the other students were probably very curious. If I were to say it in one sentence, there would be no criteria for choosing a representative to participate in a friendly match. Because except for Durian, the remaining 4 of them had all directly defeated level 1 monsters. Most importantly, they've all faced level 3 monsters. The teacher's words shocked Chai standing next to him because he also knew the terrifying power of level 3 monsters. But not to mention Princess Saruti and Rich Ki, can both of them confront level 3 monsters? A question popped into Chai's mind when he looked towards the 2 sisters. That twin. The black-haired sister was calm because if she was with her, it would be simple, but the white-haired sister was smiling at everyone's surprise. It is inherently necessary to set careful standards to select representative players, but there will always be special cases, right? If first-year students have the achievement of defeating level 3 monsters, there is no need to compare them to any standards. It is a very exceptional thing that proves their strength and superior talent. That. Royal sat and listened to the teacher's explanation, and he did not say anything more because the explanation was quite reasonable. Up until now, the current market for first-year students to defeat high school monsters has only been the youngest person as the student council president, but this year is definitely going to have a big change. Defeating a level 3 monster at these children's age was truly unimaginable. Her older sister Yola couldn't hide the confusion on her face when she remembered her own situation facing a level 3 monster. The power of a level 3 monster is truly a disaster for small humans. When facing it, all Yola feels is extreme helplessness. Fear flashed and Yola's hands clenched into fists. She silently told herself that she would also be stronger to be able to stand next to her younger brother because she was Du's older sister. But Durian doesn't care about the selection criteria or those monsters at all. Right now he's just feeling a bit uncomfortable because this clothing design is a bit strange. Just as the white-haired sister of the two twins stepped forward and called out to Durian, "Hey special student, do you want to be mine?" The girl smiled and said in a very obvious tone that shocked everyone. The black-haired girl standing behind heard her sister's words and was startled like she was struck by lightning. Even Yola suddenly felt angry and surprised. The white-haired sister did not pay attention to her surroundings and continued to ask Durian, "How can we go from being the strongest to being invincible with your ability? If you want, then marry me and become a noble, isn't it good?" Hearing those words from Miss Durian, she immediately said something that made the girl extremely shocked. A strange look of confusion appeared on her face, not believing what she had just heard, so the girl immediately asked again, "What was that?" Durian quickly repeated again, "I don't like it, are you stupid? In marriage, you have to marry the person you love, but at such a young age, it's really like that." Durian's blunt words made the girl stand in the wind as if she were petrified, and perhaps this was also the first time she was scolded by others for being stupid. "Hey special student, do you want to get married with me? With your ability, we can become champions among the strongest." Suddenly asking to get married in the middle of class makes everyone confused and startled. The situation seemed strange and the white-haired girl's thinking face was also very strange. Durian felt like he was being teased, so he frowned uncomfortably and protested, "I don't like it, are you stupid? Marriage is something you do with the person you love. I'm still young, but what's going on in my head?" Listening to Durian's words, her older sister stood motionless while her younger sister immediately approached and asked in annoyance, "Hey, don't insult my sister." Just when the older sister spoke up, breaking the awkwardness and strange atmosphere here, "Marrying the person you love means we have forgotten this important thing." It's true that the thinking side of these children is difficult to grasp and also extremely strange. Seeing that the conversation had come to an end, Teacher Haikwan came out in a gorgeous outfit and a beautiful wide-brimmed hat. "Well, now that the explanation is over, everyone should quickly pack their bags. Let's leave immediately. Where are you starting from? When did she prepare her hat and bag?" Haikwan smiled beautifully, "Where else but the Empire? I was supposed to leave this morning, but I found the argument too interesting so I was late." Oh my god, Durian was also made helpless by the teacher. Then, in the bewilderment of the busy students, the teacher forced them into the car and drove to the Empire where the friendly match would take place. As soon as little Yola set foot on the street, she looked around excitedly because this place was really new to her. This is the Empire, a luxurious place full of delicious food and luxurious parties, always bustling streets and clear canals surrounding the entire city. It seems like there's something delicious smelling here. Yola walking in front kept exclaiming while Che quietly walked behind her, nodding along. At this moment, the boy was very shaken, but he had to take this opportunity, he thought to himself. When she was still at the academy, Teacher Haikwan called the representative students to follow her because she had something to do first, and for the other kids, Teacher Chidi would lead them to the Empire. So it created a great opportunity for Che to be able to date Yola in the Empire without Durian being present. Now he feels very lucky because he was not chosen as the role representative player. After thinking about it, Che immediately stepped forward and asked Yola if she had ever eaten grilled clams. When she heard something new, she smiled and asked if she should grill the clams and eat them. That's right, the Empire is very famous for its seafood and grilled scallops with milk fat are super delicious. If you haven't eaten yet, let's go eat before we gather. Hearing the new dish, Yola wanted to vomit her urine, but she still hesitated a bit. Is that okay? Okay, if I just eat a little, it won't take much time. I want to treat you. Che patted his chest and smiled. But the smile on Che's lips suddenly stiffened when he heard the voice of the person who had just appeared. Yes, the game was delicious, but I want to eat shrimp. Let's go eat grilled shrimp, okay? When Yola heard shrimp, her eyes lit up with hunger. Seeing that, Korit patted his head and wondered what his reaction was. Had he never eaten before? People say shrimp in the Empire tastes very sweet. Do you want to eat it? The two of them started discussing shrimp and Che was annoyed because it was difficult to cut off Durian's tail, but there's another lizard guy blocking his nose. Immediately handsome Che rushed up and patted his chest to continue introducing, Yola, a king crab. Grilled king crab is even more delicious than shrimp. Oh my god, is it king crab? Every time she hears about a new dish, this little girl's eyes sparkle in such cuteness. So that dish is suitable for someone with dignity like you, and I will treat it to you. Iola's cuteness makes Che unable to help but smile shyly. Oh king crab, okay, I want to eat it too. Noble Karis also nodded excitedly, making Chai feel like he was about to be turned to stone. Sorry, but that place can only go for 2 people. Please go with the others. Carrot immediately smiled and shrugged. Is there any place I can't go? Tell me, I'll deal with the boss for you. These 3 people are here bargaining with each other and then walking forward, not forgetting to grumble too loudly. You guys just talk to us slowly first, okay? Haina smiled and waved her hand. Truly, in a strange place, they want to act alone. They really don't know how to think. Seeing Crit still standing here blaming his friends, Che helplessly cried out in his heart, please, I'll go too. I ask. Right at that moment, a bitter and malicious voice rang out from behind, causing Che to turn his head and look back, wondering where these rustic things came from. It turned out to be the students in the Trash Kingdom. The person who just walked in was a guy with a white face and dark eyes in a formal outfit with a pure white robe, and walking behind were 2 other guys. Looking at this outfit, he secretly realized that it was the uniform of the Imperial Magic School, and perhaps this group of people were students of the Empire? The other group of people walked over and immediately noticed the black pin on Iola's shirt and smiled disdainfully. That badge she was wearing must have belonged to the elite class, but was it a black pin? So is the news that this year there is no talent in the kingdom true? I didn't expect that if a commoner was accepted into the elite class, the kingdom would be out of date. Don't be so annoying and loudly rebuttal. Don't speak casually. Yola is much better than you guys. Huh, dare to be better than us. It's really funny. Who gave you such courage? We are the elite class of the first year of the Imperial Magic School that everyone admires. Straight blue hair with 2 bangs is the main class of the first year named Letaiteo. Pink hair and glasses is the class 6 of the first year Lycherich, and the last leader is the 3rd class of the first year named Bearu. Listening to them introduce themselves, Che was also solemn and did not dare to take it lightly because he did not expect to encounter the Empire's elite class on the street. But if you say so, will that 3rd-ranked guy be the representative player for the friendly match? At that moment, someone spoke up to break the silence between the 2 sides. Lying to people like you is in no way the Empire's elite class. Korit took the lead in retorting, making Yola and Che very happy. Well done, you're really an unreasonable and arrogant guy. Curse them. Korit was flatly denied by Karis, making the other 3 also bewildered and angry. What are you talking about? Those backward kingdoms really don't have eyes to see. If they are so arrogant, then show them what politeness is. As soon as the leader finished speaking, the 2 guys behind him rushed forward to attack. The power you are admiring is the true power of that empire. Tremble in fear. Faced with a strong attack from 2 rival elite students, Yola thoughtfully took a step forward. These 2 just let me go up alone. Carrot stood next to him, crossed his arms and nodded in agreement. Although I really hated him, I had to admit that compared to the guys I fought with this morning, these guys looked a lot easier. In the blink of an eye, Yola easily gave the 2 still aggressive men a fatal punch. Before they could fight, their opponents punched their noses and they couldn't resist because Yola's speed was too fast. They were startled by Yola's strength, and she was also bewildered that her opponent was so weak beyond imagination. Hey, are you lying? You're very slow and weak, but you're actually students in the class. How elite. The leader saw that his 2 accomplices were defeated in just 1 move and immediately became angry with a cold voice. You stupid trash should stop going to school. This is truly a disgrace to this empire. I will show you that this is the true power of our empire. Having said that, he immediately summoned 2 twin swords. Suddenly, a mysterious and ghostly aura enveloped his surroundings, making him bewildered and not daring to move. His whole face was sweating profusely as he felt the extreme danger from the surrounding atmosphere and at the same time looked forward, where Che was in a position to prepare to attack. If it's a simple competition, we'll continue, but if you cross that limit, be ready for the consequences. At this moment, the other guy realized that the dangerous aura was coming from Che and he was really scared. What magic power was that other than a magic sword? Having discovered the true strength of the guys from this kingdom, the leader hesitantly asked, why aren't you guys representative players? Faced with the question, the 2 Yola Che looked at each other bewildered. Well, maybe it's because there are many of our friends who are better than us, but our friends won't lose in the battle with the Empire, so you wait. Looking at the fiery atmosphere and extraordinary appearance of the group Yola, the leader messing around in the wind, who is it that said this year the kingdom has no talent? It's a complete lie. At this moment, a strange voice rang out from the side, causing the leader to feel like he was falling into an ice cellar in panic. The person who appeared was a small body with white hair and a delicate face that made people unable to recognize whether this was a boy or a girl. His whole body continuously emitted a strange, demonic red light that captivated people's hearts. Were you scared just now? Are you a student of the great empire being afraid of the kingdom? This white-haired guy with one eye covered is the first-year class of the school. The imperial magic is called Ryosei. The other group of people seemed very panicked and they saw Ryosei present here. Ryosei is not, I'm not afraid. The person named Ryo ignored the three of them to explain and immediately clenched his fist, causing the red light to become even more dazzling. It was truly the Empire's humiliation. If you are afraid, then accept the punishment. Immediately, a beam of blood-red light shot straight towards the group of three people at an unbelievable speed. The three of them were so scared that their faces turned pale and they could only scream wait, but they couldn't resist. Just as the attack was about to swallow all three people, the eighth form of the demon sword, a shield for the control tree, appeared promptly to block Ryosei's attack. Ryu opened his eyes in surprise, and when he understood the situation, he fell into deep thought. He hesitated for a moment before asking Che why he did that. He didn't answer but looked intently at Ryosei and questioned, "Hey, this is very serious. The attack just now is very dangerous. If I don't stop it, it will not only end in death. Just injured." The blindfold on Ryosei's beautiful face makes him look even more mysterious and dangerous than ever. "What did you just say? To attack and stop who? Do you think you stopped him? What about my attack? Just now it was just a punishment and the attack was this idiot." Before he finished speaking, Ryosei's demeanor changed suddenly like a ferocious lion that had just woken up from a deep sleep. The opponent was a very ordinary person. Che immediately summoned his own magic sword to fight, and this was a battle between the first-year student of Demon de Fat High School and the third-ranked first-year student Che. Kingdom Magic School. This is the attack, idiot. Faced with Ryosei's arrogance, Che was very angry and did not hesitate to confront him. He immediately performed a third magic sequence that summoned a protective shield in front of him. At the same time, Ryosei's fist with red light like the color of fresh blood rushed forward. Noble Chris stood next to observe the situation and immediately took out his wand to summon energy to cover Che's shield. Looks like that's not enough to stop him. In the blink of an eye, under the blessing of the shield's energy, a layer of protection was added, making the shield even stronger. The unexpected but harmonious combination between Crit and Che creates a truly solid defense. But hearing Chorus's words, a strange fire burned in the eyes of the man named Ryosei. What he just said wasn't enough to stop it. Okay, then let's see the magic attack. With magical power exploding in Ryosei's body, the surrounding space seemed to fall into a dark hell and a bright light seemed to distort and destroy all the obstacles. Faced with that terrible move, Che stood there bewilderedly, unable to act. In just a blink of an eye, that attack passed through Chai's body while the boy was still gaping. Haven't seen anything yet, so fast, so strong, and my shield, oh my god. It turned out that the shield, one of the forms of the magic sword that protected Che, was destroyed by the previous attack in just one move. The bustling sounds of fighting here gradually attracted the people of the surrounding empire. They followed the noise and discovered the fighting and recognized Ryosei of the magic school. It was Ryosei. Then quickly show them the power of our empire. At the same time, Che fell to the ground, but Ryosei's attack did not stop and continued to prepare to throw another punch. If he was good, why not continue my attack? I will send those who humiliate the empire to hell with one strike. In a short period of time Ryosei once again used the terrible move just now and still like the first time, Che did not show any resistance but was only surprised. Ridiculously dangerous, Ryosei's fist with a bright red light suddenly stopped in mid-air, his eyes widened and he was startled because his magic power suddenly disappeared. In the distance in the sky, the beautiful, holy figure of Rich Ki appeared with the sentence. In the blink of an eye, a magic sword fell near Ryosei, but he jumped up and dodged. Seizing the opportunity, Rich Ki flew down to the ground, signaled everyone to step back and quickly cast whirlwind magic to attack Ryosei. As soon as the spell ended, a giant whirlwind blew Ryosei's small body back. He quickly put one hand on the ground to steady his body and then coldly questioned whoever had just appeared. Who is it that made my magic disappear? Ryosei with cold, emotionless eyes stared at Rich Ki. Rich Ki coldly replied that it was me. What are you laughing at? That idiot is not you. Ryosei looked at Rich Ki and immediately denied it. It's not you, don't lie, it's a much more terrifying and powerful type of magic, it feels like it's a giant ocean covering everything. At the same time, Durian stood still in the distance behind him and an unnamed aura burst out from his body before it could be contained. Ryosei was extremely quick and sensitive, catching that aura and also discovered Durian. That's right, it was him. Why are you hiding behind? Come out here quickly. I'll use all my strength to fight you. He took a defensive stance and raised his fist again, but suddenly the graceful figure of teacher Haikwan appeared. Next to. She also really wanted to see a beautiful match. The teacher's shrill voice rang out, making her scream in fear. But the beautiful matches were better left until the friendly finals. As a teacher, she couldn't pretend she didn't see the players arguing. And your hair is really soft, Ryosei. Feeling the gentle hand of the girl next to him placing it on his head, Ryosei panicked and wondered, this is the former warrior Haikwan. Since when did she appear? Ryosei immediately took his accomplices and jumped on the boat and left here. Let's go and get out of here quickly. But everything is not over yet, let's meet in a friendly match, you stupid kingdoms, then don't expect me to be gentle. Durian approached and saw Che reaching out a hand to hold his hand, pulling him up and asking if he was okay. Che smiled and shook his head, looking towards Durian and suddenly realized something. Just now, for the first time, Chai saw magic power disappear in the blink of an eye. That situation was similar to the moment in the match against Cricket this morning. Crit used all his strength to explode his magic but was destroyed in the blink of an eye. At that time, Durian's small figure easily destroyed a storm with terrible force. Returning to reality, I saw Che still bewildered looking at Durian with a puzzled face. On the other side, after Ryosei left, Rich Ki immediately walked next to the magic sword that he had just put down. There were a few cracks on the top of the divine sword, causing the normally calm Rich Ki to be stunned for a few seconds. Perhaps it had broken when blocking Ryosei's punch earlier. It's clear that a normal fist without magic power could unexpectedly break a powerful magic sword. That guy Ryosei is not normal at all. Thinking so, Rich Ki immediately turned to warn Durian that this friendly match must absolutely not be neglected because the opponent is not ordinary at all. Today, the hall where the friendly meeting took place is bustling with guests and countless delicious dishes are displayed in the lavish hall. These 5 people are the players representing the first-year students of the Magic Kingdom School. Seeing the group of people coming in wearing formal clothes, the BRU immediately squinted his eyes in anticipation. Here came the first-year representative of their kingdom, even stronger than the demon swordsman from the day before. As soon as he entered the hall, Durian's mouth watered because the food was so delicious. Just at that moment, an unfamiliar, deep voice rang out and called out to Princess Saruti. The boy with soft brown hair was Dessert, a first-class student of the 3rd year of the Royal Magic School. The princess walked up, smiled and nodded back in greeting. Dessert, please just talk freely, now I'm not a princess but just a normal student. Hearing that, Dessert immediately smiled sweetly and praised him for having grown up a lot. With the appearance of the Durian guy, the group also discussed it because they realized he was the leader of the whole school at the school. Learn their magic. The only elite student in the 3rd year, but I am much stronger than him, the white-haired sister walked up to Durian and said, making him just smile. Okay, everyone is here, right? There is one 3rd-year student representing the school. There are a total of 4 second-year students, but for some reason, they all have worried and unconfident expressions on their faces. The first year had the largest number of participants with a total of 5 people. In short, this year's season, the Royal Magic School sent a total of 10 players and the number is enough. The person leading the team to participate in the competition will be the former Brave Management Professor Haikwan. Desat went up to greet the teacher, causing Haikwan to nod in response. Desat, I have high hopes for you, keep up the good work. At this moment, the chandeliers in the hall suddenly turned off, causing a gloomy atmosphere to cover everyone and the host's voice rang out. Thank you very much, the meeting will begin. First of all, I would like to sincerely thank the distinguished guests who have come to this faraway empire. I am Kedat Professor at the Imperial School and will be the one to speak on behalf of the Empire in today's program. It has been 7 consecutive years that the exchange between the Empire and the Kingdom has taken place. This exchange is not only meant for friendship between the 2 countries but is also an important event for students from each country to meet and learn from each other. Recently, when I heard about a demonic realm appearing in the kingdom, I thought that the Empire's students would not have a chance to learn. But don't worry, our Empire is so strong that it can stop even a level 5 monster from attacking, he said, raising his hands with a proud and arrogant look. Whether it is this event or the demons that appear later, our Empire will protect you because this is the Empire. Professor Kedat had just finished speaking and stepped down from the kingdom's representative podium and continued to walk up, pleased to welcome my friends, Professor Jerry from the kingdom's Royal Magic Academy. Through this friendly match, students from the two countries will have the opportunity to learn and strengthen their friendship with each other. Below, the principal of the Imperial School is praising Professor Kedat for an excellent speech. Professor Kedat nodded to the principal and then glanced at the kingdom's group. I think the kingdom was punched in the face by my speech. On the high platform, Cherry continued to speak. Today I'm here and there are two things I want you to know, and this is quite important for all of us. First, our kingdom students defeated level 4 monsters on their own. This achievement will be recorded in history and once again prove the greatness of the kingdom. Second, the Empire has been defeated by our kingdom in 3 consecutive friendly matches, and that is the strongest proof of our strength. Through this friendly match, if the Empire can learn the magic of our great kingdom even just a little, then perhaps the Empire will definitely become an excellent magic school. If you want to protect others, you must first be strong, and I hope this friendly match can help you somewhat. The principal heard the speech and happily smiled and clapped continuously. Teacher Chidi also laughed because Teacher Cherry was still as mean as before. It was a speech full of daggers from the kingdom, and the remaining time was an opportunity for everyone to strengthen their feelings for each other. The guests should enjoy the party, and the official friendly match will be held after another day. Everyone started to disperse, and finally that boring speech ended. Now it's time to eat, right? Durian was scared and quickly left. That king crab is mine, and there's grilled clams too. While everyone was extremely excited, a student representing the second year of the Magic Kingdom School was somber and wanted to say something again. After a while of hesitation, he finally opened his mouth to call out, "Miss, I'm a bit worried about the match. The second-year elite class are currently all hospitalized due to injuries, so we ordinary class became representative players." Hearing the voice of Teacher Haikwan's students, I immediately glanced back and listened. "We are afraid we will drag your feet and make our kingdom lose face. Moreover, the Empire lost 3 friendly matches in a row last year, so this year they will definitely want to win. We don't know if they will have to play any illegal tricks. I think there's some kind of conspiracy because they're so determined to have a friendly match in the middle of such a dangerous level for monster appearance, so we're quite." The second-year student was talking and suddenly stopped because he was interrupted by Durian's voice. "So in the end, all we have to do is win, right? If that's the case, can I continue eating now?" Seeing the indifferent and unworried appearance of their junior, the 2 second-year students were both shocked. "Of course, they're bad at it or whatever, because we won't lose this time. Why are we so tired of thinking so much?" Princess Saruti and Richki are still cold and calm as before. Hearing that their opponent could play tricks on them, the twins were not only not afraid but also extremely excited because everything was interesting. The first-year juniors were all confident and not afraid or hesitant, leaving the 2 second-year seniors speechless, not knowing what to say. Teacher Haikwan smiled and looked at the students. "Human strength is inherent in nature, not in rank or position. It's not because the students are in the elite class or in the regular class, it's because they're excellent that they're here. They are not replacement players for the elite class or copies of anyone, and she believes in the elite players she has chosen." The teacher's sincere words made the second-year guy emotional, moved to the point of gritting his teeth and restraining himself. But in the end, the tears still fell. "I thank you for your trust." Then, the friendly battle between the kingdom and the Empire that was awaited with little worries has passed in the blink of an eye. 2 days have passed. Today this 8th special match will officially begin. Hello everyone, the 8th friendly match between magic schools, the first match. You've been waiting for so long, right? The host's voice made the atmosphere in the tournament hall hotter. Time is over. The 8th friendly match between magical schools officially begins. On this side is Teacher Haikwan with Deshath, and on the opposite side is the representative of the Empire and Deshatha's opponent in the first match. Teacher Haikwan didn't mince words but just said one sentence to her student: "If you lose, you're doomed." Dessert smiled and confidently walked step by step towards his battle area under the attentive gaze of everyone. "Miss, I won't lose because I'm a third-year first-class student at the Royal Magic Academy." Instructor Ivan of the Imperial Magic School looked at Dessert and commented, "Although Dezos is very strong, if he were the younger brother now, he would win, so let's show them his strength." Imperial strength. According to the coach's words, a tall guy with outstanding blonde hair stepped out, and he was the third-year representative of the Imperial Magic School named Vicanadat. The two opponents walked closer to each other with fiery spirit and confidence that they would win. In the cheers of countless spectators, the fire of enthusiasm in their hearts seemed to be ignited. The beautiful M11 smiled with her beautiful voice echoing throughout the hall. The friendly match will take place in a total of 3 rounds, and the school that wins the first 2 rounds will win, so the first round will be the match. Very important. Oh my God, I'm so worried. The principal next to me heard Teacher Chidi's words and smiled and asked if this was her first time coming to watch this friendly match. The teacher smiled and nodded yes, that's right. Sir, so do you know the reason why the kingdom defeated the empire 3 years ago? Another strange question made the teacher a bit confused. Isn't it because our students are strong that they won? Do you have any other hidden secrets? The principal smiled and nodded and then shook his head. The reason was not because Deshaith was born in our kingdom. At this time, on the field, Desit calmly greeted his opponent with a gentle face. We meet again this year, Vicanoda, are you still well? Vicanadat stood opposite, coldly staring at Desert, and his voice also rang out, Desert, I have become much stronger than last year, so this battle will not be easy. Today I will make you remember my name. The host had just announced the start of the battle. Vicanadad's hand was softly raised as 7-colored light appeared. In the blink of an eye, support magic covered his body, physical strength, magical resistance, increased physical ability, increased movement speed, iron skin, healing magic, increased intuition, and increased visibility. This is magic that enhances magical effects that increase the user's abilities, and enhancement magic usually has a limit of 3 to 5 times the increase. If you over-enhance your tolerance, your body will not be able to resist. Help. The principal stood above and observed the situation of increased praise from level 8 to the point of bleeding from the student's nose for his efforts. But his body was being ravaged by the enhanced power and couldn't sustain it for long. Looking at a series of actions of his opponent performing magic, Desco still stood still and smiled. Okay, I won't forget your name and hope this will be a good match. In the blink of an eye, Desert put on a mysterious black cloak and a dark scythe appeared in his hand. This is a death scythe capable of cutting magic in half. As soon as Vicanadat saw it, he recognized that weapon because this was not the first time the two of them fought together. Currently, if the battle lasts too long, Vicanadat will run out of magic power and will be at a disadvantage because his body is under a lot of pressure from the strengthening magic. Immediately his shoulders will be at a disadvantage. Kien crouched down in a strange position and planned to finish it in one move. What is that posture? Hearing Rich Ki ask Durian, he suddenly realized that it seemed to be the posture of preparing to run, a quite common posture in his previous life. Rich Ki immediately felt strange because his running posture was supposed to be like this. As he said, he was modeling for Durian to see, but Rich Ki's posture was like that of a ninja. The Empire's professor whispered and smiled, thinking that the kingdom would surely be very surprised because he had also been surprised like that. The first time I saw that posture, the professor asked what posture this was. This is the attack posture, teacher. Professor, I know that Desco is really very strong, the proof is that I have lost to him many times. In the past 2 years, no matter what I did, I couldn't defeat him. The professor heard that and immediately intervened, but this year will be different and my level 8 enhancement can defeat Dezo. Is level 8 enhancement magic 100% capable of defeating him? Vicanadad still bowed his head to the ground and slowly asked again. Faced with that sharp question, the professor opened his mouth to answer but in the end could not say another word. It's impossible to be 100% sure because even though level 8 enhancement is a very powerful magic, once cast, even Dezo, if he fights normally, he won't be able to stay awake. If we keep fighting normally, there will definitely not be enough time because Vicanadat's body won't be able to handle it. Enhanced magic that passes the level 5 threshold will increase its power level many times, but most of the caster's body will be under immense pressure. Vicanadat has worked hard to create a body that can withstand level 8 enhancement for up to 30 seconds and that is definitely a huge progress. Thinking of this, the professor remembered the terrifying eyes and terrifying aura of that person named Desat. Within 30 seconds, Vicanadad must defeat Deshaith to win. At this moment, Vicanadad's voice rang out, interrupting the professor's train of thought. It only took 5 seconds. The attack I created with this stance will defeat Desert within 5 seconds. Immediately, A series of magical enhancements on Vikanadad's body emitted 7-color light and his limbs in this position began to move. The professor stood next to observe the effectiveness of the attack position and couldn't help but gasp in surprise, then excitement welled up in his heart. Turns out it was because of this that I put my hands on the ground. It's really a wonderful thought. This is a raid to defeat you for a whole year, so don't even dream of running away. Desert, who has witnessed the power of the trump position, is a very confident Imperial professor. On the field, everything happened exactly like Vikanadad's previous practice. His body was covered with enhanced magic and now he was about to attack. The pose he created is the best position to increase speed quickly. Combined with level 8 enhancement, Vikanadad's strength will be equal to or stronger than the hero's. If you can avoid it, just avoid it, Desat. Vikanodat immediately shot up like an arrow at an unbelievable speed towards Desat in the distance. Desert was calm, not the slightest bit scared, and his voice was still cold. I know that's an interesting pose, but let's end it quickly. The principal standing above smiled and nodded and somehow realized the magic of that position. Bending over and running by stretching out your legs can increase your strength very quickly and is an incredible technique. Often. But this way of fighting is not good. Exactly like what the principal predicted, King's shoulder was still extremely confident, but just a moment later his whole face was filled with fear and his eyes were bewildered as if captivated. Desert rushed forward like a ghost that suddenly appeared, and the death scythe brought with it the power of death that he swung out like an angel of death demanding his life. A slash that couldn't be any faster, couldn't be more devilish, and couldn't be any more precise easily tore apart Vikanadad's energy cage, and it felt like he had just been cut in half. The Imperial professor immediately shouted anxiously, calling his student's name. In return, it's Desert's beautiful smile. Don't be too afraid, I'll only use magic power and it won't kill you. In the blink of an eye, the extremely confident player Vikanadad was now sitting blankly on the floor with an empty and tired body. The referee also announced at the same time that player Vikanadad was correct. Lose consciousness. So, the winner of round 1 is player D's of the Royal Magic School. The match was really quick, but it was a very good match. Vikanadad, you have improved a lot. The image of Jesus winning standing in the middle of the arena amid cheers like a hero was engraved deeply in the hearts of many people. As soon as he entered the waiting room for the Imperial team's friendly match, the Imperial professor had to face harsh and unpleasant words. How could he have become like this after boasting like that? In less than 30 seconds, you already lost. What kind of humiliation is this? Isn't your training ability so useless? In this friendly match, our empire must win and cannot lose 4 years in a row. Their kingdom was attacked by monsters and is being questioned about its strength by other countries. Now is the opportunity for our empire to gain hegemony, but what is this situation? The third-year ace of the magic school lost in 30 seconds, what should I do to take responsibility? Listening to every question from high-ranking officials, the training professor was somber and wondered, how did it turn out like this? No matter how hard he tried, he could not defeat Deso, and maybe he will become the next hero. Taking a deep breath, the professor opened his mouth to answer. I know this will be very serious for the upcoming first and second years when the third years lose, although unfortunately we only lost the first round. We will win the remaining round and the friendly match is just starting now. Opposite him was a bald man with a grimace on his face. The threat was heard. If you lose this match again, it won't end with you apologizing, remember. In contrast to the tense atmosphere of the Empire, Teacher Haikuan's side was much more relaxed. The remaining match was for the second years and the first years only needed to win one of the 2 more rounds. So let's let the first year fight last, okay guys? Announcement from Teacher Haikuan, a group of 4 second-year students boldly walked onto the field. In the eyes of the leading student, a strong fire burned, and at this moment he remembered the nightmare he had last year. Somehow, all the second-year students were beaten to death by that scary guy and hospitalized for several months. The terrible situation of that day became a nightmare that haunts all second-year students until now. Since that day, this guy was determined not to run away again, but yesterday he accidentally revealed his weakness. Now is the opportunity to regenerate and become strong. The kingdom was leading with a score of 1-0 and the empire would collapse like this. In the bustling voice of the host, the 2 leaders of the 2 teams stepped closer and touched each other. The second-year representative of the Imperial Magic School named Yamaha with a long scar on his face opened his mouth in disdain as soon as he approached. Where are these pests, Luryu? I don't have time to play with pests like you, so come here. Yamaha's disdain and scary confident aura makes everyone in the kingdom angry. You call us worms? Loryu is playing with your mother. Yamaha didn't expect his opponent to dare to talk to him, so he angrily showed his dead fish eyes and stared at his opponent. You insects are toying with me, I know, so just die. So the 4 versus 4 match between the second-year students of the two schools officially began. Yesterday, with the teacher's comforting words, the boy burst into tears because he received recognition and trust. Tears held back after a long period of living in fear. Will he be able to overcome his fear and continue moving forward today? It was an important match, so the principals of the two schools sat in the stands and watched with their own eyes. Ms. Haikwan's face always had a confident smile, not the least bit afraid that her students would lose. Can the Empire turn the tide with the remaining 2 rounds, or will the Kingdom win again? Fans of both teams continuously said words of encouragement. Kingdom, please try your best and end this match in year 2 and don't drag it out any longer. If the Empire loses again, this humiliation will forever haunt them, so let's quickly show them the power of the Empire. On the competition floor, Yamaha stared at his opponents and shook his head in contempt. You all don't wear elite badges. Are you kidding me? I'll say it again, quickly bring Liu out here. As soon as he finished speaking, his body radiated intense energy, causing the Kingdom team to wince and hide behind their teammates. Facing that powerful source of magic, the guy wearing the headband took the lead and reassured his teammates, we must not back down. We come here as representatives of the Academy and of our Kingdom. We cannot be afraid. Seeing the timid expressions on the faces of the players from the Kingdom, the guys from the Empire immediately covered their mouths and laughed contemptuously. They seemed to be scared. It was so funny. And according to the coach's instructions, the Empire must win in the most cruel and miserable way possible. It's time to go on stage. As he finished speaking, Yamaha alone stepped forward. On the field was a rather strange scene because all the 52 representatives of their empire had a scar on their face. A scar that is extremely visible and cannot be erased. The person who created those scars on their faces was the same person with a special short sword. None other than in last year's battle with the player representing the Luryu Kingdom. At that time, Luryu was extremely excited and crazy, tormenting his losing opponents by repeatedly using a knife to cut their bodies. His madness made the surrounding audience panic. So the Yamaha guys had to work hard to get revenge on Devil, but now they have to fight against normal students instead of against Luryu? Everyone take a fighting position to protect the magician. The 3 practitioners holding swords revolve around the only magician of the Kingdom team. Yamaha saw that and immediately began to unleash his strength, but his voice was full of boredom and contempt for his opponent. You guys are trying so hard, but it's no use. Suddenly a flash of light flashed and Yamaha's feet were covered with magical power. In the blink of an eye, before the Kingdom's people could regroup, Yamaha suddenly appeared right in the middle of their formation. Everyone gasped in horror, not knowing when the opponent had arrived. Yamaha's voice was now trembling with anger. I had been preparing for a year to be able to win against Luryu and take away last year's humiliation, would wash away all the disgrace with my own hands. Only we can grow up. My opponents are not you insects. The group of rebels immediately rushed back to attack, but a flash of light broke out again and they were all blown away. In the end, what attack they were hit with is truly unimaginable. The guy wearing the headband clenched his teeth trying to stay awake and sat up to call for his teammates. Let's all focus on confirming the attack target and deploying defense. Yamaha remained silent on the spot and asked if you guys were really 52 like me, your level is really too low. Yamaha's lightning attack earlier was quite powerful, but unexpectedly, it could only hit 2 people from the Kingdom team and the remaining 2 people were lucky to avoid it. Especially his team's magician wasn't hit in the head at all, which was strange. Because when Yamaha suddenly appeared, this magician quickly extended the distance according to his body's instincts so he was not hit. I don't know if this magician was lucky or if that Yamaha guy didn't use his true power. I just used magic to attack those at close range. The group of people on this side were discussing. On the other side, the members of the Imperial team were also chatting awkwardly with each other. The 3 of them also wanted to participate in the match, but the coach's orders only left the Yamaha captain alone on the field. And the captain will single-handedly defeat the Kingdom to show off his former humiliation. One knee knelt on the ground, the eyes of the guy wearing the headband glowed like a star in the night sky. The guy's voice was filled with determination, once again holding the sword in his hand. We have won this match. When my teammates heard that, they were extremely confused and bewildered. Although I don't know why Yamaha is fighting alone, this seems to be the opportunity. Let's all quickly focus on the enemy. There is only one and his characteristic is close-range attacks. Team 3 quickly prepares for the enemy's weak point, which is a long-range attack. The guy wearing the headband moves while giving orders to the team members. When Yamaha heard their plan, he smiled and shook his head. My long-range attack is weak, are you too naive? But I'll give you 30 seconds and during those 30 seconds I won't attack, so take me down, you pests. The group of people wearing the kingdom suddenly became startled. I don't know if this Yamaha guy is overconfident or if this is some kind of trap. The blue-haired magician on the team pulled out his wand and summoned energy. What are you guys standing there doing? Hurry up and attack. In that blink of an eye, the remaining 3 members of the kingdom team immediately rushed forward and used their swords to attack, while the other Yamaha still stood still and muttered in the dark. Now he has counted to 6 and the other group is still a certain distance away. In the blink of an eye, the counting stopped and Yamaha's clenched hands burst out with terrifying magic power. Each stream of blue cold light like slashes once again sent the 3 people of the kingdom team flying. The magician worriedly called out to his teammates, but at that moment a shadow passed by him. Instead of worrying about those people, you should worry about yourself. The magician's whole face showed a look of horror because he did not know when and could not see his opponent's body. Suddenly, with a powerful impact, the magician received a fatal blow and was sent flying. Teacher Chi-Di on the high platform sighed because the moment the strength of her school's students with their opponents was too high to overcome. The principal didn't find it strange because after all, that was the difference between a normal class and an elite class. But if we let the match go on like this, there won't be any problems, maybe our students will get injured. Teacher Chi-Di's worried voice reached the principal's hands, causing him to ponder and shake his head. Their coach, Ms. Haikwan, had agreed to let them poop. Trust her judgment. Everyone kept their own speculations, only teacher Haikwan still showed her cold face from the beginning until now. Even when the second-year students were repeatedly beaten away, she was not shaken or startled at all. On the field, it was completely one-sided when that Yamaha guy beat the kingdom's group until it was miserable. Fresh blood continuously sprayed out, drenching his white robe. Yamaha's powerful punch carries each strand of magic like electric sparks, causing pain to penetrate the opponent's bones. Another powerful blow hit the target and the guy wearing the headband was now nothing more than a rag being thrown back and forth. His eyes were so beaten that they almost lost focus and could no longer tell right from left. With a bang, the guy fell face down on the ground and Yamaha stepped closer. Now you know that no matter how hard you worms try, you can't surpass our elite class. You should crawl on the floor like a real insect and beg for your own salvation. Fresh blood soaked the face of the guy wearing the headband slowly answered. I also know I'm a bug, no matter how hard I try I can't surpass the elite class. I know much better than you think. I also know that the people here don't care about me at all, they point at me, I will lose anyway, so why try to fight even though I know the outcome, said the guy while shaking his arms. His weak body stood up. But we will never give up. Because I ran away because the fear of that day was dead. The past is forever the past and today the little caterpillar has transformed into a beautiful butterfly, so if we run away now, we will live a weak human life like before. I don't want to run away again and I don't want to become weak and helpless like that, she said. He became even more agitated to the point that his screams echoed throughout the arena. In return for those words was a cold punch that punched him in the nose. Then go ahead and die, I've talked too much just now. The guy with the headband was blown away and hit the ground like a ball before rolling away. Collisions can cause ordinary people to suffer injury and dismemberment, causing the ground to rise in waves of invisible dust around them. Waiting until the dust cleared, that headband guy still tried to stand up on his own 2 feet. Depending on his consciousness, there was only a little left to support his body's actions, but he still cut the sharp nail and said that he would not lie down. Hearing his opponent's words, Yamaha smiled in praise. So if that's the case then I'll break your legs so you can't stand up again. Immediately his hand curled into a fist swung and familiar 7-colored rays of light appeared. Suddenly, the energy on that hand silently and instantly disappeared completely. Yamaha was so scared that he couldn't believe this strange turn of events. Standing in front of the headband guy and facing Yamaha was a strange young boy. Yamaha angrily yelled at you that you all want your legs to be amputated. Durian did not answer but used his deep eyes to evaluate the man in front of him. Who are you who wants to have my legs broken? Uzieha, the 5'3" representative of the Imperial Magic School, coldly questioned. Royal Magic School first-year representative Durian with a smile as if nothing on his face calmly looked back. The guy with the headband who was beaten until his head bled also looked bewildered at the appearance of special student Durian. At this moment, the coach and professor of the Imperial team immediately spoke up and told his student to stop. Stop the opponent who has lost the ability to fight and the match officially ends. The referee immediately stepped forward to signal the announcement. Seeing the sign of the end of this match, the stand seemed to explode and immediately cheered loudly. The winner of the second friendly round was the Imperial team. The scar-faced guy looked intently at the referee and then glanced at Durian. "You're lucky, kid." A girl in the Imperial team witnessed the match and smiled and praised the captain's surprising ability to control magic power. Before the captain hit the guy who just appeared, the captain immediately took back the magic force. So even if the opponent is Luryu, he will still win. That's what his teammates predicted, but as for the captain, he stood alone, staring at his bewildered hand. Clearly he couldn't control his magic just now. Hearing the ending announcement, Yola breathed a sigh of relief because she thought there would be some unexpected situation, but Che, sitting next to her, showed an expression that was hard to describe. In his heart, he was extremely panicked and surely it wasn't his mistake just now. Today's incident confirmed Che's previous predictions when his opponent's magic power disappeared again. Speculating that Durian can instantly neutralize magic power, plus the ability to instantly heal are all extremely special and never-before-seen skills. On the field, Durian walked up to the headband guy and smiled and greeted, "Senior, you didn't run away until the last moment. I feel like you're very impressed." Suddenly receiving compliments from his juniors, he was momentarily bewildered and didn't know how to respond. Then the guy smiled bitterly and shook his head. "What? Don't praise me like that. I can't do anything." "But you're right, I didn't run away." A suppressed cry rang out and the guy suddenly fell to the ground. The student fainted, so hurry up and call the doctor here for immediate treatment. These imperialists are so strong that students fight each other to this extent. While everyone was chatting, Durian secretly smiled because he knew that this guy wearing the headband had escaped his past obsession. At that moment, Durian raised his hand and was about to use his healing magic to help the school students, but was stopped by another voice. "Special student Durian, wait a minute. What are you planning to do?" Marquis Ryse stepped forward with a confused expression and asked. Durian was confused but replied that he was planning to treat everyone because everyone's injuries were quite serious. Hearing that, the fat old man immediately changed his face and loudly shook his head. "Your healing power has been determined how many times you can use it, so please prepare that healing power for the next match." Durian wonders that if not treated now, it will leave sequelae for these students. Special students, this is not the place for students to perform their talents. This is an event that costs more money than you think. Please hand over the patient to the doctor and prepare for the next match. At the same time, the Imperial support doctors also promptly entered the arena and they decided to treat it urgently and then take them to the emergency room. Doctors are all magicians proficient in healing powers and they are always present in matches like this to ensure the life and health of participants. The process of using magic to treat the doctors is very long and cannot be as quick as Durian, so everyone around is waiting anxiously. Every student participating in the match is an elite child who cannot be harmed or have his or her foundation affected. Timely treatment is essential to ensure that in the future there will be no internal injuries or indelible sequelae. All the students of the Kingdom team stood still there observing the treatment process. Now I don't know what teacher Haikwan thinks after her student failed so miserably. Her face is still expressionless and has no expression at all. Suddenly, an unknown aura emanated from the teacher's glowing pupils and she must have sensed something. On the ground in the middle of the field, the four-player team of the Kingdom team is still unconscious and the doctor's ability to treat them is still extended. Finally, too much time had passed and a doctor hurriedly announced that he could not treat the patient's body, which was in critical condition. The head doctor did not immediately know what to do, so he ordered to stop the emergency treatment and quickly take him to the emergency room. He said as he thought to himself, the attacks made treatment more difficult and the Empire was much stronger this year. Suddenly, a figure appeared next to him, startling the head doctor. He realized that he was the representative player of the Kingdom, so he immediately reminded him, "Our player is still being treated, please prepare for the new match." Seeing Durian step forward, Marquis Ryse once again spoke up to remind the special students. Before he could finish his sentence, Durian interrupted and started to unleash his magic. "I'm sorry, but I decided to use my power to save them." The fat Marquis's entire face turned pale with anger and shouted that special students were not allowed. But it was obvious how Durian could listen to his orders because he immediately used his healing magic to cover the four unconscious seniors. The dazzling light and magical vitality in the boy's magical power made the surrounding doctors panic as if they had encountered something unbelievable. What is this all about? The patients have completely recovered. I don't know who was so surprised that they screamed when they found out that the patients had completely recovered and sat up. Oh my God, what kind of treatment did you end up with? Why did you lose to a kid like that? The head doctor angrily questioned his subordinates. The sound of footsteps echoed next to Durian, and that person was the princess. "You are kind, Durian. If they don't treat them they will die." The white-haired sister also smiled and walked over. "This is the magical healing power I want. Why don't you want to be by my side?" The sound of everyone's chatter rang out, and Rich Key also slowly walked to reunite with his group of friends. "About getting married, let's be mine first, okay?" Durian stood in the ranks helplessly shaking his head. "Can you still think about that right now?" Seeing that the first-year representatives of the Royal Magic School had gathered, the Marquis angrily shouted, "Special student, now it's my word and you dare to disobey me." Saying that, a shoulder suddenly passed by and hit him hard in the face, causing him to painfully shut up. Teacher Haikwan turned around and smiled. "I'm sorry. He's so round and small that I thought it was a ball. Besides, I'm the homeroom teacher of the children here." My voice was full of threats and my eyes bursting with murderous intent, making the Marquis tremble in fear. He sat on the ground not daring to refute, but still gritted his teeth and reminded her that if she lost this time, she would be responsible. Haikwan smiled and left. "Whatever happens to the Empire now, we've made all the preparations." The teacher's provocative voice made the younger sister gasp in shock. "Oh my God, this is the kingdom's provocation." Everyone in the stands was stunned. The teacher who trained the Imperial team used his eyes to carefully glance at the figure of the former warrior Haikwan, while the man named Ridyose let out an annoyed sound. "Our empire will not give up and must win." After saying that, she immediately jumped up from the stands and flew toward the field. Her small, flexible body gently landed on the ground, looking very cool, and at the same time she came next to me. "Everyone on this side is ready to fight." This group of 5 people is the representative of the first year of the Imperial Magic School. The current atmosphere is getting hotter, making everyone tense but enthusiastic. The noble with the hood who encountered the group of Yola people the day before on the street was named Bru. First year 3rd place. This bald monster is a 4th-year first-year representative named Oham. He is very excited and curious about Durian's healing power and wants to kill Durian to steal it. Next to that bald guy is another bald guy with a sad and sorrowful facial expression. His name is Ochin, first-year representative, 5th place. Another guy with a red head and a suggestive smile pointed straight at Rich Key and threatened that Rich Key would surely die. He was the second-class first-year representative named Let Habo, and the captain leading the team is none other than the first-year first-class girl Ridyose. "If you don't prove the Empire's strength, you will all die at my hands, you know?" The audience cheered loudly because the Empire had responded to the kingdom's provocation, so let's quickly begin the final match. The doctor came forward to help the second-year students. The match was about to start, so let's get out of here. The guy wearing the headband nodded and slowly turned around to leave. At this moment, a voice rang out, causing him to stop. "Senior, please leave it to us next." The guy wearing the headband was stunned for a moment and then smiled comfortably. "Try your best, I believe in you." Haha, after this match, it seems like the students have become a lot more mature. Professor Haikwan really knows how to teach. Teacher Chidi constantly observed the students' changes and couldn't help but praise them. Praise. The principal stood next to him and nodded, and this time will be the match that will decide the final victory for this friendly match. But if we rely on strength, the teachers do not doubt the kingdom's victory, but they are a bit worried whether the Empire will do something else. That's also what the principal is thinking. They're not afraid of absolute power, they're only afraid of not-so-pure plots. Anyone who is worried should just worry. Only Teacher Haikwan is extremely relaxed. It seems like there is no need to worry at all. The Empire has now lost to us for 3 years, they still open battle. This fight is to wash away humiliation, even though the situation is very dangerous. So I guess they will definitely use every trick to win this match, so you just need to win like always and use absolute strength to sweep everyone away. All conspiracies are meaningless in the face of absolute strength, and the 8th friendly match between the Empire and the Kingdom has begun. Now there is only one final match left, and the school that wins this match will win the 8th friendly match overall. The Kingdom team with 5 members faced off against the Empire team, which also had 5 members. The match between 2 arch-rival schools will be decided today. The dramatic 5-on-5 match was allowed to begin. The M11's announcement and the cheers in the stands made the atmosphere in the arena hotter than ever. The Ridyose girl coldly looked at her opponent and told you not to run away today. Durian helplessly pointed at himself and asked, "If you mean me." Suddenly, a man with an ugly beard walked up to her sister and spoke. "Hello everyone, I am Lylet, the General Secretary of this friendly match. This year's friendly match was as fierce as last year's, all thanks to the excellent players from the schools. Therefore, our secretariat will introduce a special rule in this final match to make the match more attractive. When teacher Chidi heard that, she was startled and questioned why she suddenly added a rule to the final match. The principal wasn't surprised at all because they were about to lose, so they did that. The secretary's voice continued to echo throughout the hall. The first year's 5-year match was a continuation of the second year's 3-year match, so it wouldn't be anything interesting. We have prepared a civilized space to make the match more attractive. Right in the middle of the arena, a giant tower rose from there. This is the content of the 5-year match that we have prepared. Have you seen that tower? The main task is to pull out the sword at the top of the tower. The lower floors of the tower are divided into 5 rooms from bottom to top. Each room will have 2 players from each side. 1 Empire student and 1 Kingdom student will enter the same room. The student who wins will climb to the next floor and gradually reach the top. In short, the winning player will climb to the next floor. The more team members who climb to the upper floor, the better their chances of winning the sword. Wait a minute, I have an opinion that this law has never had before. The Samini instructor of the Royal Magic Academy walked up to teacher Haikwan and loudly protested. The Kingdom player group was made up of members who specialized in team competition. However, due to the unexpected addition of the rule, the match turned into an individual match, which was an unfair match. The coach of the Imperial team immediately shook his head and objected. Our team is also a team, but we support the Secretariat's vision. We will not accept your objections because this is the Secretariat's decision. Teacher Haikwan, who had been silent from the beginning, suddenly smiled fiercely. You cunning imperialists, this is what you prepared for this match. How stupid. If you are so determined, then start quickly, our children will not hesitate. The audience was bewildered by Haikwan's endlessly confident aura. Then the 8th friendly match with new rules will officially begin. The match has started. Players should enter the tower immediately. Under the guidance of the guide, each person entered the tower one by one and headed to their room. Although playing with a new rule and an unfamiliar situation, no one among the children was worried. The tower's door glowed like it was connected to a new world, and it was difficult for those watching outside to observe the battle situation inside. At the same time, in the Empire's observation room, the voices of men chatting rang out. The principal of the Empire and the Kingdom had already entered the tower. The fat principal smiled mischievously. Haha, it seems we already have half of the victory. The Kingdom mainly formed teams to compete together with that bastard who could only use his healing ability. When meeting the other twin sisters, they were only strong when combined together. Our great empire has players with higher achievements, and try your best in that individual match, you kingdoms, he said while dancing wildly with excitement. Different from the outside appearance, the space in the tower seems larger, making it easy for people to get lost. Durian walked over and opened the door to his room. Oh my god, it's so dazzling, where is this? After a moment of adapting to the environment in the room, he looked at the person opposite him and asked, so you are my opponent in this match? Durian is a special student and Bru is a first-year student in the Empire. In another room, Princess Saruti also found her opponent. Everyone entered and dispersed, so if I defeat you, I will climb upstairs, right? Opposite the princess was the Imperial team's first-ranked Ryosei. You want to defeat me, you arrogant girl? Ryo's cold voice rang out and the familiar scarlet light appeared on her body again. The princess calmly and gently prepared her hand to mobilize magic power, to see who was the arrogant one, and this was a match between 2 top-notch people. In another place, the black-haired twin sister sighed as she had to leave her older sister. Her opponent heard this and immediately gave a strange, disgusting smile. Haha, my toy has arrived. I will pull your hair until your head is bald just like mine, haha. Sia glanced at the bald guy with disgust and silently told her to wait a moment. I will teach her this pitiful news and then go find her. Sia represents the kingdom with the 4th rank and Yuam represents the emperor. The country also ranked 4th. In another room, Oham's twin brother was a bald man with a sad face and at the same time raised his voice. According to the analysis, my opponent will be Mie and the loss rate of our twins with you are 0%. Mie stood opposite and yawned slightly, confused as to why it was such an individual battle, so this pair of rank 5 Akan Empire and rank 5 Mia Kingdom will face each other. Each lavish chandelier lighting up the mysterious rooms in the high tower makes the atmosphere extremely oppressive and strange. The space inside the tower is larger than people think, and is there someone using spatial connection magic in this tower? Just as Rich Key was still looking around, the red-headed guy opposite stuck out his tongue and raised his dirty finger. Hey, that guy should die, Rich Key, die. Facing that disgusting teasing, Rich Key did not waver at all but looked at him like he was looking at a dead thing. If I pull out the sword up there, I will win, so where is the door to the upper floor? Rich Key's appearance of completely ignoring him made the redhead angry. Hey, you dare ignore me? Ah, that's right, I heard you were blessed by a great spirit, so you thought you would have everything, huh? Suddenly, the wind sword summoned by Rich Key was held tightly in the palm of his hand. In the blink of an eye, he was not able to deliver a fatal slash to the body of the red-headed man who was still talking nonsense. You're making so much noise, you rude redneck. Because he was too busy talking, he wasn't on guard and was immediately hit by a surprise attack. Could it be that this idiot was defeated in one move? His face was rosy and blank, then suddenly showed a strange smile that echoed throughout the room. At the same time, Rich Key also widened his eyes when he realized what was wrong here. It turned out that his wind sword was melting like it was thrown into lava. The redhead's whole body was covered in fierce flames and his voice was crazy. Haha, you idiot, do you think you're the only one being blessed by the Great Spirit? I am Rihavi with the blessing of the Great Fire Spirit. You are very surprised, right? Ricky coldly emitted wind energy that covered his body and was not too shy or timid in front of his opponent's abilities. In the observation room of the imperialist bad guys, they were still enjoying themselves, laughing and joking with each other. Haha, clap your hands 3 times and look at the confused kingdom guys, they won't be able to do anything after going from group competition to individual competition. An assistant standing behind kept clapping his hands and silently cursing in his heart that this old man wanted to be praised over and over again. Haha, if you had a way for the imperial students to go upstairs, the kingdom would really be embarrassed. Suddenly I'm so worried about them, haha. The Empire's strategy is to win the first-year match, and this year's friendly match will also be decisive in this first-year match. As expected, my analysis is very correct, the professor thought to himself. They analyzed the information of the first-year representative players through information sent from spies. The strengths and weaknesses of each student, the winning strategy is based on accurate data. If you want to curse, just curse anyway, our empire will be the winner. At this moment, the M11 observing the whole school suddenly announced that a player had climbed upstairs. The coach was extremely excited and thought to himself, who is it that's so fast? According to the data, the fastest is probably the twins. So that's Oh-chin, the coach thought to himself. Oh-chin is the type of winner without mercy, whereas his younger brother is the type to enjoy victory cruelly and slowly. Who will be the fastest player? All the guests and followers are focused on the sliding door at the top of the tower. Everyone seemed to stop breathing when the door gradually opened and a figure appeared. Suddenly Durian's beautiful head popped out and glanced sideways and looked around. Looked to the right, looked to the left, then revealed a confused expression. Finally, he suddenly stuck his head inside and closed the door. Looks like I came too early, but there's no one here. Let's wait a little longer and then come out. The whole audience was originally about to cheer and congratulate the first player to reach the top, but now the door closed again, causing everyone to freeze. The most shocked and startled person was the coach and professor of the Imperial team. My opponent BRU is special student Durian. He can use his healing power 3 times a day, and in the previous match he used it once, so there are only 2 left. That ability is indeed very strong when combined with teammates, but on the lower floors this power is really useless. So my mission is to control that good person on the lower floor, because if I'm on the upper floor, healing in that short time will be difficult to deal with. Let's see if the opponent is a bad person, then it's easy for me, right? Listening to the coach's instructions, BRU smiled and shook his head. The teacher looked down on him because he was an untouchable, but I absolutely will not look down on him. And this year's new student in the kingdom is very strong. I recognize your ability, so I will use all my strength. Baru immediately pulled out his sword and mobilized his magic to attack. Durian was calm and quiet. How can you be so impatient at the beginning? You'll see that pressure and gradually fight. BRU smiled maliciously. Sorry, but that's impossible. I want to climb at least 3 more floors. So if we don't hurry, we'll miss the deadline. Hearing what he said, Durian was startled and nodded. That's right, we also have to climb upstairs, we can't stay here forever. That's right, if it were me, climbing to the 3rd floor would be reasonable, not too ostentatious but not too slippery at the back. But wouldn't it be too fast to climb up now? Durian completely ignored his opponent and just stood there touching his chin in thought. At this time, the attack group that had been cherished until now was also completed by BRU with an extremely dangerous double-edged stone sword. Students from your kingdom, if they fight individually, can they beat us? Don't you realize the difference between the Empire and the kingdom currently has an overwhelming strategic difference? Right now, your teammates must have been overpowered by us and are probably still seriously injured. Don't be too arrogant because our empire has accepted defeat and used the past as a lesson, so we will destroy everyone and become even stronger. He kept talking and Durian suddenly smiled happily. Thank you for explaining, so if you go out now you will get third place, right? The player who climbed the fastest was player Durian from the Royal Magic School, and at the same time he would also be ranked first. But why did he come back? The MV's voice was full of questions. I felt sad when I saw Durian withdrawing his head again. The Empire coach's head was covered in sweat as he pondered. Could it be that Bru had stopped him, or was he startled? Damn, but it's also really dangerous. You can't underestimate them, so let's follow the plan quickly, twins. The coach's whisper echoed in the air, and in one room one of the twins with a sad face and a bald head was standing quietly. Mie, I have analyzed your information very carefully. You two sisters are the kingdom's twin monsters. When they were born, they killed their mother and had their magic sealed. If you want to use true magical power, you two cannot be separated. Listen to your opponent's intelligence. White-haired Mia smiled. Did you investigate so diligently? That's right, we have to investigate, but we twins are much stronger than you guys, for example. Saying this, the sad-faced bald man's arm suddenly exploded with a strange magical power. At the same time, in another room, Ham's younger brother's eyes moved slightly. Are you using your power? I can feel it. You're transferring your power to me. My brother Oh-chin and my brother Oh-ham can use the same power even at a distance. So two twin sisters who wear the kingdom can't do this, right? Oh-ham's voice rang out teasingly as he faced his black-haired sister Sia. We can even reshare the shared power. In that blink of an eye, in the other room, Oh-chin's older brother with a sad face also felt the surge of energy from his younger brother. You guys lost this match right from the start, huh? In another room with a bright fire that made the air seem like it was being burned and distorted, haha, go ahead and go faster. The name Let Hoppa, surrounded by magical fire, continuously fought with Rich Key, but it was difficult to win or lose. He was as crazy as a fire, constantly roaring, causing his creepy laughter to echo in the air. Hee so fast, so exciting. But your attack won't harm you, idiot Ricky. At the same time, Rich Key had just finished performing the attack when he was startled again to notice the sword he was holding in his hand. Several times now, your sword has continuously been melted by him. Hey, you're so confident in fighting battles. I never thought you'd lose in close combat or something. Then you will immediately taste defeat. As he finished speaking, Lethapo summoned a pillar of fire and shot it straight towards Rich Key. The surrounding air became hotter and hotter. Rich Key clenched his fist and chanted the spell to summon the sword wind. Cool blue energy from the wind enveloped his body to confront the fierce fire. The sizzling sound was made when two magical powers touched each other and caused a reaction. Suddenly Rich Key's calm eyes widened with a hint of fear. I only saw that his energy cage was easily penetrated by that fire, and the fire burned even more intensely, covering Rich Key's entire body while Layla Huppa laughed happily. Hee stupid. Stupid, you think wind can block fire? Fire is stronger when met with wind. You know that you will never win against me. In each room, fierce battles were taking place, but the people outside could not observe, because they did not know what was going on, so everyone was very worried. Durian just now. Maybe he went upstairs, but I don't know what happened. Because the rules downstairs suddenly changed, the students of the Kingdom team were fighting at a very disadvantage. The principal wanted to immediately stop the competition and sue, but when he saw Haikwan's confident expression, he decided to wait and see. Maybe something could change this bad situation. Teacher Haikwan is still the same confident face as from the beginning. She always believes that her students will win spectacularly. Rich Key's room was burned by a terrible fire, and the temperature of this fire easily melted iron and steel or common objects. The guy temporarily still had his body intact and struggled to escape that terrible fire. Let Hoppa watched his opponent stumble and was extremely excited. That's right, scream, let's struggle, let's try harder. The moment the wind sword was summoned again and Rich Key held it tightly in his hand. The oscillating magical energy of Let Hoppa quickly caught Rich Key's action. In the blink of an eye Rich Key appeared right behind Let Hoppa with a sword in his hand, while Let Hoppa was still standing there with a strange smile. You really don't know how to learn anything, Rich-chan. Key. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the fire around Let Hoppa burning even more strongly than ever. With the ultimate fire power upgraded up to 20 times, he looks like a god coming out of the fire. I will make both you and that sword melt together. The powerful aura overwhelmed his opponent's body, but Rich Key remained cold and unwavering and chanted a spell calling for the wind god's support. Not only did Let Hoppa hear it, he didn't stop him. He smiled and shook his head. You won't be able to win against me, no matter how loud the wind blows, it can't be stopped anymore. In the blink of an eye, Rich Key's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp and countless wind blades used terrifying speed to cover Lethapa's body. With a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye, Rich Key elegantly landed on the ground while Lethapa stood bewildered in place. His fire suddenly went out, making him scream in disbelief. What is that? My fire is out. How could it be that my fire was caught by his wind? The joking smile from a while ago had disappeared and was replaced by a terrifying horror. This scene reminded Lethapa of the conversation from before when he happily informed his father that he had become a competitive player. Dad, I have become a player and I will prove that our fire clan is #1 in this friendly match. The father with red hair sat on a chair sipping a glass of wine and heard his son speak and immediately shook it, proving that it's not necessary, son. Because no matter what we do, we can't beat the wind. Before he could finish his sentence, he held his head in pain as if he had just remembered some painful past. Among the 4 great spirits that lend power to humans are wind and fire. But among them the wind is the strongest and the great fire spirit does not love us, my son. Your father has failed, we are the ones who cannot receive love from the gods. The father's screams caused the joy and excitement of the young Lethap to fade away. Your father has always served the great star of fire and trained that power, but after experiencing failure 3 years ago, he indulges in alcohol every day. Returning to reality, is this also a failure? Lethapa helplessly fell down on the floor while Rich Key coldly stood behind him and asked, this is just one trick, what's wrong with you? I told you to melt our dew and get up quickly. The battle on this side comes to an end, but in the other room the battle between Ochin and Mie is still going on. A punch carrying a powerful source of magic approached Mie but she easily dodged it. Her eyes look intently at every move of her opponent to find his weakness and counterattack. The ability to combine the powers of these 2 twins is truly terrifying, leaving Mie completely at a disadvantage and can only find a way to avoid it. Once again dodging and having to quickly step back, the girl smiled and provoked her opponent. That equally formidable person is worthy of us using our powers. When Ochin heard those words, he gritted his teeth angrily. It seems like you still don't understand the situation. Mie, I'll wait and see how happy someone like you who doesn't know how to use power can be. Although this ability of mine cannot last long, everything is currently going according to plan. Hearing that, Mie burst out laughing and covered her mouth with her hand. Oh, so you're the one who works according to the plan. That's too bad you're not famous at all, right? On the surface, she always uses words to distract the opponent's attention, but in her mind, she is still thinking, right now personal fighting is too troublesome, should she use it? Mie's words really angered Ochin, so he unleashed all his strength in both hands and stepped forward. He's even more unpopular than me. If you don't have hair, you should at least open your eyes and talk. While the situation was extremely tense, the far door of the room suddenly opened. A figure appeared right there, looked inside, and then said in bewilderment, oh my god, I'm lost. Please, does anyone know where my room is? Mie clearly saw the person appearing, then blushed in surprise when she realized it was Durian. A few seconds ago Ochin's fists tightened and both arms exploded with magical power. The strength of his fist was suddenly pushed up to an unexpected level. He slowly walked closer to Mie Ochin and asked, very curious, what would an arrogant girl like her do when she cried and begged for her life? Mie stood still and observed the bald man's hands and immediately realized that it was magic power received from both sides and it was worth using, right? The moment she was about to use her trump card to turn the tables, the far door opened. Durian popped in and asked if anyone knew where his room was. He was lost. Seeing clearly the person who just walked up, Ochin, was very surprised. Her older sister Mie also called out Durian's name in panic. Both people in the room were startled but didn't expect someone to come looking for them at this time. Durian, is he a special student? Could it be that Barreau lost to that guy who only knows how to use healing? Ochin panicked and wondered. Regardless of what the other 2 thought, Durian now only had a headache because he couldn't find his room. Most importantly, if you get lost, you don't know if you're breaking the law. If you break the law, it'll be a big deal. Mie didn't understand why she blushed when she saw Durian. In that blink of an eye, the little girl was startled and remembered the conversation she had with her sister the day before. The girl at that time asked if she knew the White Horse Prince. Mie immediately replied that the White Horse Prince is a member of the Empire. Isn't he someone who will help us when we are in danger? I want to wonder if that person is strong or not. Instead of saying it's strong, the Prince Code will give us a great feeling of protecting the person that person loves. Should I call him an idiot? Protecting the person you love is called brave or what? Freed from idle thoughts, the silver-haired Prince Durian coldly pointed at Ochin and said, "If that's the case, then let's go together, but you have to go first." Hearing those words, Ochin exploded in anger, but after many changes and events, everything still went according to plan. "Most importantly, I will trample you pests," as he said. He used magic that shared power to the extreme. In another room, after playing boringly with his opponent, Oham suddenly felt the energy in his body was gone, but suddenly he realized. It turns out that vegetarianism is like that. You want to end it? Suddenly, the younger sister Sia of the Kingdom team was defeated and lying on the ground with wounds on her face. "I still want to play with you, but he wants to end it quickly." Sia lay helplessly on the floor, constantly panting but unable to move anymore. Yuam's entire body erupted with blue magic power. His brother Ochin is the opposite color. A secret technique, or more accurately, an ability that only the two of them could use. At this moment, the two souls of the twin bodies seemed to be one with each other, and so was the power they carried. Magic shares the power of all with one mind. Blinking when the magic was successfully cast, his brother Ochin's eyes, which were originally closed sadly, suddenly opened coldly. The duration of this power is 2 minutes and 22 seconds. According to the plan, his brother Ochin must destroy the remaining two people in just 1 moment. The time to maintain unity of mind is 2 minutes and 22 seconds, and during that time the twins are the invincible entities. Durian heard what he said and excitedly raised his hand, "So that means I can also participate in the match, right? I didn't break the rules, right?" As he spoke, his hand raised and a green magic thread appeared. At that moment, the naked eye could see the combined energy of the two twins being blown away by an invisible hand while he was still bewildered. Ochin's newly opened eyes were filled with unbelievable shock. Then immediately those eyes closed tightly again and returned to their original sad expression and panicked voice, "My magic, my magic." Another room where the match between the two strongest girls in this tournament took place. Ryosei coldly looked at the princess and signaled that they were fighting fiercely, "So let's end it quickly." Princess Saruti nodded, and if she didn't say anything, "I wanted to end this quickly." Suddenly the princess's eyes opened, making her whole body's aura sharper than ever. If we comment on Ryosei of the Imperial School, she is a talent that comes once in 100 years. Her characteristic is that elusive bright red magic. At this time, Ryosei, opposite, had also finished gathering his strength and preparing to launch his attack. A slap in the air was sent straight towards the princess. "This is my cordial greeting." The bright red power that was gradually approaching Princess Saruti immediately attacked and exploded with magic power. A terrible explosion when two powers collided, causing others to cover their eyes and not be able to see clearly. The dust and smoke gradually dispersed, the figure of the little princess still standing as steady as a bronze wall and seemingly unharmed. I only see that now one of the princess's fingers is emitting a beautiful light. From that finger, magical power covered the princess's body, protecting her from her opponent's attacks. At this moment, Ryosei suddenly asked a confusing question, curious about what she would do after graduating. "Princess." Faced with the question, the princess was also bewildered and surprised. Ryosei looked at her surprised look and continued, "I mean, with that royal princess status, what will you do after graduating? Is she planning to stay in the city growing vegetables and raising fish like a real princess? Actually, you don't need to graduate from an elite class, since you're royalty, life must be very comfortable." Ryosei's words made the princess pensive but also nodded. "You're right, I'm not the eldest daughter, I have a brother who will inherit the throne. The achievement of graduating from an elite class is really not that important to me. It can be said that before, I was a useless and weak greenhouse flower, and my people also say hello to you." In an instant, the princess's finger glowed again and Ryosei's face could not hide her surprise because that energy had already covered her body. Unexpected situation with a terrifying impact. Ryosei was blown away by the princess and slammed into the wall. This attack was not gentle at all, as evidenced by the fact that the entire wall was concave into a deep, cracked hole. At this moment, Ryosei felt something and at the same time remembered a distant legend of humanity. A finger that emits light and carries unpredictable energy. Gradually, the princess's fingers returned to their normal state. Another finger continued to light up and the princess's voice rang out, "From now on I will save the world with this power." Bewildered for a moment, Ryosei immediately jumped from the wall to the ground. Her fist was also clenched with such energy that it looked similar to the princess's fingers. "If you want to save someone else's life, you should first save your own life. This is my real attack, this one-hit magic attack." Faced with the attack, the princess did not step back and immediately charged forward. Fierce battles took place inside the tower, causing the tower to shake as if it were about to collapse. The tournament secretary stood there gritting his teeth and trying to control the magic around him. While stabilizing his magic power and observing the situation of the tower, he thought to himself, Ryosei, please be gentle, that city cannot withstand your magic power many times. If you keep using all your strength, the castle will collapse, and you'll even faint before the formation dissolves. In the room, the sad, bald-faced Ochin's voice rang out intermittently, which was exactly going according to plan. But this turn of events was unforeseen. He was overpowered by 2 Durians, so Durian immediately turned around and left, wanting to climb upstairs. Mie immediately followed behind, wondering how to climb to the upper floor. Oh, just keep going and you'll get there. Then Yu-Gi-Oh! Lost Alone, has now become Mie and Durian lost their way together. Outside the tower, the Empire's coach panicked and questioned, breaking the rules was clearly breaking the rules, this couldn't have happened, the news of the royal family stepping out first was obviously breaking the rules of the match. This is invalid. Royal Magic Academy's second and third players Ricky and Sia were the first to reach the top of the tower. Hearing those words from Coach Richki coldly retorted, is it illegal for you guys to suddenly change the rules so we can't draw the sword? I only saw the sword far away at the top radiating a magical light and standing in front of that sword were the Empire's soldiers surrounding it. A soldier heard Richki's question and spoke up. It's not like the rules suddenly changed, but originally only the captain could draw. Without the captain, he would lose the right to draw the sword. Richki's eyes are like cold, sharp ice, that's why I've been standing still all this time here, I don't think I can talk any more gently. Each magical wind carried a dangerous aura that enveloped the soldiers, causing them to panic and take precautions. CA stood silently, worried about her sister, why hasn't she come up yet? I want to see her so much and will she use that thing to win? Not only Mie but also Durian still haven't come up yet. With their abilities, it wouldn't have taken that long. Besides, how long do I have to play this useless game? If it's been that long, Ms. Haikwan must be very angry. Below the stands, amid the screams of the royal fans defeating the evil empire, teacher Haikwan has not been able to maintain her calm appearance from the beginning until now. Her face was full of fear and panic, staring intently at the distant sky. At the same time, Richki accidentally caught her panicked expression. Eating bewilderedly, he followed her gaze towards the sky. The sky was still a beautiful blue, so what exactly did she see that had that expression? Along with the panic that covered teacher Haikwan's faltering voice rang out, is that level 4? The moment Richki looked down from the top of the tower, he suddenly discovered the teacher's frightened expression. His face, which was always calm and indifferent, was now taken over by fear. What is that expression anyway? Richki felt something was wrong, but little Sia kept thinking about her sister and had to quickly find her, not knowing if she would climb up successfully. In a certain room, the door was slowly opened to reveal bright rays of light. Durian and Mie entered but it seemed they returned to the room they had just left. Oh my god, why did they return to their original position? All this while these two people were blind and still lost their way, spinning around in circles. How much longer do we have to walk? My legs are starting to get tired. Climbing to the top is so complicated. Durian smiled helplessly. This time it was really complicated. Suddenly, a faint voice came closer and he leaned his head on Durian's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "What? I don't think it's bad to stay by my side like this, but maybe climbing upstairs wouldn't be good either." Durian seriously thought and nodded. It's very possible that maybe only the two of them are left downstairs. So if the Imperial players climb on top of my sister, it will be very difficult because she has definitely climbed up there, Mie said as she turned and left. Let's break up here, one of us must have someone to climb to the rooftop, right? In the room where the princess and Ryosei fought, magical light continuously flashed. Another powerful punch was thrown by Ryosei but it didn't seem to hit the enemy. You dodged very well, princess. Princess Saruti smiled because you shouted so loudly. Screaming so loud that even without using a loudspeaker, the power is terrifying and using a shield is unlikely to be able to block it. The hot-tempered Ryosei girl couldn't help but shout loudly, "Stop avoiding it, let's fight head-on, I want to end this match so much." Downstairs, there's probably only two of us left. Princess Saruti secretly felt her surroundings nodding in agreement because it was probably right that the surroundings were quiet. Besides, the princess also agreed to end this match quickly. The princess's finger will shine brightly and in the distance, Saruti will immediately be on guard. Are you going to throw it out again? It's not a throw, it's an attack. As soon as Saruti finished speaking, several iron chains appeared from nowhere, binding Ryosei's arms and restricting all her actions. Things didn't stop, the princess continued to cast magic with the spell shrink. In the blink of an eye, Ryuse's body twisted and was controlled like a puppet. It turned out that this was God's blessing. But this won't stop me. Saying this, one of Ryuse's legs glowed with a strange red light and suddenly kicked into the air, creating a wave of magical energy. Tsurugi, who was originally using magic power, suddenly received an attack and was extremely surprised. She didn't scream but kicked her legs in that position. Why? Because the attack was so sudden, the princess did not have time to dodge. As soon as Ryuse's magic attack hit the princess's binding magic also broke and now Ryuse can move again. The entire surrounding area suddenly became blurred under a wave of magic. Ryuse escaped from the bondage but couldn't bear to smile because everything that happened was so confusing. Most importantly, why was this princess able to avoid Ryuse's attack just now? Is it possible that that shield cannot block my attack? Could it be because of the blessing? Ryuse wondered. To talk more clearly about the blessing, in the past when people were still very weak, in the primitive era they ate their hair in holes and lived largely based on instinct. Weak civilizations thrive on living in herds. But compared to other races in this world, the basic strength of humans is too weak. Those races are naturally endowed with powerful abilities, with countless magical skills and giant bodies. Then the situation changed when a god who loved humanity gave a human being fingers containing his power. That power is called God's blessing and has been passed down to this day. At the same time Princess Tsurugi summoned God's blessing with her middle finger with the weakening skill. The light flew and suddenly the power in Ryuse's legs disappeared for a moment, so it turned out to be that power. If so then before you used that blessing. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryuse rushed forward to attack with his terrible punch. The group attacked too quickly and the princess had just used weakening on Ryuse's leg so now she didn't have time to use weakening on her hand. But one of the princess's thumbs suddenly glowed. This is the blessing of the thumb god with dominant skill. Ryuse's fist was now close, but Ryuse's face was completely stunned. Thanks to the controlling skill of the princess's thumb, she was able to avoid that fatal attack by a hair. Even a calm person like the princess had to breathe a sigh of relief because just now it was too scary and too close. The princess immediately used the index finger god's blessing with the magic skill. The ability of this skill is to cause Ryuse to be covered by a force mattress and fly up into the sky, unable to move. Immediately, Ryo seemed to be grabbed tightly by an invisible hand and then thrown away at high speed. Continuously using powerful skills from the god's blessed fingers, the princess was also tired of standing there breathing continuously, then suddenly remembered her brother's words from before. Her brother said that she doesn't need to go to magic school. The princess doesn't need that. But brother, I will use this power to save those who need saving. Ryuse was thrown hard into the wall by force of mind, causing the wall to crack and she tiredly asked, was it thanks to that power that your princess was able to step out of that glass cage? And it's not just you, it's the same for me. Thanks to having this power, I went from a warm world to a cold world. Ryuse's voice suddenly became cold as ice and filled with madness. Blinking she jumped down to the floor and stared at the princess. I curse this power and wish I could be as weak as you. One of Ryuse's hands was covered with magic like a clawed arm. The princess gently raised her hand to provoke and she will not ignore that childish provocation so let's end it. The princess's eyes widened as the purple light of magic briefly appeared along with her glowing finger. Having been involved since the beginning until now but still not injuring the princess, Ryuse was also very upset and had to admit the strong ability of this seemingly weak princess. Just as the two of them were about to fight each other again, the door opened again. Stepping closer right in front of your eyes and the light from outside also shines into the room. Ryuse stopped his actions and turned to look at the door. It seemed like someone stupid had lost his way to see which mouse it was. But when Ryuse clearly saw the person entering, her whole spirit felt like it was hit hard by a sledgehammer, causing her thoughts to stagnate in the blink of an eye. The princess's intuitive danger alarm wire kept ringing and her whole body stiffened and she felt the terrifying aura coming from the door. The person who entered was not an Empire student or a Kingdom student. To be more precise, the person who entered was not a human but a demon. The monster's monstrous body with two deep eyes like two holes and a round hole on its forehead echoed the voice, I will kill anyone who makes a sound or movement and I am a level 4 disease. Go back in time a little to a few minutes ago when teacher Haivon looked up at the sky in panic. At that time, she was frightened because she discovered that a level 4 monster had appeared. Haikwan recognized level 4 faster than anyone, but she couldn't move and only Rich Ki discovered her strangeness. As time passed, an extremely terrifying source of unknown magic power covered the sky. The magic power is so scary that it makes everyone feel trembling and makes them unable to perceive and think normally. Their entire train of thought is affected by that magic power and stagnates. The stadium turned into the quietest place in history as magic covered the sky. Come back soon, this place will be the place where the magic power is strongest when 3 level 4 monsters suddenly appear. The sudden incident caused the entire arena to become completely silent and the surrounding air could be seen with the naked eye, faint streams of dark magic. The monsters appearing in the sky in the distance gradually flew closer to the tower where the competition took place. The story is that while the 8th friendly match was taking place, 3 level 4 monsters appeared from the sky and their power caused the actions of everyone present to be limited. They were so scared and oppressed that they couldn't move like a statue. Even the flow of thoughts is slowed down more slowly than ever by this terrifying ability, only to see that on everyone's face there is an expression of horror that cannot be hidden. Even though the monsters were far away, everyone was instinctively afraid, and within 2 minutes of Ms. Haikwan discovering them, then suddenly those 3 monsters appeared on the field. Even though Rich Key's mind was constantly screaming calmly, every cell was shrinking and trembling with fear. This is not a matter of courage but of instinctive fear when confronting a higher level of life than oneself, every drop of sweat rolling down his pale face. And finally, while everyone was holding their breath and unable to act, the level 4 illness was the first monster to act. It passed by, hissed the key, then walked past CA without even looking at them once. Just like that, it calmly gradually approached the door at the top of the tower that connected straight to the rooms below. Rich Key's eyes opened wide, wanting to scream and rush forward, but in the end, he couldn't do anything. He watched blankly as the monster opened the door and walked down. The door closed with a bang and now Rich Key and SIA were able to open their mouths and chat a few words to each other. It went inside and what happened? At that moment, Teacher Haikwan flew from below to the top of the tower and stood next to her 2 students. Immediately her eyes glanced downwards and silently called Desat's name. Like a spiritual connection, the noble Desat immediately received a signal from the teacher. He calmly nodded in response to Haikwan. Then I saw Desert's feet lightly stepping on the ground, causing his whole body to shoot like an arrow, not restrained at all by that terrifying magic power. 3 level 4 monsters suddenly appeared, making everyone panic, but Desko was the exception. His face was still the usual amused smile. Then, ignoring the pressure from the magic flow around him, Desert rushed straight towards the door and entered the tower. Seeing that, Haikwan breathed a sigh of relief and silently said that he is counting on you, Deshe. Now let me handle this side. The magical power in Haikwan's body is already waiting to explode. Suddenly, a little elf with golden hair and a staff appeared next to him and called out to brave warrior Haikwan. Hearing a somewhat familiar sound, memories from the past reappeared, causing Haikwan to momentarily lose consciousness. Are you a lily? The little elf smiled and nodded. I am a lovely lily who accompanies the brave warrior. I didn't expect that I would be able to meet you again, hero. You still remember me. Haikwan was extremely surprised like a robot and nodded. Of course, after parting, how could I forget you? The surrounding scenery became extremely bright, different from the oppressive feeling that those level 4 monsters brought just now. The saintly Li Ly smiled, haha, so why did the hero kill me? Hey, why did the brave hero leave us? Why? The bright scene and the beautiful appearance of the little elf, but emitting a frantic and desperate sound made Haikwan feel like he was falling into the ground. Prison. Why? I trusted our heroes and served them wholeheartedly, but as I said that, Lily's entire beautiful face looked like it had been melted and deformed horribly. But why is that, hero? Why did we turn into this? Why, in the blink of an eye, Lily's beautiful face became monstrous and turned into the head of a green-skinned monster with blonde hair. The monster's voice also became crazy, constantly attacking Haikwan's spirit. It was all because of you, Haegon. You killed your supporters. You're so happy that you've come all this way, so come die with us. Haikwan coldly observed everything and then mused with a voice full of murderous intent. Even now, you still do that stupid and melancholy thing. As he finished speaking, the beautiful space around him suddenly darkened and countless cracks appeared, giving people a strange, twisted and crazy feeling. A sharp blade of gas flashed across the air and the sound of broken glass echoed in Haikwan's heart. The illusion gradually disappeared, revealing the true identity of that melancholy monster. One of the monster's long, slender legs was cut in half by the sharp sword energy from earlier, and the crazy flow of magic power around it was also stirred into chaos. Haha, as expected, the former warrior is very good at withstanding my mental attacks. Even cut off my legs and arms. Aren't you excited to see your comrades again? The monster's voice is like a sound coming from a twisted hell that makes people feel terrible. Facing it, Haekwon calmly blinked her lips, then her aura suddenly changed to become extremely sharp, like a blade that had just been drawn from its sheath, filled with wind. The monster felt that murderous aura and smiled teasingly. Haha, stop it, we didn't come here to fight. Now you just need to stand still and be silent for 5 minutes. I also want to destroy another me and I really want to kill you, but for now I have to hold back. Hearing the words of the monster Haekwon, he secretly thought that he wanted to destroy another me. According to the monster system, the higher the level of the monster, the stronger its power and the fewer individuals there will be. At level 4, there are only 8 monsters and there will be at most 2 identical monsters. Having said that, level 4 Melancholy originally had 2 children, but now there is only 1 left. Who killed level 4? Could it be the Great Wind Spirit? Thinking about that, Haekwon opened his mouth to question 3 of the 8 monsters that came here but didn't want to fight. Could it be that they were going on a sightseeing trip? Huh. Melancholic immediately flew up and shook his head in denial, saying wrongly that it was not a child but a person. Furthermore, please restrain your useless provocations. I say once again, I am not here to fight but to threaten you. Don't move anything for 5 minutes, and just 5 minutes is enough. Aren't you humans so wise? How do you know what to do and what not to do? And if you don't listen, then take the consequences yourself, said sadly while looking up at the remaining monster in the sky. It was the monster with the crow's head hat and a ring on its back, connected by pale hands. From a distance, I thought it was the vertebrae of some animal, but when I looked closer, I discovered that it was essentially an empty hand. Suddenly a hand automatically pulled out of the circle. His fingers gently tore a piece of skin from the hand in front of him. As soon as the piece of skin broke off from his hand, it turned into a bright red spore like a virus or some kind of poison. Melancholy, he smiled complacently and did not forget to threaten that with his hand holding that floating red spore, I will kill all of your students, colleagues, and people around you. They were planning to limit Haekwon's movement with the surrounding elves. Her eyes with mysterious pupils like a blood moon stared at the monsters without hesitation. The monsters, you really know how to plan, huh? But when confronting monsters, not everyone can stay calm like Ms. Haekwon. Typically the boy Rich Key, the fear coming from his soul makes his whole spirit feel like it's about to collapse. Poor. Finally, unable to bear it, Rich Key gritted his teeth and silently screamed in his heart, calling the Great Wind Spirit's name. Great Wind Spirit, please save us. Please be in another dimension. The beautiful Wind Spirit immediately felt the call for help and call from Rich Key, but she sadly shook her head. I'm so sorry, Rich Key, last time we signed an agreement. So it's a pity that we can't intervene in this matter. In that room, a sick monster appeared and immediately asked, which of you is the princess? Sorry, but in my eyes, all harmful insects like you are identical, so I can't recognize them. After a moment of panic and fear, Ryosei gritted his teeth and said, I am the princess. If I say that, what will happen to me? The monster pondered for a moment and then smiled in horror. Harmful insects are basically cruel and lie all the time. Maybe you're lying too. Hearing those words, Ryosei angrily gritted his teeth but did not dare to continue speaking. Princess Saruti keenly sensed the instinctive fear that was covering the two of them because facing them was a level 4 monster. But most importantly, the reason they appeared was because of the princess. If we didn't need to find the princess, they would have killed us, or he wanted to capture the princess alive. At this time, Ryosei continued to speak again and looked at the monster. If you don't believe what I say, go outside and ask who the princess is and then come back here. We promise to wait here very obediently. Fresh blood flowed from the monster's deep eyes, making its already terrifying face become even more distorted. I have an idea. I don't know which of you two is the princess. We decided to cut it in half. Its murderous voice caused the two people standing opposite to panic and move closer to each other in anticipation. Suddenly Princess Saruti realized something and looked towards Ryosei and asked. Ryosei turned his back to the princess and signaled that he would let the princess choose. One is to join forces with me to distract it and run away. You two leave me as a hostage and you run away alone. It can be seen that the success rate of the second thing is much higher. Before Ryosei could say the third thing, Princess Saruti interrupted her to continue. Thirdly, let him know that I am a princess, and how about you run away alone? Ryosei pondered, then shook his head. He wouldn't have that choice. Hearing that, Saruti immediately smiled and stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ryosei. Then I too will not have a second choice. Ryosei was calm as if he had predicted this choice of the princess. So from now on, let's temporarily fight and deal with that monster together. Walking around this giant maze, Durian occasionally raised his hand to open a few doors to take a look. With each door he opened, he hoped he could find the right way to the top of the tower. But no matter how easy it is, Durian is also helpless. Just as he thought the castle had turned into a maze at some point, it was like there was someone behind everything. And this maze seems to want to prevent Durian from entering some of the rooms here. In fact, that made Durian curious and wanted to learn more. Should he go look for those mysterious rooms? The naive boy thought this was part of the competition, so he was extremely excited. Outside, the magic field created by the monsters had covered the grounds for several miles around this tall tower. The secretary stood still, observing the situation and not being able to move at the same time, wondering in his heart what was going on. Why did these monsters choose when he was the general secretary of the Congress to attack, and those level 4 monsters were originally very silent? Currently, we must quickly destroy the tower so that the knights can attack. Ironically, the control of the tower has been taken over by these monsters. Furthermore, as time passes, more and more magic power converges around the tower, making it more and more difficult to destroy the tower. Above all, the two sad and sick monsters competed with each other to take action. Only this masked man has been quietly flying in the sky without any action since the beginning. He is probably the most dangerous person of the 3 monsters here. In the room of the sick level 4 monster princess, it showed its strange smile. I don't know which of you is the princess, so I will cut you in half and take you with me. As he spoke, he lightly snapped his fingers, creating a flow of magical energy filled with corrosive properties and countless disease germs rushing toward the remaining 2 people in the room. Ryosei and Saruti quickly retreated to avoid it, but their faces could not hide the fear. It was right to be scared because it had just unleashed a bit of magic and yet it carried such terrifying power. In the end, what is this overwhelming power? At an extremely dangerous moment, Ryosei's feet suddenly glowed, causing her speed to increase dramatically. In the blink of an eye, Ryo carried the princess into his arms and dodged the attack. We must start taking action now. Saruti nodded and the blessing of the weakened middle finger god was used by her. Immediately, the magic from the blessing covered the monster, but it quickly realized that this was a power-reducing magic. Do you think you can stop me with just this power-reducing magic? The monster struck again and Princess Saruti coldly shook her head. This magic not only reduces the power, Ryosei's long-cherished punch immediately took the opportunity to rush towards the monster. One-hit magic attack is still this girl's familiar move. A bright, blood-red light gradually enveloped that terrifying, monstrous body. The collision between the 2 attacks caused an explosion to appear. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed, the monster's hand still extended a finger forward without any harm. No, it's not forward, it's pointing to the side. Following the direction of his finger, Ryosei was standing bewildered in place with one arm hanging down, unable to move. Her whole arm turned purple as if poisoned, and this made Ryosei panic. Her hands have lost feeling and can no longer move. Too dangerous. The thumb god's blessing and control magic from the princess immediately cast it on the monster's body and then threw it hard into the corner of the wall. Saruti quickly ran to Ryosei's side and asked with concern if you were okay. Ryosei shook his head. Don't make such a fuss. When fighting a level 4 monster, sacrificing at least one arm is normal. More importantly, we have created a door according to the original plan. During the initial conversation, Ryosei frankly admitted that the 2 of them could not kill that thing. To be honest, Ryosei wasn't even sure if both of them could survive together. So if this plan is not allowed to make mistakes and the 2 must succeed immediately. First, we had to create a door to be able to escape, and surely the princess also realized that after these level 4 monsters appeared, the tower had changed. Dark magic surrounded both the door and the wall there, and they certainly couldn't use normal methods to open that door. So they had to create a new door. In reality, things were more difficult than they thought, but if they went through that hole now they might get out. Now it was time for the next step of the plan before that monster came back. As soon as he said this, Ryosei suddenly fell silent without making a sound with a panicked face. The princess also stared ahead with wide eyes. It turned out to be the monster's magic, and it walked up to the 2 of them. In the end, what should the 2 girls do now while that monster continuously controls its dark power to cover the 2 girls? Its monstrous voice rang out like a death bell. We were born to kill humans. Your death is our nature. Don't dream of finding a way to live in front of me and stop struggling. Outside the tower, the entire surrounding arena was completely covered by a magic cage without a single gap. Everyone from guests to high-ranking officials were silent, unable to act, only fear welling up in their hearts. No matter how strong their magic power is, it is useless in this situation. An extremely strong person like the principal also feels that every line of his thoughts is extremely slow, this fear is so overwhelming that it is difficult to move. And is this a mental magic barrier? The barrier surrounding the stadium is to hold people in the stadium hostage. And the monster's purpose is probably to limit the actions of Teacher Haikwan. They are monsters and they plan something like this. What is their goal? Sia silently wondered. The girl suddenly remembered the monster that had walked down the door to the lower floors earlier. It's going down to their target level, which is below our star. Not only Sia thought of this point, but Rich Key also realized it. So are they targeting the princess who hasn't gone upstairs yet? Are they preventing the teachers from reaching the public building? God saves. And they held other people hostage. Thinking of this, Rich Key was so angry that he gritted his teeth but was extremely helpless. He suddenly sat down on the ground tired and dejected. Ma'am, perhaps there is something more important right now than the people here. What does our kingdom need more? It's time to make the right decision. I'm ready to give up my life for the kingdom. Suddenly Haikwan's strong and powerful voice rang out. Do you think I'm such a useless teacher? The teacher's words startled the already desperate Rich Key. The guy raised his eyes to look at her, and in that moment magic began to gather on Haikwan's hand. Level 4 Melancholy saw that action and groaned strangely. Hick, just like what I thought. After all, haven't you abandoned your comrades before? Your selfish actions will cost those around you their lives. Haikwan, with red eyes, immediately scolded the monster. Shut up, you can be quiet, you haven't provoked me. Am I angry enough? I only saw in the blink of an eye while the monster was still standing there a sudden flash of light. That ray of light with unbelievable speed gently cut off the monster's head, causing that terrifying head to begin to slide down and away from the body. Easily cut off the head of a level 4 monster. Haikwan turned around and looked up at the sky to look at the remaining crow-headed monster. Next, it's your turn. Above that gloomy sky, the crow-headed monster still floated and did not make a single groan even when its comrades were beheaded. I don't know what kind of face is behind that mask or if the mask is also the monster's true appearance. At this moment, the green hand of anger automatically picked up its head. After that incident, you can still use so much power, and as we guessed, you are the insect that was once used by humans. I honor him as a brave man. But you have weakened a lot. Saying this, it automatically used its hands to attach its head to its neck. And so all the other humans here will face death. Following the melancholy voice, the hovering hand holding the red spore next to the crow monster began to move. For a moment, that spore continuously emitted a strange light, and this crow-headed monster was a level 4 epidemic, an existence that only wanted to end humanity. It was born to kill everyone as quickly as possible and as much as possible. Haikwan fearlessly held the glowing sword in his hand. If you want to kill someone in front of me, you must at least bring a level 5 monster here. A flash of light covered both monsters with melancholy along with the disease monster. At that moment the beautiful light of the sun once again covered the space and both monsters were cut into pieces by Haikwan. In a certain moment, the whole space and time seemed to stop and the thoughts of the people around also stagnated. The light flashed and everything returned to normal, but Rich Key and Sia were keenly aware of the strangeness, so they were extremely frightened. It wasn't until his eyes moved to the teacher that his surprise reached its peak. In their eyes, Teacher Haikwan easily cut the bodies of 2 level 4 monsters into many pieces. My god, the level 4 monsters have all been destroyed, so this is the power of the former warrior. At this moment, blood suddenly flowed from the teacher's nose, causing her to stand still in shock. Rich Key also discovered it and became even more worried. Haikwan pondered for a long time and then looked up at the sky again, where 2 monsters were cut into many pieces and were giggling extremely horrifyingly. Ahaha, it's great that even after the warrior's power disappeared, you're still this strong. But you can't destroy us. Having said that, their bodies that were cut into many pieces suddenly reconnected themselves without any harm. Sia was panicked because they could recover instantly. What kind of powerful magic was this? Teacher Haikwan's eyes once again emitted a strange aura and he raised one hand to wipe his nose. You think I can't kill you low-class people? You're stupid. The epidemic monster with the crow mask, who has been silent since the beginning, has now spoken up. The stupid person here is you. What you should be thinking about right now is not how to get rid of us, but how to get rid of us. As he spoke, the hand hovering next to it held the spore that was constantly emitting a death breath. What you should do is how to convince us to kill less people here. Think carefully. In the blink of an eye, the strange spores were shot straight towards the crowd of people under the stands. In the room, when faced with a level 4 disease monster, Princess Suruti also began to feel difficulty breathing and blood flowed from her nose and mouth. Looks like there's some problem with her breathing. The princess's body was getting colder and something happened to her body. If you feel more closely, the princess's heart is the problem. In that quiet space, her heartbeat becomes clearer and more intense than ever. Standing before that was the level 4 epidemic monster with a smile always on its lips. No, it doesn't have lips, only deep holes that constantly bleed, and a ghostly aura penetrates the spirit of those facing it. Not only the princess felt strange about her body, but Ryose also had similar conditions. She realized that this was a level 4 attack, but this group was not meant to kill two people. Them, because if it was serious, you two would have died a long time ago. It must have received orders to capture the princess alive, and that's the only reason why the two of you are still standing here alive. If so, then the plan must be changed. Before it knows who the princess is, someone must sacrifice themselves so the princess can survive. Giving out medicine that would allow both of them to survive safely when facing a level 4 monster was 0. Every word Ryose said was the truth, and that made the princess even more helpless to the point of clenching her teeth. In the past, Saruti was once an innocent little girl and lived under the protection of her family. The girl often goes to the sword training hall to watch her brother practice, which makes him find it quite strange and often wonder. Saruti replied that she was so jealous. Hearing that, her brother was tired of wiping his sweat and sighing after practicing so tiringly, so there was nothing to be jealous of. He just wanted to rest for a few days. Stop. Young Saruti used his sparkling eyes to look at his brother with admiration and asked him what he had learned today. If you learn powerful swordsmanship or amazing magic, I also want to quickly grow up to learn it, and when I go to the academy I will also learn it. Hearing his sister's words, the prince tiredly sighed. Saruti, I'm sorry, but can you stop saying such nonsense? You don't need to learn those things. In the bewilderment of the prince's sister, he immediately turned around and walked towards the bathroom to wash off the dirty sweat on his body. Saruti stood there like a lost soul, watching his brother's figure gradually leave. The maid behind her keenly sensed that something was wrong, so she worriedly called out the little princess's name. Take the princess and the prince, who is very tired right now, so maybe. Before the maid could finish speaking, the princess's trembling voice rang out the words, Melissa Day, if I get good grades at the Magic Academy, everyone will treat me differently, right? I don't want to live with this kind of protection forever. As she said, each teardrop as big and round as a pearl could not be controlled and rolled down her soft cheek. I'm locked up in the castle every day, and I don't want to be called a flower in a hothouse anymore. The maid heard the confession and was moved to cry along with the princess. I'm sure you'll be able to live as you wish, princess. Until then, please keep trying and trying just a little longer. Trying to walk on her journey and escape everyone's protection. Saruti wished her father could let her go to the Magic Academy, but her father flatly refused. She didn't understand why she couldn't do it, so she asked her father, Saruti, there is no reason for you to go to a magic academy. You should go to a school that educates you about the rules of conduct in this country and also learn the arts. But father, I want to go, and I want to protect our people with my own hands. The king's eyes looked at his daughter with profound eyes, and he slowly replied, everyone has their role to play, and you won't be able to save anyone, daughter. Saruti couldn't help but ask if it was because she was a girl. The maid behind her panicked and called out the princess's name, wanting to stop her. The king's deep eyes with striking purple pupils made it impossible for others to see what his true feelings were, but his next words made the little princess awaken to harsh truths. Rude. That's because you're too weak, and if you go to the battlefield, someone will definitely get hurt protecting you. Is that what you call saving people? Saruti, saving people doesn't always require force. A strong monarchy with proper governance and development of a strong country is also very important to protect its people. Each of those words are like strong punches that make the princess become a princess. Conscious. Then until one day when I answered the little princess, someone has to sacrifice to protect me. How is it absolutely impossible, and with God's blessing I have the ability to protect myself and protect everyone. Princess Saruti immediately gritted her teeth to endure the weakness of her body, constantly using magic attacks. 2 years ago, thanks to inheriting the power of blessing, Saruti was able to escape from the greenhouse. At that time, she promised herself that, facing her now is that monster with countless strange skills. The princess promised herself that she would personally protect everyone she wanted to protect. The princess's blessing of the index finger with magical power was immediately applied to cover the level 4 monster. But as time passed, the monster still stood there without moving at all, because the princess intended to use force to crush it to the floor, but it was too heavy. The monster remained unharmed, and the princess became more and more tired, bleeding more and more. The magic power was ineffective. The princess's other finger glowed again, changing to the thumb, God's blessing with the ability to control. This time, the magical energy from the blessing seemed to have been enhanced, making the monster's entire body seem to be dyed pink and red. In the blink of an eye, one of its legs was forced by heavy weight to kneel on the floor. This was the first time the attack was effective after such a long period of fighting, causing Ryosei to momentarily lose consciousness. From her point of view, the monster was actually pressed down to the point of kneeling on one leg, but if that was all, it didn't seem to cause any damage to it, right? Saruti gritted his teeth and mobilized more magical power to strengthen the blessing, but still could not make it kneel completely. Even if she uses the kidney's blessing continuously, Saruti can only make it kneel on one knee. Her ability is currently at this level, but this is enough, no one must sacrifice. At that moment, the monster suddenly raised its head, stared at the princess and said a sentence that made horror cover the two people's minds. So it was found that you are the princess? Saruti's face immediately turned pale and her eyes widened with her pupils constantly shrinking in panic. Immediately Ryosei stepped forward and the guard signaled the princess to quickly step aside. The two of them took action, but the monster wouldn't let them have their way, so it stuck two of its fingers in the air. Then those two fingers took a defensive stance and poked the donor's eyes. Fresh blood flowed out. At the same time, on this side, the princess's eyes also looked like they were poked by something and spurted blood. Currently, both Saruti and Ryosei have not seen anything anymore. The demon's voice suddenly became agitated and gradually approached the princess. That was the hand that had received God's blessing. It was truly fascinating. Bring him here quickly, we need that hand. Ryosei was blinded and couldn't see the road, but he still tried to touch and tell the princess to quickly get behind this monster. It was on purpose. The monster listened inexplicably, pointing at his head and shaking it. I see you can still think, you insect. Ryosei's whole mind blinked as if she was hit by a sledgehammer, causing her mind to be dizzy and unable to perceive clearly. Suddenly, there was a sound like someone falling to the floor. The princess keenly heard the noise and did not see Ryosei say anything else, so she worriedly called out, Ryosei, what happened? Please answer me. Ryosei, are you okay? Please answer. Just as her father's words echoed in her mind again, her father said that if she went to the battlefield, someone would definitely get injured to protect her. Now the princess felt so tired that she couldn't help but think, if only she hadn't tried to escape the greenhouse. If only I didn't have any dreams, and if only I didn't try so hard to be recognized, things would be better. The monster's terrifying voice rang out again. It doesn't matter what you want to do, princess, death will never change. Each tear of sadness was escaping from the princess's blood-stained eyes and her whole body was beginning to lose vitality. Her consciousness was sinking into endless darkness without seeing a ray of light. Every morning. I don't know how much time passed, then suddenly from that dark night a green light flashed like a guiding lighthouse. Saruti opened her eyes and saw the light again. The whole body is covered by warm magic power. A somewhat familiar voice spoke up, making the princess bewildered. Had she been able to withstand that monster all by herself until now? It's so amazing, isn't it, because you're a princess? The princess stared in shock at the small figure in front of her and felt her own healthy body. After a while, she hesitantly asked, Durian, how did you get here and what about the monster? Hearing Durian's son, it's hard to say a word and I don't know where to explain it. Well, it's only level 4 and only has these legs left or something. Go back in time a bit to the time when Durian was excitedly running around in this chaotic maze. Come to think of it, this was the first time in your life that you were able to walk through a maze, which was quite interesting. But it seems that this maze is a bit difficult to solve and it may take a while for you to get out. Of course, that was if it weren't for the magic power he saw from afar. The sudden explosion of magic power served as a signal to help Durian clearly identify the direction and know where to go. Where? Using all his speed to rush towards that source of magic, Durian smiled mischievously. What exactly is hiding there? Durian decided to go check it out himself, then he used his endless strength to go straight towards the wall, punch out a giant hole and encounter the monster. Durian coldly and disgustedly looked at the ugly anomaly in front of him and asked, what are you again? The level 4 sickness monster immediately turned around and stared at the boy. Since when did another insect get in here? The monster immediately mobilized magical energy to prepare to attack and in his heart was extremely confused, because no one should be able to enter this room, but this boy could. The demon's eyes looked at Durian with a bit of caution and he was even more curious about what this insect was. While he was thinking, Durian completely ignored him. But approached the princess. Princess, are you okay? What happened? But no matter how much I asked or shook her, the princess still closed her eyes tightly and did not answer. Could it be that she fainted because she could still feel the life from her body? It seems like a lot of things happened here. Durian was looking around while talking while the monster approached right behind him. Just as he said that, he raised 2 fingers to poke him in the eye, but Durian coldly asked a question. But did you create the maze just for this purpose? Your eyes are no longer innocent and clear, but are sharp and oppressive, making others tremble in fear. I thought this was some big event, so I ran here. Is it necessary for you to create a maze? This trash. Durian's every word provoked his anger, causing him to raise his hand to smash his head. But in that blink of an eye Durian gently shook himself and used his elbow to hit the monster hard, creating a great energy shockwave that covered it. Before the diseased level 4 monster could react, it was blown away by the energy source from Durian and disappeared in midair, leaving only a pair of legs. But where did this name come from? Durian secretly wondered. This guy is probably a level 4 monster, right, and they're all so ugly. But first we probably have to treat these 2 people first before we can move on. The princess was already staring and Ryosei was unconscious and fell in a pool of blood. Instant healing magic was immediately used by Durian, causing the princess to wake up. Durian, how did you get here and what happened to the monsters? I don't know, monster. Durian quickly shook his head because he really couldn't reveal his power. While the 2 of them were talking, Ryosei was awake and extremely surprised by this healing ability. Unexpectedly, all the wounds caused by level 4 monsters were instantly healed. This is truly amazing. Thinking of that, Ryosei immediately looked at Durian and told her that he was the strongest person and that he could not surpass me. Durian smiled and shook his head, but I was just a commoner with a lowly background. They had heard a lot about Durian's miraculous healing powers before, but this was the first time they experienced it. Even though I had seen it a few times, when Princess Saruti experienced this ability for herself, she was truly shocked. And with the horror of this ability, how many more people can Durian save? The princess wondered. The king also told her that saving people does not necessarily require force. Saruti sighed sadly because he deserved his father's approval and she herself was like this. At that moment, as if sensing Princess Durian's bad mood, he looked towards her and asked, "Hey princess, you fought against a level 4 monster by yourself, is it because you're a princess? You're amazing." Suddenly receiving a sincere compliment made her momentarily bewildered, not knowing how to respond. It took a while for her to stammer and her beautiful face turned red. Seeing this somewhat excessive reaction of Princess Durian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He must have praised her too suddenly, but because Durian suddenly got so much attention, he also I do not recognize. At this moment Ryosei stepped forward and spoke up to interrupt the awkwardness of the other 2 people. "Hey my blessed princess, is everything okay?" Hearing her remind Saruti to immediately check the god's blessing power. Unfortunately this power was still safe. Seeing that, Ryosei felt even more strange and wrong. "Where are you?" The target of the level 4 monster is the blessing of God that the princess holds. In the situation just now, it only needed to reach out a little and it could get the blessing. Why did it suddenly run away? Is it because it has another goal? Durian hastily nodded in response, probably so. But this is truly a miracle. That level 4 monster must have thought that the 2 of us were dead so he left. Now we need to quickly leave here before it comes back. Okay, then let's go through the hole in the wall that I created. Ryosei said while pointing to the hole in the wall, but suddenly her voice stopped and she stared at that wall. It turns out that I don't know when, next to the small hole that Ryosei created, there is an extremely giant hole that makes others look bewildered. Oh my god, what is that giant hole? Durian immediately pretended to be stupid. When I arrived, it was already there. Ryosei had to use 7 magic attacks to pierce it. There's a hole in that wall. It must have been a level 4 monster that was able to create such a big hole in that wall. Ryosei's words made Durian stunned and startled. Could it be that it wasn't just a normal wall? Ryosei's hand gently reached into the air and then suddenly slapped his head hard. Damn, I was crazy just now, right? Thinking back, I almost lost my life just now. Actually, I have already died once. If I don't get treatment in time, I will definitely pay for it from this life. And everything is not over yet. The level 4 monster only escaped but did not disappear. But why am I so calm? Finally, Ryosei realized there was something strange about his own emotions and mood. Why are you so calm and gentle when you clearly know that there are still other monsters lurking around? While Ryosei was extremely confused, the conversation of 2 people behind her attracted her attention. The princess was asking Durian, "How did you get here?" "Well, I was passing by. I saw that hole so I went in." Durian's voice was like a ray of light, making Ryosei guess something. So that means the monster left before you arrived? You're lucky you didn't bump into its face. Durian could only laugh and shake his head, then suddenly Ryosei hurriedly walked over and grabbed his shoulder. You made me so startled. What happened after Ryosei? On the outside Durian was calm but inside he was worried. Did he realize that he was the one who broke the wall? I just saw Ryosei staring at Durian in panic and replying, I understand it's because of your healing power. It's normal for the princess and I to feel panicked. We look into his eyes and talk to him too. We can make plans without feeling scared, which is very unusual. What an extraordinary thing you have done. Do you realize it now? Ryosei's voice became increasingly louder and excitedly, constantly shaking Durian's shoulders. Hearing what Ryosei said, Princess Tsurugi suddenly realized that it was normal to feel panic and fear. Could it be that even the fear in my mind has been healed? Oh my god, not only physical injuries but also mental injuries can be instantly cured. Is this really possible? Just when Ryosei suddenly shouted out the name of the princess behind her, she was dangerous. Turns out, I don't know when that level 4 monster was reborn and stood right behind the princess. Tsurugi once again felt the aura of death covering her whole body and fear continued to rise. The monster's strange voice echoed around, don't even think about resisting me, no matter how much you resist, we will carry out our plan without any mistakes. In the end, you will realize that your efforts cannot resist our will. As he said, his hand filled with dark magic was raised towards the princess. Ryo immediately rushed forward with a face full of worry. But damn, it seems like you're too late. I only saw the monster's hand almost touching the princess's body while the princess was restrained and unable to move. At this moment, the green magic thread carrying the power of all things once again covered the space, causing every strand of dark magic power on the monster's body to be blown away with the wind. The princess was stunned, not understanding anything, just staring at the monster in front of her eyes, surprised and wondering. What happened? Did the level 4 monster's magic disappear or did something happen immediately? After a moment of silence, the monster immediately became angry, exploding more intense magic and cursing, you pest, you are meddling in my affairs again. It turns out that the person who just destroyed its magic was Durian. When you fought the monster earlier, you were afraid that this waterfall would make you sick, so you just hit it lightly, but you didn't expect it to recover so quickly. You should have been a little stronger just now and killed it. Already. Everything happened in a short moment, and at this moment Ryosei's accumulated fist also came. That weak attack of yours is ineffective, bug. Its provocation did not stop Ryosei's offensive for a moment. She was extremely calm, revealing her eyes exploding with powerful magic, and this was the most powerful attack Ryosei could perform, super one-hit magic. A stream of corrosive bright red violent energy instantly enveloped the monster. A terrible explosion caused smoke and dust to fly and blinding flames to completely devour the monster. Durian smiled and praised the team just now for being so strong. But Ryosei couldn't laugh because even though she used all her strength, the monster still stood there as if nothing had happened. It was not injured in the slightest and its top-notch defenses were truly to be commended. What a shame. The attack just now was all my strength, but I couldn't even leave a scratch on its body, let alone injure it. The princess shook her head, you don't need to feel embarrassed. It's a shame your strength is equal to mine. Even if you're weaker, it's only a little bit. I mean, even if the two of us try our best, we can't beat it. That's right, their level is completely different. Even if we rush to attack with the determination to die, we can't touch his collar anymore, to be able to survive when fighting this guy. I need strength that can match it. Tsurugi immediately nodded in agreement. You are right. For example, the healing ability can instantly heal wounds from level 4 monsters, or the nullification ability can completely remove its power. The student's magic is especially effective against level 4 monsters. Now it's your turn to strike, Durian. The power of a level 4 monster is something that cannot be disputed. With just one finger it can destroy everyone's body. It was attacked simultaneously, but it still stood as if nothing had happened, and this was an extremely dangerous situation. But those who were cornered in the midst of despair found a ray of hope. Durian's incredibly miraculous healing power showed them a ray of light in the endless darkness. He can neutralize the power of level 4 magic and even heal himself, and right now his power is our only hope. The strength of a monster is determined by its killing power. On the other hand, Durian possesses the power to heal, so that means Durian's magic can overcome the monster. Special students, please prepare attack spells. I don't understand why everything now involves me, making Durian wonder why I have such a thing. Tsurugi immediately pulled out her magic wand to lend it to Durian, and she told him that he would need this to perform maximum magic power. Durian kept shaking his head. Did you guys hear what I said? On our side, the level 4 explosive magic was once again summoned by it. He was extremely angry and screamed that he should know his fate and not interfere anymore. Ryosei immediately turned white in front of Durian with his fist and urgent voice. He just needed to compress his strength and shoot it out. Impossible doesn't mean he can't try, right? I know this is your first time doing this, but you are very talented, so you can definitely do it. Hurry up, prepare to move again, and we will take your time. Princess Saruti, with God's blessing finger, along with Ryosei, rushed forward. Durian tiredly closed his eyes and sighed. He didn't understand why he suddenly got this much attention. He was just a student who had lost his way. But in the current situation, how can we sit still and just do it like that? Durian immediately received the wand from the princess and began to gather magic power for an attack. Seeing that, Ryosei smiled and nodded that he would be able to do it. Just keep trying. That's right, we will try to take advantage of as much time as possible. The level 4 monster raised his finger and shook his head. Don't be cocky and don't struggle. No matter what you insects do, you can't change the truth. Speaking of this, more and more blood flowed from its deep eyes, making its face become even more monstrous. Saruti raised her glowing index finger and used holy magic to bless her control and psychic powers to attack with the intention of causing the monster's arm to drop. Immediately telepathic power covered its arm and troublesome strands appeared at the same time to bind it tightly. The monster continued to smile strangely and make a shrill sound, completely ignoring the attacks from the opponent on its body. It's true that you lowly pests are hindering my work, but it's just a waste of energy. I said I will handle everything. Saruti smiled provocatively. Do you crave the power that God gives you so much? Am I not afraid of God's wrath? Haha, what a joke. To you they may be gods, but to us they are just the root of all evil, he said while his tightly tied hands could still move, making the princess god is worried. Why do you dare to sell your godly outfit like that? But that arm can still move and she can't destroy him with domination magic anymore. That's it. Princess Ryosei steps up next. Saruti continues to control magic. Oh, but we can still buy time. I understand, but leave the rest to me. The blindfold was removed by Ryosei to completely reveal his eyes with explosive magical power. She concentrated as much energy as she could while staring at the monster in front of her in case it attacked. But at the same time, Ryosei also dispersed a little bit of his attention to Durian in the distance. Now the special student quickly shoots out your wonderful magic. On this side Durian was still in the posture of converging magic power and he was very worried. After delivering the message here, his obvious goal was a life of low leisure and power, but right now he had no other choice but to use attack magic. You can attack with powerful magic, but if you reveal it now, there's a high possibility that the formula you've been hiding until now will be useless, so it's impossible. But Ryosei still didn't see Durian finish gathering magic power, so he worriedly called out again. The princess also paid attention to the back, and this time there was a scene that surprised her. Contrary to the two of them's expectations, Durian used a completely crappy attack magic that converged into a tiny ball of energy. Durian's original magical power was just a protection layer for a comfortable life. He immediately took that ball of energy in his hand and threw it straight out like a ball. Before coming to this world, Durian had dreamed that he would play the role of the main character but hide his powers. However, he kept getting noticed and was dragged into troubles in the end. Can't do what you want either. Durian's offensive magic was originally created from that regret. That's right, it's almost a handball. The ball thrown by Durian in an arc hit straight into that monster's head. The first time he threw a magic ball and hit it made him feel happy. The ability to control the ball is still perfect, but the level 4 guy is still quite good, so it's unclear why the monster's body is still standing still in place through the smoke. So now what is the final highlight? Durian immediately turned on his actor mode and nervously patted his head. Oh sorry, that was all my strength, but it's too bad I'm really an idiot who only knows how to heal. As he acted, he silently smiled because then his energetic life was safe. Would they be disappointed? These two people have put a lot of trust in Durian. Will they be disappointed? But if they are disappointed, they have to bear it because of a prosperous life, so Durian can't help them. It's true that the two princesses and Ryosei are very confused right now, but they don't seem to be very disappointed because of the magic ball. That magic ball was the appearance of a truly perfect ball. Magical crystal balls or transportation wheels, even great magic cannot create such a perfect ball. Or rather, humanity's ability has not yet been able to create such a perfect sphere. Durian created it in such a short time. There was so much surprise and panic that she had to turn her head and stare at Durian. Why is it so difficult to create a magic ball? It has to do with the nature of magic power. it's basically like a stream of water that's constantly flowing, and it exists in a state of freedom that doesn't follow any rules. So it was unreasonable to be able to compress magical power into a round ball. It's even possible to grab it and throw it like a ball. Isn't that really possible? Saruti was not the only one who was surprised. Ridiase was also stunned, feeling as if his previous perceptions had been overturned when he saw that ball. A special type of attack magic that looks like a child throwing a ball, but that ball is currently stuck inside the monster's head. Time passed, but the magic ball did not disappear and still looked perfect. When the magic ball fell, the monster's head completely disappeared. This somewhat strange scene made everyone not know what to say. He blew the head off of a level 4 monster. Why did he say that I know only healing magic? But this joke isn't funny at all. I didn't expect that this kingdom was hiding a magic spell with such absolute power, so Durian was extremely helpless when, contrary to his expectations, these two people praised him even more. Durian intended to deal with the monsters alone, so he told Ridiose to go with the princess first. But the incident happened as soon as he finished speaking. A hand filled with dark magic grabbed his hair tightly. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion when the monster grabbed Durian and slammed him into the wall, causing broken soil and rocks to fly away. Perhaps it was really angry, so this time it did not hold back and completely unleashed all its power, causing the destruction to become extremely terrible. A sudden event happened that caught everyone off guard. He was originally excited about Durian's magical power, but in the blink of an eye, he was beaten to a pulp and disappeared in a pile of bricks and stones. The wall is now almost broken with a hole even bigger than the first two holes, and Durian's small body has been buried by that rock. Of course, as expected, that terrible attack is nothing compared to a level 4 monster. Although it can deal damage to it, it is still not strong enough to kill it completely. Princess Saruti stood motionless, hesitantly calling Durian's name in worry. In her eyes, he was now unconscious in a pile of bricks and stones, with only 2 small legs sticking out. There's no way he's a talent of the country. It's impossible for him to be like that. Right before the princess could do anything, Ridiose took the opportunity to hug the princess in his arms and run away. Ridiose, what are you doing? What about Durian? Ridiose completely ignored it and just rushed forward as far as possible, and she needed to take the princess with her and leave this place. The two people's increasingly distant footsteps quickly caught the attention of that level 4, and it turned its head to glance back. You can pull off some stupid tricks and still dream about running away. Its hand started up and aimed straight at Ridiose's back, preparing to attack. Our motto is never give up. The way to survive until the end is to take advantage of those around you to preserve yourself. Like a worthless insect, we use it and then throw it away when it no longer has any useful value. My way of life is like that, always finding hope to live to the end and never giving up. It just stands there talking endlessly without discovering that there is a mysterious ray of light that never knows when it will break the shadow. Night. You now ask me for death, and death is the salvation of your empty hearts now. Suddenly, Durian's familiar voice rang out, causing the monster to stop talking. Don't be angry, handball is just a joke. Suddenly right behind level 4 was a dazzling green light pillar full of great power. From within that pile of rubble, Durian's familiar mysterious armor appeared and swept across the monster's body before it could react. The ball from earlier was not a real attack, you idiot. Stupid. Because this is my real attack. Please accept it. Durian wore armor and spoke but did not act, but a few seconds later, tiny lines of flowing water appeared on the monster's sturdy body. In an instant, the sound of shattering echoed and the monster was completely broken into many small pieces to ensure it could not revive again. The green light from Durian's body covered the surrounding space and began to destroy every cell of that demon. What a majestic and beautiful scene it was. The power he unleashed was so strong that he easily broke through the tower's outer defense layer, shining outwards. That power even penetrated the barrier that the monsters had built to surround this tower. And this is the real blow, take it. The holy and great power easily destroyed the entire tower, revealing itself to the outside with a terrifying explosion. The entire surrounding forest seemed to be brightly illuminated by this energy. At that moment, high in the sky, the level 4 pest demon stood still, startled as it sensed something. Suddenly, the entire crow's mouth flowed out hot streams of blood. He must have died from the disease just now. Hearing the epidemic announcement, he stood beside me in amazement. The energy just now was so strong that the barrier almost broke, but luckily I was able to endure it, but I still had to endure some pain. Melancholy, he pondered for a moment, then asked again if the explosion was due to the blessing of the gods. Silently feeling the level 4 epidemic, shook my head. I don't think so, because this power is very different. It's truly an extremely unpleasant power. Speaking of which, its hand gently reaches out, converging dark magic emitting a deadly and dangerous aura. Okay, now we don't have to keep them alive as hostages, let's use the power of destruction. Below the top of the Hyaquan Tower, he has been holding a sword in his hand and always paying close attention to the actions of the two level 4 monsters. At the same time, in the corridor of the tower the lights were still on and suddenly there was a sudden shaking like an earthquake. Desert originally entered the castle but got lost in the maze and is now holding his head to avoid it, so the castle is collapsing. Suddenly all the shaking stopped and the sound became silent, making it difficult for others to understand. Desert stood still, radiating his magic power, sensing the surrounding situation and then making a judgment that the vibration just now must have been caused by a level 4 monster. The floors below have turned into a complex maze, causing anyone who enters here to lose their way. But because of the explosion just now, Desert could guess the exact location. Immediately the guy flew towards the source of the explosion. If you can now determine the exact location, everything will be easy. As he said that, a black cloak gradually appeared on Desus's back and his familiar death scythe was also summoned and continuously slashed at the surrounding walls, causing them to shatter and form a path. Go. Just like that, Desos used his fastest speed to catch up to the place where the explosion had just taken place. With his strength, once he knows the location, nothing can stop him from destroying them all. But as soon as Deshaith reached the place, he stopped dead in his tracks with a face of extreme panic. What is this expression? Did Desert witness something so terrifying? What is this source of great and overwhelming magical power? In Desko's sense, in front of him, it was as if there was a giant monster that completely overwhelmed all aspects. He couldn't even breathe because this magical power seemed to condense the air around him. Just when Durian was wearing a mask, he also discovered Desot's presence and asked, "You're a third-year student, why is a student like you down here?" Desperate was only stunned for a few seconds and quickly regained his composure and rushed up to attack the mysterious person with the mask. Please die, this level 4 monster. The death scythe carried destructive power at an unbelievable speed, but the masked man easily dodged aside. Don't use extremely sharp slashes to easily destroy everything. Hey, calm down, you're already attacking. Ignoring the words of the man wearing the two-eyed Desert mask, he completely unleashed all his abilities. Seeing him so crazy, Durian sighed and shook his head. So you can't talk properly, are you that afraid of me? In the end, what are you afraid of, third-year student? Desot was completely silent and continuously used his death scythe to attack Durian, but all were dodged. So this is the scythe that can cut off your magic. Right now, I don't know if I should cut it or not, Durian wondered. In the blink of an eye, a giant slash seemed to have hit Durian's armor, causing a shock wave to spread around. It didn't stop there, but Desos still continued to attack frantically while Durian seemed unharmed at all. He looked at the boy in front of him thinking, getting hit again wasn't worth it, so he had to counterattack. As soon as Desko's voice ended his attack, he suddenly stopped in midair with a bewildered face and a long streak of light as if it wanted to cut off his body. That power completely penetrated Desert's body and hit the wall behind him, creating a deep and extremely scary gash. Desert almost had all the strength in his body exhausted and collapsed on his face. That's all you can do, boy, what's with that magic cut of yours? With just one move, you can't stand it and want to come down here to confront a level 4 monster. With that kind of strength, you're going to kill yourself, understand? Desperate tiredly put his hands on the floor, clenching his teeth, trying to stay awake. Hey, level 4 bastard, what are you doing with the princess? I have to kill you at all costs. He looks so energetic. Durian shook his head and shrugged. What are you talking about? How do I know what a level 4 monster's plan is? This time it's Deso's turn to wonder why you're not a level 4 monster. Who are you? A person with magic power and swordsmanship. No one in the first year is that strong. Are you a first-year student in the Empire? The more he thinks about it, the more confused he feels and can't find a solution. No, I'm not a first-year student, but is that so important now anyway, I'm not a monster. The masked man's words made Desert agree because he judged that this guy couldn't possibly be a first-year student. Because no one in the first year could block his attack and make him fall to the ground, he was definitely younger than Desko because he could tell from his body and voice. Durian then coldly continued that if you were going to find the princess, go back. Durian's words were completely unlistenable to Desot because he was horrified to discover that someone younger than him had such extreme strength. You are a monster, isn't it true? Dez's question made Durian confused. You're a monster pretending to be a student so you can take advantage of our distractions, he said, summoning his scythe to attack again. Durian glanced at his outfit and asked, do you think this is a school uniform? Seeing this, Desert immediately shouted angrily. If you are not a monster, then take off your hat. Durian wondered why he was so angry all of a sudden, what made his mind so calm. In exchange for a good question, he attacked like a storm and Ryosei had no intention of talking at all. Die that monster. Just like that for a moment, Dessert thought about the possibility that he was a monster, but he immediately stopped thinking that. He would kill this bastard and launch the most special attack possible. Desko's most powerful move is the Death Scythe, the dance of the god of death. Frantically killing even though the opponent is likely not a monster. Is Dessert's mind being invaded by jealousy when he discovers someone better than him? Durian stood quietly, watching the attack slowly approaching without even noticing. Just as I thought, he couldn't hit me a second time, but he easily raised his hand to block the slash. That's what happened, and when Dessert regained consciousness he was lying exhausted on the floor. Desko looked forward and discovered the masked man was still squatting next to him. Have you calmed down yet, third-year boy? If I were a monster, you'd be dead by now, so don't get in your way. Dessert scrambled up and nodded. Yes, I think I misunderstood you, so I'm sorry. Haha, no need to apologize, the princess has already evacuated in that direction. If you want, go chase her, Durian said, pointing in one direction. Hey, come with me too. A level 4 monster is here. Hearing Durian's words of concern, I shook my head and killed him. Don't be so surprised, I said I killed a level 4 monster. Silence enveloped the surroundings, with only drops of sweat rolling down Desat's open-mouthed face. Don't you dare wonder how that could happen. No matter how strong he is, how can he kill a level 4 monster that is ranked the strongest among monsters? Hey, is that guy wearing an odd hat on your hand or the back of your hand? Any part of your body has a sword mark on it, right? Dessert regretfully cut off his hand. Durian pondered and then shook his head, saying no. If you think about it carefully, normally it will appear on the back of the hand, but in special cases it will appear on other parts of the body such as the shoulders, wrists, or buttocks. Why is Durian continuing to shake his head? I told him it wasn't there. Hearing that, Desat's eyes became even sharper, staring at Durian. So, is the stranger in the hat or are you the hero? Durian's young face hidden behind the mask opened his eyes wide when he heard this question. The sword mark is a mark that appears on the body of the person chosen to be a hero. Whoever has this mark will be considered a hero and will inherit the power of the previous hero. If the current hero suddenly loses his power, he must immediately find a successor, and that person will inherit the mark and strength of the other hero. But after the current heroine Haikuan lost her powers, they still haven't found that successor. Normally, it only takes them a week at most to find a new hero, but now humanity has to confront powerful monsters without heroes to fight them. The reason Dees thinks that the masked person in front of him is the next hero is because the masked person is so strong that he can be compared to a hero, and Dees believes that he has a mark on his body. Take off all your clothes and I'll help you see where the mark is. At that suggestion, Durian got angry and shut up, pervert. Anyway, I'm not a hero. Go find someone else. As Durian said, he turned and left. If that's the case, then go away, but at least tell me your name. The masked person stopped and nodded. My name is Ugi. When he heard this name, he was scared again and panicked, asking again that he was Ugi Sangsang. Yes, you can call me whatever you want. I'm leaving. Looking at the leaving back of that mysterious person will make you wonder why that name is here. But wait, where are you going? I followed my dream. At the top of the tower, a fierce battle broke out between Teacher Haikuan and those level 4 monsters. Level 4 Melancholy with 3 heads emitting a dark aura and its giant arms that could stretch endlessly continuously attacked her. Holding a flaming sword in her hand, the heroine Haikuan continuously blocked and fought inconclusively, even having a little upper hand to defeat the monster. Its giant arms offered no resistance and were easily cut off by the blade. Obviously, if its full strength were to be revealed, it is unlikely that this monster would be able to fight against Teacher Haikuan. While fighting fiercely, level 4 Melancholy suddenly retreated far away, avoiding the teacher's attacks. Haikuan moved his eyes and glanced at it and wondered, didn't you say that this battle is a 1-on-1 loss? Why did you falter? I only saw the Melancholy continuously walking back a few more steps to keep the distance as far as possible from the teacher. CA observed the match from beginning to end and was completely conquered by the teacher's ability. She was so strong that she overwhelmed even an opponent who was a level 4 monster. This girl also wants to help the teacher, but with her current strength, it will only make her more tired. I wish my sister were here. At this moment the Melancholy spoke up in its terrifying voice, don't be too confident, we are not yet. Suddenly, the entire time and space around the monster seemed to freeze, causing the sound it was about to utter to disappear completely. In an instant, a sharp blade fell straight from above his head, cutting Melancholy's body in half. This is the great power of current hero Haikwan. A heroine with a cold face and pupils as red as the blood moon, Haikwan would be impossible for opponents to keep at a distance when fighting her. Throughout the generations of heroes, she is the one with the strongest ability and she can manipulate time and space. Take for example an apple lying on the ground. And that one apple was rolling around after falling from the tree. It rolled for about 10 seconds before being stopped by a rock. If it were normal, we would see the apple stop after rolling for a while. However, with Haikwan's special ability, the apple in her eyes is completely different. She will look at the apple in a way you can't imagine and it looks like this. Take another example. Haihan stood at the base of a giant apple tree. If she stuck the sword into the trunk of the apple tree, there would be a hole in the apple not far away. That's how Haikwan operates her talent, but until now no one really understands the principle of this talent. She is the only person who has access to the level 5 timeline. She's too dangerous so I have to kill her right here at all costs, the melancholy demon thought to himself and it immediately transformed its appearance into someone familiar with Haikwan. At that moment, when he saw the face with emerald green eyes and dark blonde hair, Haikwan slightly stopped. The resentment immediately caught this loophole of hers and immediately took action. I could only see the sound of breaking the wind and magic, showing that the two people sitting in the stands had been grabbed by the monster. I have a question for you, don't do anything stupid or this guy will die, please answer me honestly. Haikwan woke up from the illusion and glanced angrily at the melancholy. I have two people, one old and one young, in my arms. This young man had killed someone before but felt very remorseful and always worked hard to take care of his family and atone for his sins. And this old man has devoted his whole life to the kingdom and saved countless people, but he is about to die. Haikwan, you can only save one person, so will you choose a reformed criminal or an old man who has contributed to the kingdom? Haikwan's eyes opened as wide as possible, staring at the monster. Its strange voice continued to resound, saying that but she probably already knew that she couldn't save anyone. Everyone around here must die. As he finished speaking, his hands grabbed the two of them and squeezed them, causing their heads to break into pieces. Just like her late comrades, no matter how strong she is, as long as she has humanity, she will go crazy and lose her mind. She had to go through great despair because of the pain of losing her loved ones while blaming herself that she was the one who caused their death. The feeling of guilt engulfs her mind. How will she deal with it? In the end, Haikwan, I guessed that she would not be able to bear it and committed suicide to free herself. Her two deep eyes of melancholy and the stream of bright red blood that constantly flowed made people's spirit even stronger. Become weak. Suddenly, a stranger among the spectators at the tournament suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His general health is not good at all and something is wrong. The music changed dramatically when just a few seconds later, several people around were all vomiting blood and clutching their chests. Then one after another, people fell unconscious on the ground, unable to get up again. The situation was so strange and scary that Sia and Richki standing on the upper floor were startled. What happened and how are they? Oh my god, one by one, everyone is falling. The cause of this incident is very simple, just one word: disease. The level 4 disease monster does not fight, but flies in the sky, manipulating everything and spreading the disease from its body, infecting everyone. The surrounding air is suppressed by dark magic and spores carrying disease germs also creep in, making people extremely uncomfortable. Teacher Haikwan just stood still, the voice of melancholy continued to attack her spirit, the current hero Haikwan, she was always famous and strong as always. To be honest, it's unlikely that me and the disease working together can kill you. But except for you, I can kill everyone here easily. And one more thing is that she cannot kill us because she has long lost her great heroic power, she has been abandoned by that noble power and is alone. In other words, you can't stand the people here by killing us. But I will mercifully spare the lives of the survivors if Miss Haikwan cuts off her right arm. If you do that we will leave here immediately and I assure you the rest will still be alive and well. What's up, honorable hero Haikwan is the hope of everyone, please make your choice. This is probably the last bit of respect I have for you, hero. Haikwan's eyes did not blink once and they contained a strange feeling. We hate her very much but still respect her talent and efforts. Hearing these words, Haikwan's hand tightened the sword in her hand. Listen to me and review the surrounding situation. Do you want to stubbornly kill us or save those people? You should remember that no one can break the seal to help you, so you have no choice but to compromise. Haikwan saved a bunch of people with just one arm, including her beloved students and colleagues. I believe a noble hero like you will not abandon them, so what is an arm worth? Rich Ki was extremely worried and didn't know what to do, so he weakly called the teacher's name. Hyaquan took a deep breath, walked closer to the monster and muttered angrily. It's annoying, they know it's very dangerous, but the kingdom still signs a peace treaty with neighboring countries. No one is allowed to use all their power even in emergencies. Now a monster takes the people around him as hostages to threaten me. Looking at Hyaquan gradually walking towards melancholy, I think that perhaps she has collapsed. Facing him was the flaming sword that the teacher held in her hand. Dare to take hostages to threaten me so that I can't unleash my full power. It's really troublesome. His cold voice sounded like a death penalty announcement along with his crazy eyes. Immediately, the time and space around the monster was frozen again. He only had time to scream, "Idiot," then fell silent. A terrible blade like a red flame of sunlight slashed its body. The monster screamed in pain and howled madly. I tried to keep my distance from her, but her ability was too strong. Her magic is like a fire that can burn everything, especially when she is very angry right now. The attacks carry long-suppressed emotions, making the blade more powerful than ever. Half of her melted body lay weak on the floor, melancholy, and quickly looked up at the sky and called out, "Sick, she has weakened significantly. Make the people here suffer as a result of her refusing my final mercy." Demons were born only to wipe out humanity, of which disease is the most cruel monster, and when the melancholy finished speaking, something fell from the sky right next to them. The melancholy tried to turn its head and glance over when its terrified voice rang out, "Sick, sick." It turned out that what had just fallen was the bloody head of a sick monster. "I'm sick, what fun." What could have happened? In the blink of an eye, a person landed on top of the tower from the sky. That is Durian with his familiar mysterious armor. He glanced around and said, "I came at just the right time." Teacher Hyaquan couldn't hold back the surprise in her eyes as she stared at this scene. Go back a few moments before your melancholy was slashed by Haihan's sword. He felt the previous hero's fierce energy, but she was gradually weakening. "Hyaquan, I respect you. I am sure that even without heroic strength, you are still the most dangerous person here. However, as long as you are still human, I can definitely defeat you. Plague, and your time has come." The epidemic listened to his teammates' signals and began to use his own magic to spread the epidemic. Today history will record one of the worst events once again. Suddenly, behind the epidemic, a mysterious armor-clad man appeared with an immature voice. "The view from here is really beautiful." The level 4 epidemic immediately turned around to be wary of when he was behind me. Durian stared at the monster and wondered if you were also a monster, right? "Wait a minute, monster, I think I've seen you somewhere before." The epidemic immediately nodded yes, "I am a living disappointment." "Oh, that's right, you're that mosquito monster, right? You are the mosquito, stop buzzing here." Its eyes glowed with anger under Durian's teasing. This place is the mosquito's weak point. Not only was he not afraid, he also walked closer and patted its shoulder. Durian's crazy handling of this epidemic made him so angry that he had to laugh out loud. "You guys are also bold and bold. You don't shed tears even before you see the coffin, but you just like to pick quarrels with me for no reason." The magical energy was resisted, and before he could finish speaking, his head was severed by Durian's beheading piece. It's true that a villain should die because he talks too much. One child's body was cut in half, the other child's head was cut off, lying next to each other in a very cute way. What is this all about? Hyaquan did not understand anything. Right at that moment Durian in the mysterious armor landed on the rooftop smiling at the right time, right? Ricky and Sia witnessed everything and opened their mouths in excitement because they didn't expect that he had just defeated that level 4 guy. It was Yujie Sung, right? Hearing Ricky Hyaquan's surprised voice, he realized that this mysterious person was the one who caused trouble in the last test in the kingdom. At the same time, Deshaith also ran to the top of the tower to celebrate with the teacher. "Ma'am, the situation downstairs has been resolved. I have killed the level 4 disease." Durian thoughtfully looked at the surrounding situation and slowly spoke, "I thought it was the right time to come. I only saw that now half of the guests watching the match were constantly coughing up blood and collapsing to the ground. People were lying everywhere in pools of blood with no clear sense of death. Some students of the magic school can use their energy to temporarily stop the erosion of the epidemic, but it probably won't last much longer." Discovering that his sister was also in a very dangerous situation, Durian decided to speak up and remind him to resolve this incident. "There have been more victims than I thought. What are you going to do, current hero?" Suddenly being called on, Haihan suddenly didn't know how to answer that question. Discovering the man wearing the dessert mask came forward to say something but was stopped by Hyaquan. "He's right, the situation is too urgent right now. Looking at Teacher Desko's face, he somehow felt even more worried, but he couldn't say anything further. After a while, the two of you can have a nice chat, and now dessert has something to do. Let's go to the stands and look for the people who are coughing, then cut off the magic linked to them. Dessert loudly questioned, "Are you telling me to hurt the audience? Why did you cut off the magical connection with them?" Because the attack just now was a technique that caused respiratory diseases and it was a magic spell that caused widespread infectious diseases, people with such symptoms should have been quarantined. And we will have to focus on treatment and prevention. However, because of the previous mental attacks, it seems like it's impossible now. Use your ability to cut off their magic connection, then they can gain good immunity. With the epidemic, right now it's the best option we can have. The words that Durian had just reminded made Teacher Hyvon unable to hide her extreme surprise. Wait, how did he know the details of all this? You know everything from the cause to the cure, and how do you know the attacks of the level 4 epidemic so well? Durian replied slowly, because I had been affected by their magic before. I didn't hear what you said. Durian's voice immediately became cold. Is it really that important? The situation is urgent right now, so stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Leave that matter to those people and I will take care of this guy. As he said, he glanced to the side and saw that the crow mask guy had regenerated a new body. Ricky was startled because he didn't understand why this level 4 was always in front of the beheading group, who had clearly had their heads chopped off. Melancholy trying to absorb the surrounding magic power to heal his body and use his hands to stand up. Don't let down your guard, it's not over yet, insects. Immediately time and space stopped around him and a familiar blade descended once again. That's right, don't let your guard down until you die. So you were still next to me just now. On this side, the monstrous hands of the epidemic are floating and in each hand is holding a spore containing poison and all kinds of diseases. The urgent voice rang out and those hands immediately flicked a few spores into the distance. A series of spores carrying terrible pathogens appeared densely in the air. But that blink didn't give the spores time to cause danger. The green sword energy cut through everything. The cut spores exploded in the sky like beautiful fireworks and the plague was so angry that it became speechless. Why do you dare do that to my germs? Hey mosquitoes, stop being a coward and stop spraying these sick mutants. Let's fight fairly with me so everyone else can rest assured. What do you think about a one-on-one battle between me and you? Don't you dare provoke Durian. What a one-on-one battle with a level 4 monster. That's too reckless and he'll die in an instant. No matter how you think about it, a fight like that is too risky because he's not even a hero anymore, so Dessert is now ready to rush out to help him just in time. We need it. At the same time, Dessert also wanted to discover his true ability because after all, he was the one who killed the level 4 downstairs. Everyone was panicked while Haekwon calmly observed everything with his profound eyes. At this time, the epidemic also responded, you asked me if I dared, and anyway, I don't understand the language you pests use, but you make me feel extremely uncomfortable. Immediately the disease magic power in its body exploded like a volcano erupting. Level 4 epidemic was discovered just 95 years ago in the city of Bangbatan, where nearly 6 million people live. One day, a level 4 epidemic was discovered. The outstanding leader of this city at that time immediately ordered to kill the monsters that were polluting the clear blue sky, and remembered to burn their corpses so as not to leave any traces. With clear instructions from the outstanding leader and the excellent skills of his subordinates, the situation was quickly resolved, thus preventing the city from being destroyed. However, about 5,900,000 people became victims of injuries and casualties. That is the most terrible damage caused by the level 4 epidemic and recorded in history. Returning to the present, perhaps that terrible obsession will happen again if no one promptly prevents it. Block. And if a level 4 with enough power to kill everyone in the blink of an eye like a plague directed all that power at one person, what would happen? The strange hands of the epidemic are shaking each other and quickly merging into one. The aura that those hands radiated made Teacher Haekwon change her expression and scream that it was too dangerous. At the same time, the giant, elongated arm of level 4 Melancholy appeared again in front of everyone. Haha, look at me, current hero, if you disrespect me again I will kill all your students. Haekwon's frightened face immediately changed with murderous intent, staring at the melancholy and noisy noise from just now. In the sky all the hands combine into one giant hand and this is a one-hit kill move with the power to slaughter everyone. How terrible is that power that can kill at least 10 billion people? While performing the epidemic technique, he did not forget to explain his own strength, giving Durian a headache. You're making so much noise. Is it because you're a mosquito that you're buzzing like that? The voice of the epidemic became cold and scary and I will say it again. This is a hand that can kill up to 10 billion people, don't underestimate it, okay? Looking at the giant hand approaching, Durian stood still and shook his head. It's a hand that can kill 10 billion people, that's really scary, but do you think I'm scared? As he spoke, his small arm covered in jet black armor also slightly raised up. Durian was muttering scissors and scissors while suddenly blocking the attack from that hand. The scissors were able to cut the bag. The epidemic looked bewildered at this situation and could only say, "What the hell," before suddenly falling silent. Because in front of him, that terrifyingly giant hand had appeared a green crack. In the blink of an eye, the hand was cut in half and in the distance the whole body of the plague was also severed. Blue rays of light carry pure power that dispels all diseases and easily destroys all harmful germs. The epidemic could not say another word because his life was gradually passing by every minute and every second. Durian smiled between two fingers and waved goodbye. I won, big win. The situation was inherently dangerous, but with just 2 fingers of Durian in the mysterious mask, he easily cut off that giant epidemic hand. A type of power that is absolutely overwhelming, making it impossible for a level 4 epidemic to react in time. Then, just like that, he was swallowed by the power of purification. Looking from afar, the castle now appears a giant light that is extremely blinding and difficult to see straight. Perhaps until the moment the level 4 epidemic was cut off, I still couldn't believe that my outcome would be like that. Underneath a mouth opened wide in surprise. Both mouths also sing loudly because of menstruation. This mouth opened the widest but couldn't help but scream and wonder, "Oh my god, he killed a level 4 monster with just one move?" In front of everyone, the sky was clear and the sunlight was shining down on those 2 ordinary raised fingers. I won big. It's unbelievable that he killed the most powerful and cruel epidemic in human history. It's as simple as that. Everything seems like a dream. When the epidemic disappeared, the barrier it built around the arena also disappeared, allowing the Empire's brave soldiers to rush in. Now there is only level 4 melancholy left with half of its body lying on the ground screaming loudly calling the name of the disease. Haikwan step by step approached the monster and spoke with a cold face. "You will regret not killing me, melancholy." The melancholy voice became even more frantic as she retorted, "Yes, you are probably as sad as me because you can't go down to meet your deceased colleagues, right?" Haikwan slowly nodded, "Perhaps so. The biggest danger has been eliminated but the situation of the infected people is very bad. The soldiers must quickly isolate the patients to prevent the spread of the disease. Some people did not survive and their bodies were piled on the ground. Desert is trying to use his scythe to remove the magical power that infects everyone, but it seems everyone is scared away by his scary appearance. The army of the Great Empire captured the remaining level 4 demon domain and continued to use magic to control and beat it so that it could not recover. Just as Durian was about to leave, Haikwan stepped forward and called him back. "Thank you this time. Thanks to you, many people have escaped death. If it's the same as always, I won't let you cause trouble for my students. This time, I'll forgive you." Durian shrugged and refused to comment. "I also think I came at the right time this time. But she's overdoing it, so she can take them down herself, so there's no need to be so helpless. After all, why are you hiding your true strength? Besides, if you don't leave me alone, what will happen?" You don't think you can do anything to me?" Haikwan was silent and then suddenly smiled. "I'm glad you asked even if you didn't mean to ask." But she only said that, then fell silent and fell into thought. Currently, Haikwan cannot protect everyone and show off her strength because she has to be careful of many monsters in the future. Stronger appears. Before she could answer, Durian gently turned around and walked away. "I don't want to ask why you're hiding your strength because I'm doing the same thing. Wait, I want to ask you something. If you answer honestly, I will be on your side in the challenge." Durian coldly shook his head. "I won't join it and I'll stay hidden for a while longer." At this moment, Haikwan's eyes lit up and magic began to cover it. "It's a pity to have to do that to someone with great merit like you, but I don't intend to let you go easily." Durian turned a blind eye to that threat and slowly walked up the citadel's railing. Suddenly he raised his hand and raised his voice to attract everyone's attention. "Take my words to heart today. I am a hero and will always be. I am an absolute existence that you cannot touch. Never forget this UGI name." Durian's entire body immediately turned into a tornado and gradually disappeared, ignoring Haikwan's magical restraint. Oh my god, how did he disappear again? Haikwan also seemed very surprised when her magic was silently applied without harming him at all. Even though she tried her best, perhaps her strength was nothing at all. "I let you get away again. Who are you, that mysterious person?" Return to the brick ruins where the battle between Durian and the disease monster took place just now. He gently lifted up a giant rock and laughter echoed. Ha ha ha, currently everything is still going according to Durian's plan. Yes, just like that, your life of hiding your power will be flawless. Durian was the weakest student who couldn't cast an attack spell, and the masked man is the hero who saved everyone from a very dangerous situation. In other words, the more Durian is despised by everyone, the more deeply his hidden identity is hidden. Then let's fake the scene and wait for someone to save us. In an excited voice, he threw the giant rock straight into the sky. With a crash, a rock fell and crushed Durian's small body. After pondering for a moment, without saying anything, he gently swayed his leg to find a comfortable position. Are my legs exposed yet? Time passed very quickly. 2 weeks later, at this time the incident of the monster attack had been resolved. 8 friendly matches between the two countries were suspended indefinitely. However, after everything, the people of the empire were still very happy and excited to celebrate with each other. Ha, long live the emperor, long live the empire, the hope of humanity. The army of the great empire captured a level 4 demon domain that was truly worthy of celebration. They were happy because the disaster that could have caused the downfall of an entire nation was resolved quickly. The redhead who used magic from the great fire spirit ate while silently complaining. The people celebrated like that even when there were many casualties in that incident. That's right, think about it, they didn't directly confront monsters, so they don't understand how difficult the situation was at that time. Let's just sympathize with them. It's okay, the people who directly experienced that incident are still at a loss. So why are the people from other kingdoms still here leaving at noon? I heard they still have something to deal with. Suddenly, the red-haired man saw something and stuck out his tongue, breathing heavily. This idiot also faced a level 4 monster. In his eyes was the image of stupid Durian constantly stuffing a lot of meat into his mouth. Yola walked up to her brother and gave him a plate of meat and told him to eat a lot. I heard a rumor that you were crushed by a large rock and I'm very happy that you're still able to sit here and there. Durian smiled and shook his head. It's good to see you're still safe, but I couldn't help everyone. I tried to cast an attack magic but couldn't and failed immediately. Looking at Yola's younger brother's gloomy face, he immediately comforted her. It's okay Durian, don't take all the blame on yourself like that, please eat a lot to nourish your injuries. Just eat as much as you want because this food is free. Durian is extremely happy because he has successfully built his image as the weakest student. Seeing the two sisters keep their heads down eating and drinking, the red-haired girl exclaimed that they were so simple, right? But now I notice you're fighting against a guy who's not even a noble. I'm really jealous of you. Winning against him was as easy as eating porridge, right? Are you, who was eating and drinking well, heard the question and was startled. Of course it's really easy In his head he was whispering that he lost right from the start but actually he didn't even see him strike and he was already defeated. Let's just pretend it's nothing. It would be troublesome if he knew he lost to a lowly civilian. At this moment Ryose walked up to him and called Baru's name. So you're here? I heard that the winner was that special student. I was worried that you were seriously injured. You're okay, that's good. The red hair was immediately startled and shouted, what did she say you lost? You lost to a useless commoner, why? Baru's face turned pale in panic. How could this happen? I wouldn't have lost. Ryose coldly asked what he was talking about. The strongest person in the kingdom is actually special student Durian and he defeated a level 4 monster with his power. Baru is still fine after fighting him which was a miracle. Accumulated. That's right, you don't know how strong that special student is, it's completely different from your imagination. Hearing Ryose and Baru tell the story of the red-headed man, he immediately wondered if that commoner had the greatest power in the kingdom. Suddenly he burst out laughing and hugged his stomach. Haha, I didn't expect that while I was still alive, I would also hear Ryose tell jokes haha. You see, there's no information about him from the investigation and that Brad is just an orphan civilian. How can you joke that he is the greatest power in the kingdom when he really is? Ryose was silent and then shook his head. I don't know if he intentionally hid his power to catch us off guard, or if there was another reason why he didn't use his power. Are not. As she spoke, she put her hands on the table and sat down on the chair. But I'm sure the special student who only knew how to treat him was lying to him much stronger than that. At that time, I saw it clearly with my own eyes. The special student's overwhelming magical power blew off the head of the diseased level 4 monster. Lihap was surprised and asked again what the head of a level 4 monster was. That's right, and that special student said he failed and I can only cure him. Ryose was afraid of Durian's voice and gesture from last time. Lihap couldn't understand what stupid conversation was going on. That's what he said, I was just reenacting it. The special student portrayed himself as an idiot who only knew how to heal, or in other words he was trying to hide his offensive magic power. Did he want to hide it? Could it be that it was a mysterious magical power that the kingdom was looking for, or were they researching the destructive level of magic to use in war? That's why I'm worried about you, bru. However, you're still completely fine even though your opponent is a special student, so now I have to look at you with different eyes. Listening to these words, Baru suddenly didn't know how to answer. Well, after all, I'm a member of an excellent class, so even if I lose, I still have to try my best, but he's also struggling quite a bit. Bru is bragging, but actually he doesn't remember passing. How did you get through that battle? Oh, that's why you're only ranked 3rd compared to Ryosei. If you had to fight against a special student, who do you think would win? When he takes off the blindfold, his true power will surge beyond Desert, the kingdom's student council president. His talent is once in 100 years, so if you fight him, who will win? Ryosei immediately answered the difficult question, I won't be able to last 10 minutes and will lose. These words made Lehap completely startled. He hit the table and stood up in panic. Why is he so strong? Lehap's loud noise attracted the attention of everyone around. If the match is not organized according to the rules to protect the players, and if we have to fight on the battlefield, I can't even last 3 minutes, let alone 10 minutes. If the team match had gone as planned, we would have lost, so shouldn't we be grateful to the monster who ruined the friendly match? Whatever, just pretend you didn't hear anything I said, because there must be some reason behind him hiding his power. Lehapo immediately nodded and understood if I was involved in that. If there's no reason, you'll be in big trouble. At this moment, Durian, who was still chewing candy, walked past the 3 of them. Oh, we meet again blindfolded. Your voice makes Ryosei startled as if he was saying bad things about someone and they caught him. Oh, the special student greeted you. The 3 of them awkwardly stood up. Durian looked around and smiled happily to see that everyone was okay, right? Thank you. I'm also happy that you're still so healthy. I plan to go thank you in the morning. Thanks to your sacrifice, I was able to run away with the princess. Durian smiled and held candy in his mouth. Nothing happened, luckily everyone was healthy. But what are you guys talking about? The 3 people quickly spoke up in panic. We were just eating and didn't say anything. Is that so? Is everyone's food delicious? Suddenly, from a nearby place, the sound of a resident singing for help rang out. Hey, wake up quickly, what's wrong? A young man is lying on the ground struggling with his mouth constantly spitting blood. Damn, whenever I drink alcohol I get convulsions, so I didn't let you drink too much. Is there anyone who can help me? Quickly call the medical staff. He's dead. His situation is getting worse. We have to give first aid first. Someone save him. People around the street started to gather and the situation became chaotic. At this moment, Durian held a fruit bar in his hand and walked to the side. What's wrong, kid? Stop playing around and get away. Durian ignored the conscious man's banishment and used healing magic to treat the fainted man. In the blink of an eye, warm, invigorating energy enveloped his tired body. Moments later, his eyes were closed and he was in a coma when he woke up and regained consciousness. Give me more wine, the kingdom has won, ha! As soon as he opened his eyes he shouted excitedly and probably didn't realize he had just stepped out from the dead. 3 mouths gaped in surprise at the recovery in just a moment. High-level attack and healing magic. He had the sharpest spear and the strongest shield too. At this moment, Durian's voice rang out again, making Ryosei startled. I was happy that at least I could use healing magic. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to be in the excellent class like you guys. A magician should at least know how to use attack magic. If I say so, then I'm useless. Ryosei's eyes opened wide, somewhat frightened because she thought he was testing her. Durian, if you try, maybe I can be sure of your talent. The boy smiled at that comforting word, thank you, and up until now Durian still thought that everything was going perfectly according to his plan. At a certain mansion in the Bahan Kingdom, a girl with shiny blonde hair stands from above looking at the street and the scene of people celebrating and drinking together. It's so funny, I can't believe they're still in the mood to celebrate when the city has just been invaded by monsters. The boy with the long purple hair behind him nodded. If only looking at the results, it could be said to be a victory for humanity, and perhaps the Emperor created this atmosphere. In the end it was for health's sake. The spirit of the people. The other girls smiled contemptuously. Humanity's victory sounded so funny. And the Emperor is also really stupid. If I had been deployed instead of the Imperial Army, there would have been no casualties, and there would have been no need to deceive people and protect them from evil things like this. Hearing what the girl said, the purple-haired boy remained silent. In this empire, the Emperor gave the title of immortality to only 4 people. The immortal hero of the secret kingdom of spring is this blonde girl. Now she asked why even a level 4 monster was having such a hard time. Perhaps they thought that the Imperial Army and Haikwan would be able to stop this, but they did not expect 3 level 4 monsters to appear. When she heard the name of Haikwan, the blonde-haired secret spring shook her head in annoyance. Ultimately, this woman Haikwan could do nothing at such a critical moment. But let her talk about Dujie Sanggung. I heard he is stronger than Haikwan. Is he the next hero? The purple-haired knight leader shook his head. We don't know anything about him either. Whether he is an ally or an enemy or whether he is human or not, we have absolutely no idea. They talk about a lot of things about him, but it's like a mysterious mist covers everything. This monster invasion event can also be called the most shocking event in human history. In the Empire's most developed city, a sudden invasion of monsters took place. This important matter cannot be hidden, and the news of monsters appearing has spread widely. Monsters can appear in the city center at any time without being predicted. This world can't even predict the weather accurately, so how and where can monsters reappear? That's why humans organized an emergency meeting regarding the. A few days later, at the Continental Unified Defense Council, the 4 most powerful people in this land gathered together. Thank you for coming to this meeting. The man with wild beauty is the Emperor of the Bahan Empire named Chen New York Run AP. Humanity is currently facing a crisis and we must join hands to overcome it. The pink-haired king, the father of Princess Saruti and the king of the Lyran kingdom, is named Behind. Let's pray before discussing this issue so that God will guide us, and then let's start the meeting. The man with jet black hair and sky blue eyes is Saint Amnesty. This is an emergency situation with many casualties and our people have to suffer once again. Hopefully the Imperial Emperor will ensure that the meeting will take place quickly. The man with the final resolute face and the President of the Republic named Munich Lytron. They will begin after deciding on the goal of the meeting, and the 4 of them are here as representatives of all humanity. The future of humanity will change for the better based on their decisions, so the 4 of them cannot delay the issue related to the existence of threatening monsters. This meeting is organized with utmost effort for the peace and happiness of mankind. A hand suddenly raised up, attracting everyone. The President of the Principality of the Republic immediately raised his hand and wanted to speak first. We, the Federal Republic, decided to declare war on the monsters. So let me speak frankly and say it first. Both the Empire and the Kingdom are powerful monsters that begin to appear in the city center. That is, humanity can no longer prevent the monsters from invading themselves. The Empire just captured a level 4 monster, and I'm sure in the near future monsters will invade again. With the determination of being the president of an independent country, I declare war on them thoroughly. If we focus on attacking, at least the people will not be attacked and we will also take the initiative. King Behindnet of the kingdom immediately spoke up and asked, "Do you mean the best way to defend is to attack?" The saint with black hair did not express his opinion but was deep in thought. The Emperor of the Empire nodded in agreement with the President's opinion. I agree. If we can protect the people, then other countries including the Empire will also use their forces to help us. However, currently no hero has appeared. Attacking monsters without a hero is no different from digging your own grave. To protect the safety of the people, talented soldiers will have to sacrifice in vain, and as the number of troops continues to decrease, we will not be able to stop them anymore. This is also what King Behindnet is worried about, because 4 years ago the man known as the greatest warrior of all time could not kill the level 5 monster. He was not sure what ordinary soldiers would do in this dangerous battle. In short, the problem still stemmed from insufficient strength. Suddenly, the saint's 2 hands clasped together, emitting a loud sound. Come on, at times like this we should pray. That's right, the only way to protect humanity from monsters is to wait for God's blessing. Isn't that because throughout the history of humanity, humans have inherently been weak, but they have always survived despite being threatened by other species? Each time, God protects me by sending a hero or giving a blessing, the symbol of the sword along with the finger blessed by God. To get strength from the hero, we have to spend a day praying. Hearing that, the President of the Republic wondered if the reason the hero hadn't appeared was because he hadn't prayed enough. So the gods will get angry and take back the power they gave us that day if we don't pray enough. The question is full of sharpness and contains sharp knives. Hearing those words, the saint immediately became angry and asked with a serious face, "What you just said?" The burned situation became tense. The Emperor of the Empire slammed his hand on the chair, making everyone stunned. I hope the 2 of you will not mix your personal feelings with the interests of all humanity. At least this meeting will not be allowed to cause conflicts. Haha, I didn't mean to offend God, sorry. The President smiled and the saint was angry but couldn't say anything more. Free Federal Republic of segregated people broke the class system and rose to power. They created a nation based largely on science. That's why the two countries of the president and the saint do not have a harmonious relationship. One country worships science and the other country worships gods, so constantly arguing with each other is really tiring. Okay, now I'll tell you why I'm holding this meeting, but I've fallen into a big trap. The monsters that attacked the empire and kingdom did not appear that night. King Behydinus signaled him to speak more clearly. After this incident we can only learn one lesson. Those are monsters with motives. And their motive was the blessing that God had given to the kingdom's Princess Suruti. The story suddenly led to his daughter, leaving the king a bit stunned. Remember the first time a level 4 monster appeared in the kingdom? It was the midterm exam for first-year students of the magic school. And this time it's a team competition for first-year students, so after those data I want to say that the monsters know the princess's schedule very well. During the midterm team competition, every time they appear, the students are divided up and there are very few people around the princess. Having said this, everyone seems to have just been awakened by the sound of a bell. Do you mean that we have leaked inside information? In other words, there was a spy who betrayed humanity and betrayed the blood flowing in his body. I can be like that, but how can anyone shake hands with monsters? The saint pondered and then gave his opinion. Most likely they are not human but disguised as humans and blended into humanity to get information. Our empire had found out who the insider was, then the emperor suddenly announced it, surprising the other three. Ugi Sungung, he is the spy who betrayed humanity. Is it really him? If it is true, this will be news as explosive as a tornado. The king of the kingdom knows where the princess first encountered danger, right? It was during the opening ceremony when a few commoner students gathered to attack the nobles. That's right, according to the clues found, Ugi Sungung threatened the princess with monsters during the opening ceremony and he also appeared in the combination class to threaten other students. But because of continuous failures, a level 4 monster appeared directly. The president of the republic wondered that he was said to be a hero who helped defeat level 4 monsters. Think carefully and see if that is true. On the lower floors a royal cadet successfully made the princess escape. At the same time, our royal army was preparing to storm the city. If that guy is really a hero who can defeat level 4, then why did he have to wear a mask and run away? The saint opened his mouth to give his opinion in an annoyed voice. I heard that guy's power is extremely different. He cannot be human, and he considers himself an extremely blasphemous supreme being. In his old age, there is only God. Hearing what the saint said, the king silently cursed in his heart. A country that believes that those who are lent their power by the gods are considered superior is really good at changing the subject. The holy man smiled and clasped his hands. Ugi Sungung has threatened humanity and God will eliminate him. Oh, if God acts, then I will be extremely grateful because my soldiers did not suffer any damage. Ho ho, so the next step is the monster aiming for God's blessing, the saint's somewhat sentimental voice and his cunning eyes. I cannot let God's blessings be taken away, so Princess Suruti should be protected by our holy country. Of course I will not let her suffer. Naturally, someone wanted to protect his daughter, causing the king to ponder with a cold face. The king's eyes calmly stared at the saint, and the saint had a cruel smile with eyes that weren't trustworthy at all. Looking at this suggestive face, I just wanted to punch him a few times until my teeth fell out. Thank you, but I refuse. The princess will stay in the castle and be protected 24 hours. The saint again smiled provocatively. Haha, so if that's the case, please send student Durian to exchange at our monastery. His healing abilities are impressive and we're thinking maybe this healing power is another blessing from God. I hope the king can send him as an exchange student for us to test. King Behydinus refused to comment and will think carefully. After an internal meeting, representatives of humanity held an urgent meeting in 3 days with many conflicting opinions, but some things were agreed upon. The competition is cancelled, the princess will be protected 24 hours by the kingdom. The Holy Kingdom decides to eliminate Ugi Sungung and the World Alliance army is soon formed to prepare to deal with any danger that occurs. Go out. 7 days later, because of the victory of the World Alliance, he was the chosen talent. One afternoon, a person named Apit, a member of the World Alliance's staff, held a notice and approached Durian. Durian of the Royal Magic Academy. He was selected. And you will be trained as a warrior. Durian had a puzzled face. The army situation was so dire that they had to force a child to become a soldier. It's not like you're just a soldier in name only. We want to find and train young talents before you have to go out to the real battlefield. No need to worry. There's no way you could enlist as a reserve soldier. His voice suddenly became harsh and he immediately tore up the notice, startling the soldier standing behind him. He looked at Durian with unpleasant eyes, the World Alliance established to protect the future of humanity and the only organization for talented people. To be honest, Durian listened, but from the beginning until now he didn't understand his grandfather at all. This old man's somewhat disdainful eyes kept glancing at the black pearl that symbolized Durian's status as a commoner. In such a harsh environment, you won't be able to get along, young man. I will report to my superiors to cancel your summons due to not being talented enough. After that, he coldly turned and left while Durian excitedly shouted yes thank you. His reaction made the soldier feel like he had been slapped in the face and looked back at him bewilderedly without any regrets. Why should I regret it? Durian never did nonsense like joining the World Alliance. Wouldn't living a normal life be more secretive? A day ago this knight came to see the saint and wondered about his decision. Are you sure? I propose a civilian to join the World Coalition Army with all due respect to the Pope. The higher the status, the higher the magic will be when born, the lower the status like commoners, the lower the magic and is almost non-existent. Magic is a gift from the gods, or in other words, status is something given by the gods. The Pope was interested in letting a commoner join the World Alliance army. The Pope turned his back and suddenly spoke, Duke Knight. Cadet Durian is completely different from other civilians. What sets him apart is his ability to recover instantly. The magicians of our holy country are working hard to research but, as he spoke, the Pope looked out the window and waved to the people of the kingdom. The way it recovered completely changed what we had been studying for so long, as if his magic came from another universe, another world. If we're just talking about healing, his magic is centuries more advanced than our nation's, and humanity has seen this several times before. The appearance of a hero and the appearance of blessing a power like a miracle sent to this world. History has seen cases of immediate and complete recovery, and I still remember that clearly, Mr. General. So, Duke, you don't have to wonder anymore. Remember that we must make Durian a citizen of this God-blessed country. All the gifts that God gives must be ours. His voice and his expression. The Pope became crazy at the mention of the Holy Spirit. Starting with the World Alliance army, the Duke had to give him a place where everything was for the gods. The Pope said so, but this Duke thought differently. If he did not meet the standards, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. That's why there was a story that he tore up the summon notice and changed it for the reason that he didn't meet the eligibility criteria. Durian excitedly waved his hand. Yes, please go ahead, thank you very much. His reaction made the Duke feel like he was struck by lightning, wondering if he didn't regret it. Wait a minute, don't go so fast. Why isn't he greedy at all? Do you understand what it means to be selected into the World Alliance army? Durian was about to leave when he was called to a halt and wondered what the heck the World Alliance army was. Yes, I know my position clearly. A person like me does not deserve that noble position. Your reaction really made the Duke speechless. Everything was completely contrary to his judgment. Suddenly he gave a self-mocking smile. Maybe I was the one who was wrong and I was wrong. Despise you. Faced with a position where everyone expected him to maintain his composure despite hearing insults like being eliminated for not being qualified, so you fell for it. Durian is not just lacking. You were chosen by the gods to be the protector of humanity. Time flies. Today, at a certain mansion, many magical geniuses from all over the world are gathered. Today is the day to join the World Coalition Army in the southern training area. Come here, proud young soldiers, the admission ceremony will be held inside the mansion. Everyone, please come in. This man's name is Kiran, who was born in the Empire and is a member of the World Alliance Army. His job is to train young talents that will lead humanity as a trainer pellets. Kiran is very pleased because the future will change depending on his guidance, and his superior is none other than the one with the immortal title Mr. The person with the title of immortality bestowed by the Emperor with outstanding blonde hair is standing on a high platform observing each student. She is the immortal royal knight who commands the training aid of the World Alliance's army. At this moment, Soret looked into the distance and wondered, having been chosen to join the World Alliance army, how could he look so dissatisfied? Under her gaze Durian stopped entering the mansion with a constipated face. His melancholy was filled with complaints about why nature had to be here. Isn't this place only for the best of the best? Did Durian do something wrong to have to come here? That's right, it's all because of that guy. From the moment you defeated that guy to find your standard of strength, you lost control. Oh God, just waiting to be chased away. Durian slowly walked into the hall like a soulless corpse. Look at this bored face and see if you're a little excited. But his expression quickly changed from boredom to surprise as soon as he entered the hall. In front of Durian is a room filled with servants and countless delicious dishes like a grand royal banquet. Each area has chefs who meticulously prepare each dish right at the table for diners. The passionate fragrance covered the entire room, making Durian enchanted. Could this place be a banquet? The other students all gathered together, chatting happily and enjoying the party together. Just when Durian didn't understand anything, the voice of a man full of personality rang out, welcoming all of you who are the future of humanity. My name is Kayadit and I am the person in charge of supervising this training session. He with a strong body is the third commander of the World Alliance Army Kayadith. I come from an empire protected by the gods and I'm also the commander of the Night Detective Squad. The man introduced himself, causing several students to admire his caliber. Durian silently felt that man's ability and commented that his strength seemed to be equal to that of Ms. Haikwan. Kayadit held a glass of wine in his hand and smiled looking at the students. We will prioritize our own safety and anyone who threatens will have to be dealt with in the name of the gods. Come to think of it, Ms. Haikwan was quite outstanding, but if she had the strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with commanders while being a teacher, then she must have been a teacher when she was still fighting. The strongest of the strongest. Okay, the training will last 2 weeks, but I want you to just think of it as a gathering together. You are all talented people who will save humanity one day and become comrades who share happiness and joy together on the battlefield, so I hope you all truly get along with each other. Kayadit's cloak fluttered gently like a hero. So let's drink together and enjoy today's party together. For humanity, for peace, and for the gods. After the somewhat boring statements, what the students here care about most is the delicious food. Durian sat alone at a table, continuously eating plate after plate without being able to stop. Indeed, the food here is so delicious, from the ingredients to the seasoning. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out next to him, causing Durian to stop eating and look up. Ryosei walked up to the side and smiled and she immediately knew that Durian was also chosen here. Hot dishes are served as soon as they are finished cooking and they are prepared by famous chefs from many countries. Durian stared at the chicken thigh and nodded, yes, it was delicious. I was about to get kicked out early, but the food was so delicious that it was worth staying. The speaker was unintentional and the listener was intentional. Durian casually said a sentence that surprised Ryosei. In a position where everyone desires and works hard just for a little food, as long as you're very strong, you won't be bound by any position, right? Oh, wearing a blindfold on the right side, you must be Ryosei from the Empire, right? A young man with blonde hair walked up to Ryosei, smiling and greeting. I didn't expect you to be here. It's a pleasure to meet the once-in-a-lifetime genius Ryosei. He stood there to introduce and greet, but Ryosei completely ignored him, making the blonde man momentarily confused and not knowing what to say next. Sorry, I have no need or interest in getting to know weak people. The thick-faced blonde smiled. Oh my god, she was as interesting as rumored and the person next to her was. Durian smiled and introduced himself. My name is Durian, nice to meet you, I'm from the kingdom. Durian from the kingdom, are you a special cadet? Ryosei, would you like to sit with us and discuss if we have some more delicious dishes? Hearing about the delicious food, Durian immediately asked if he could let me join. Immediately, that blonde woman overreacted and waved her hands repeatedly. Then a commoner who was shunned by the gods like you dared to go there? Sorry, I don't know how you ended up here, but I hope you maintain a level of moderation that is appropriate to your status. Being a crazy person who values status makes Durian smile and shake his head. Thank you. Having finished speaking, the blonde-haired woman looked towards Ryosei and convinced, Ryosei, strong people need real compassion, but this place is full of geniuses all over the world. When you grow up, you will maintain your position in many different fields, so you should go socialize in a place like this. Instead of spending precious time with a commoner, he didn't continue talking until then, but everyone understood what he meant. Come this way, I'll introduce you to my friends who will warmly welcome Ryosei. Ryosei coldly asked, didn't you say that strong people need compassion? And I'm sorry, but it seems I'm quite lacking in that. My interest in your group is only equal to a newborn's interest in magic. I consider you and your friend as just a beginner in magic, nothing worth taking seriously. Ryosei's blunt words momentarily made the blonde man freeze and his face darken. Haha, Miss Ryosei, you seem to have talent but lack awareness. Surely you don't think I'm worse than that low-class guy, right? He said as he glanced at Durian while he was still addicted to eating and drinking. Whether you despise learning that special information or not is your choice, I have no right to interfere. But let me give you some advice, if you're careless you could fly off your head, you idiot. Looking at Ryosei's dangerous look on his blonde hair, he burst out laughing, yes, okay, I'll be careful, I don't know if this handsome head can fly like you said. Ignoring the noise of the people around, the most important thing to Durian right now is these delicious meat dishes. As he ate, he wondered why they left without touching the food. But it would be good if he did, he would be able to eat more. Suddenly, from nowhere, a fork appeared, poking straight at the piece of meat Durian had just touched. The unexpected event caused the boy to look forward. Sitting opposite Durian right now is a guy with blue hair and eyes as deep as the ocean. He looked at Durian for a moment, then immediately used force to grab that piece of meat into his hand. The food that was about to enter his mouth was blatantly stolen and Durian didn't know how to react. The boy with the blue head and 3 yellow tongs calmly chewed and swallowed the delicious meat. Having run out of options, Durian took his fork and poked another piece of meat and thought to himself, what's wrong with this guy? He also ignored it and brought the piece of meat to his mouth, preparing to put it in his mouth. At that moment, another fork appeared again to steal Durian's piece of meat. It was still the guy with the blue hair that sent out his hand. Durian just turned to stone and used his round eyes in bewilderment. The delicious sound of chewing and swallowing continuously echoed in Durian's mind. The boy looks so pitiful. This is probably the first time he's been blatantly robbed of food at a luxurious party like this. After the boy finished eating, he coldly praised that the meat was delicious. That delicious meat dish should have belonged to Durian, but why did it turn out like this? Suddenly, the meeting of the elite students in the alliance turned into a battle for food between 2 children. There was only one last piece of meat left on the plate and it was stabbed down by the blue-haired boy's fork. Durian's face darkened so that others couldn't see his expression clearly, but it didn't look too good. The boy's mouth opened and the piece of meat was about to sit inside. Durian's voice turned cold and made a sound that only he could hear, releasing the 5% power. At this moment, the other boy put the fork in his mouth and prepared to chew and swallow. But then he immediately realized there was something strange that opened his eyes. It turned out that at some point the piece of meat on the fork had completely disappeared. So he looked up at Durian and discovered that he was deliciously biting into that piece of meat. Taking a bite, Durian once again placed the meat on the plate as a provocation. The blue-haired boy sang loudly with his mouth staring at the half-bitten piece of meat. Suddenly, 2 sharp eyes met each other with 2 streams of magic appearing faintly. Immediately, the blue-haired boy took the opportunity to skewer the meat first. His speed was also so fast that he quickly wanted to put the piece of meat in his mouth. Then quickly close your mouth to prevent your opponent from stealing it. Durian sat opposite and calmly smiled. It's delicious, you should eat more vegetables. Hearing those words, the boy stuck out his tongue. There was no meat in there, just a vegetable. You just eat the vegetables and I'll eat the meat, it's really delicious, haha. The strange situation with a vegetable in the blue-haired boy's mouth was pensive and said nothing. She suddenly saw its teeth clenched and the clamp on its head suddenly glowing, staring at Durian. That kid stood up fiercely and looked like he couldn't hold back his anger and was about to attack. Of course, Durian was not afraid at all, but felt quite excited about this kid's strength. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a tall guy's hand appeared and slapped the blue-haired boy's head, making him calm down. Are you really that stupid? Why are you using magic support here? Do you want this building to collapse or something? Your magic support is still not perfect. I told you to only use it when necessary. Hearing the scolding, the boy immediately protested that I wanted to eat meat. He was a genius from the Free Federal Republic called Choni. There's meat on the other table, go eat it. This guy also comes from the Free Federal Republic with the name Reni. But the best meat is the meat taken from the hands of the strong. Looking at the 2 of them talking to each other, Durian didn't understand anything. He only knew that he was suddenly robbed of a piece of meat. At this moment, the blonde boy who was standing from afar watching opened his mouth to tease and look down on him. Seeing that, the low-class guys spoke up and ruined the party's atmosphere. Reni's sharp eyes and ears heard those words and she gritted her teeth angrily. What did you just say? Did you say that to us? That's right, sorry, sometimes the truth hurts, but I'm not lying, I'm telling the truth. Low-class people and commoners stood together, polluting the air. I'm a bit worried that they've abolished theocracy and let civilians sit on the throne, and the Iron Federation of Freedom is in decline, right? Hearing someone insulting his federation, the blue-haired boy Choni immediately exploded with angry magic. Our president is better than anyone, it's not like you have a mouth so you can say whatever you want. I'm also worried that if you sit around like a dog waiting for someone else's orders, you'll never progress. Reni immediately continued, his brothers couldn't stand losing to the blonde guy. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean anyone, I'm just a little worried about you. A bunch of people who don't know anything but pray and listen to orders from the gods. Now it was this blonde guy's turn to get angry when someone dared to blaspheme his god. Step away, I will teach you in the name of God so that you will respect. Okay, I also want to see what your god is like, you fanatic. Just as the 2 of them were about to beat each other up, Sorit's shrill voice rang out, yes, let's step out. You and you too, she said, pointing towards the group of Durian people standing there gathered. Let's gather the 5 of you into the first team. The 5 people who were called out for their clothes all gasped in surprise, including Durian. Choni standing next to him immediately recognized that girl as the immortal hero Soret. What is an immortal hero? It's a title given by the Emperor of the Empire. As you know, a hero has a duty to contribute his strength to humanity or any country. But in terms of diplomacy and strength, the country that owns the hero will certainly have a much greater advantage. The previous hero was Lady Haikuan from the Magic Kingdom. And to avoid diplomatic disadvantages as well as the imperial military power that created immortals to confront the heroes, the 4 immortal heroes combined must be stronger than one real hero. The sudden announcement to assemble the first team by the immortal hero Soret made the other commanders confused. My friend Miss Soret, what are you planning to do with those young soldiers? Like I said, 5 of them will now make up the first team, and especially I will coach this first team myself. She looked at the students below and smiled. Her announcement made the other students stir and they were so jealous they wanted to apply. That team too. Kaedet smiled and nodded, understanding that after all, no one could disobey her orders and she could do whatever she wanted. But please be gentle with them, they are still children. Senior smiled, it depends on them. Then the group of 5 Durians reluctantly followed the order and gathered in a vacant lot in the nearby forest. Now everyone is gathered, right? As I said, my name is Shurat and I will be training you for the next 2 weeks. Well, that's enough introductions, let's get started. First we will choose a captain to lead the team. Is the captain saying that he will choose the strongest among us? Everyone started wondering and asking questions. Shirath didn't answer that question, her voice suddenly became extremely sharp. Remember clearly for me in the next 2 weeks, first team, you just need to remember one thing. The strong will win and the weak will lose. Of course the loser has no right here. The purpose of this training is to gather talent from everywhere and how people work in teams, so the training intensity is light and no one is fired. But that's so boring, isn't it? We guarantee that someone will be fired if that person doesn't meet our needs. Now the test to choose captain will begin. Looking at Soret Durian's cheerful appearance but extraordinary temperament, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. As soon as he arrived, he had to fight. Okay, now the test to choose a captain from among the young warriors will begin now. Which captain among the odd young warriors would choose the strongest here because the strongest has the ability to subdue the others? The obnoxious blonde man suddenly smiled extremely crassly and looked towards Ryosei and spoke. Sorry, Captain Ryosei will be chosen from among our nobles. And of course the captain will be the strongest. I respect Ms. Ryosei with the nickname Thousand-Year Genius, but I am much stronger than you. I want to avoid useless struggles. You also agree with me becoming captain, right? I don't understand where this idiot gets his confidence, so Ryosei doesn't want to pay attention to him and turns to say talk with Durian. Hey special student, are you planning on taking the team captain position? Suddenly, when asked, Durian immediately shook his head. No, I'm too weak to do it. As expected, Ryosei immediately smiled and nodded. He said that's it. Ari pondered and then spoke up. If he were the strongest, none of you would be able to do it, and neither would I. Because the strongest among us is Chuni. Before anything happened, these 5 people started to mess around with each other, making Soret burst out laughing. Haha, you all are really interesting. But sorry, you don't have to fight each other, I'll be the one to choose the captain. And as Kaedet said in the future meeting, you will become comrades to protect each other in life and death. So please remember clearly that as long as you are still in the first team, discrimination based on nationality and status is strictly prohibited. If you violate it, don't blame me harshly. So now we will start a simple post-match to choose a captain. Ari showed an incomprehensible face and looked towards Soret. He didn't understand why he had to fight someone as strong as Soret for what, he was clearly not on the same level. I don't know who you are or what powers you possess, but when we fight, I can understand what kind of people you are. After this little match, we will choose a captain. After speaking, Soret immediately stepped forward holding a wand with a red flower like a real flower in his hand. Someone who was inherently extremely confident like the blonde guy was suddenly startled when he had to fight with an immortal hero. At this time, a strong person stepped out of the ranks and approached Senior. Let me start first, it turns out he is the mysterious Chuni from the Federal Republic. Sorcerer smiled sweetly and shook her hot body back and forth. There's no need to be so scared. This is just a simple test. Chuni calmly looked at her with cold eyes and then pulled out an object. I wasn't afraid of her eyes seeing me so scared. Immediately he pressed the switch and shook the object in his hand, the creaking sound of machines touching each other, and the object began to deform and stretch out. Finally, with a click, it turned into a chainsaw that collapsed and was full of scientific beauty. This seemingly new weapon is one of Choni's pride and a scientific achievement of the Federal Republic. Oh, your mobile sword is also great and it looks quite strange. Soret smiled appreciatively. Okay, let's start from the first step. Immediately her feet lightly stepped on the green grass and gained momentum to jump up. Using quite fast speed, Soret launched himself towards Chuni and attacked with the flower wand in his hand. Suddenly, his strange sword that looked like a chainsaw blade blocked that flower stick. Senior's deep eyes focused intently on his student's every move. Opposite her were bright blue eyes like the color of seawater and strangely completely calm. Immediately everyone was surprised when Chuni's blade began to move, becoming a real saw blade that emitted sparks when rubbing with the flower stick. The terrifying sound rang out, easily cutting off each petal, causing it to crumble. Clearly, at this time, even Senior with a lot of combat experience was surprised by the undeniable power of that sword. Shirath immediately bowed and returned to his original place. If we keep fighting, we'll get cut, right? That sword is interesting, but it doesn't look very sharp, right? Chuni nodded to cut something. Sharpness is not the only important thing. That's cool. Is this what you call science? It's really interesting. Ari and I stood in the yard observing the match and smiled and reminded. Sir, you should remember that changing the standard of power from magic to knowledge is no longer a far-fetched matter. Haha, well said. Okay, then the second step. Immediately Soret's whole body was like a gust of wind again rushing towards Chani. This time the blue-haired boy keenly noticed that his speed had increased much faster. Soret's eyes suddenly glowed red, showing that she was using magic. The third step towards prosperity, Soret appeared right behind the blue-haired boy like a ghost. But Chuni is not a genius. He reacted in a split second and was able to swing his saw blade horizontally to attack. Facing that group of slashers, Soret easily blocked it and once again suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Chani. Now not only her speed but also her strength had increased by one level. The magical light cast by Soret binds the entire sky, forcing Choni to quickly retreat. He gritted his teeth to defend against that terrifying source of magic power, but it seemed he was at a disadvantage. Another step was taken by Soret, and this time it was the fifth step. Her aura as well as her magical power were also enhanced to an unexpected level. A drop of sweat rolled down Chuni's cheek, proving that he was extremely focused and not at all comfortable. A leaf gently fell in the surprised eyes of Chuni Sr., who was smiling and standing next to him, using a flower stick to tap him on the head. That's it, now who's next? Oh wait, I haven't even used half of my true ability yet, so why stop? What's the point of fighting? At first I said this was just a simple test, but if you want to show me your true ability, let's do it next time, kid. Let's not talk anymore. Now the next person is Arianai from the Federal Republic. Arianai somewhat helplessly stepped forward and smiled. He knew that perhaps he wasn't as salty as Chan New York, but he would still try his best to show everyone his skills. The match started and Soret attacked, and in her mouth she was still counting each step like before. Step 1, Arianai still remained calm, but in step 2, panic could be seen on his face. Step 3 is to scream using all your strength. Step 4 is like Johnny just now. Arianai was hit on the head by a flower branch and the match ended. Arianai stood there devastated, thinking back to the quick battle just now. From step 3 onwards, even reacting was very difficult. He himself couldn't even see what step 4 was. Chuni, how did you get to step 5 and yet you're still disappointed? It's clear that Chuni is completely dissatisfied with his own results because he hasn't been able to fully express himself. Power. Ha, that's so cute. Arianai coldly questioned that bastard. What did you just say? The blonde guy smiled and covered his face, apologizing. I don't intend to ignore you. But let's take a closer look at this magical power given by the gods. His name is Shinchan from the Holy Kingdom. I was so confident that I finally stopped at step 4 with the same result as Arianai just now. It is true that in this world there are people who are strangely arrogant and do not recognize their own abilities. Arianai turned away, but his gloating voice rang out, making the blonde guy's face darken. My god, I can see your level now. That's why I think the gods definitely love everyone, whether they're people like me who don't believe much in gods or a fanatic with magic like you, we all have the same results. Just each other. Arianai's every word was like sharp arrows piercing straight into Shinchan's rotten heart, making him grit his teeth and whisper, I will definitely write that name. Oh my god, I'm so angry. At this time, Soret looked at a student and asked, You are Rydyosei, isn't it your turn? I'm really looking forward to this next match, genius student. Let's prepare. Along with the voice, there is still the familiar starting position of Sorit with a weapon in hand. Step 1, Step 2, Step 3, Step 4, in just a blink of an eye, the two of them continuously moved and exchanged several moves and for a moment couldn't tell the difference between victory and defeat. Step 5 brings down the energy that Senior Rat emitted was no longer at a normal level. Faced with that attack, Ryuse's face darkened. Just when his hair hung in the balance, he raised his face to reveal his remaining eye with a bright light. The explosive magic created a small explosion that sent smoke and dust flying. Afterwards, the two of them fought so fiercely that it made the other students watching gasp. Sorit stopped and looked at Ryuse curiously and asked a question. Those eyes of yours are cursed, aren't they? A pair of mysterious eyes and always bright red fists make Ryuse even more mysterious at this time, and there must be some mysteries behind her that are hard to tell. What was that move just now that was able to block my attack? Could it be the energy from those cursed eyes? Oh my god, she's already reached Step 5. Chuni shook her head and muttered that if she could use her motor, she could reach Step 100. The battle between the two of them continued as Sorit smiled and reminded, since bad steps are the strength of high-class knights, so be careful. Immediately, the golden light of magic covered Sorit's entire body, illuminating the entire sky. Ryuse's eyes were also burning, using all the energy in his body to take this match seriously.